What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, September 23rd, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Longhorns roll again. Another dominant non-conference win for the number one team in the country. We will give our thoughts on Texas's 51-3 shellacking of Louisiana Monroe. Plus, how bad are the Dallas Cowboys right now? Another embarrassing performance in Arlington for America's team. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Texans struggling in Minnesota. We will go around the college football world and talk about some of the biggest action from week 4 in college. We'll talk some NFL. We've got a lot of football to get into. And, of course, we'll have plenty of fun. This is a iconic anniversary of one of my favorite moments in sports history. We'll have to talk about that as well before we get out of here. We are jam-packed. We are ready to roll, and we are happy you are with us on a Monday morning. How are you, my friend?
I am doing well. It's a great weekend with the Horns. Some of my picks weren't good, but I still alive and well for a great pick tonight with your Buffalo Bills. But, boy, what a great football weekend. And as it starts to get closer and closer to conference play for teams, man, oh, man, there are some good teams and there are some really bad football teams out there. And what's tough is this interconference play and some of the big boys, you know, that have to play these non-conference games, and these groups that want to collect that money, they're taking a beating, you know, taking that money. But I get it. You know, some of them are close. Sometimes you win sometimes you beat Notre Dame, and then you go off and lose, you know, when you get into the top 20, 25, and it's just the way life goes. I mean, it's survival for your programs. I know you have to do it. It's survival for the conferences. I know they have to do it too, but it just looks, some of the numbers look so odd. You know, we're getting scores in the 60s and 70s, and it's just a strange look for college football. Doesn't seem like much competition, but the competition will now ratchet up starting this week for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I will never complain about college football, but I am excited that conference play is here for most of the teams. Look, I could watch Texas beat ULM 51-3 every day and be satisfied. But, yeah, it gets better when the games get better. And we've seen a lot of David versus Goliaths through the first month of the college football season. And it's great because it's still college football.
Sure.
We're about to get a lot more Goliath versus Goliath over these next few months. And that's a really, really good thing.
And we need that. And we need that week number 4, you know, going into week 5. Yeah, it's time for those type of games to be played. And it will be very interesting in some teams. Some teams are, you know, some teams have a lot of hope still with a loss, but we'll see. Some of them can't afford another loss either. There are a bunch of those right now too. Mm-hmm. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. It is appreciated to you and your families, and do be safe out there. May get some rain at the end of the week.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, fall is officially here.
No, I'll let you know. It's not officially here. It's not here yet. I'll let you know.
Oh, the first day of fall
Wednesday, maybe Thursday.
First day of fall was yesterday. It officially began on September 22nd, so it has arrived. So it is fitting that we might get a little rain and a little cooler weather this week.
And for you non-believers, fall is here, but you go step out there right now, you don't think it's fall outside. I was out this morning. It is nasty again.
Yeah, very humid.
Yes, it's very, very humid. And it'll this week's game it'll be a little bit cooler than last week's game. It was hot Saturday. It was miserable. I mean, I know people have to go and you like to sweat, and you like to be amongst the sweaty crowd, and you have to go there and support your team. But dude, that is a gold bond powder day when you're at that stadium. It has to be.
I was there on Saturday night. It's the first Texas game I've attended in person this season, and there was a little bit of a breeze where I was, and thankfully the sun was down, which obviously helped. But I left DKR Texas Memorial Stadium with the sweat going on Saturday. There's no doubt. I walked in sweating, walking over from Schultz Garden.
And you leave sweating, huh?
And I left sweating as well. So it was toasty, but hey, a very enjoyable Saturday night with the Longhorns taking care of business.
Absolutely.
Once again, 51-3, the final score, Texas over ULM. What do they say, Buck? Good teams win, great teams cover.
Yes, indeed.
It's not only 4-0 on the season, they are 4-0 against the spread. And
there's somebody making some big money on the Horns.
I was going to say, it doesn't feel like you can make a line big enough for this Texas team right now, the way they're playing. You would think, 45 points with a backup quarterback would be a little scary for some folks. But for the Longhorns, not a problem at all. They win handily. They cover, and they get the 48-point win in their final non-conference game of 2024. So,
well, yeah, General Booty or Admiral Booty wasn't going to do anything.
No, not a great day for General Booty. We were hoping that the Longhorns would make him look like Private Ass on Saturday night. And how about this stat line for General Booty? 8 of 19, 42 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, a quarterback rating of 6.5, Buck.
That hurts.
Yeah, he was not very good. The Texas defense was spectacular. Arch Manning, an up and down performance, but obviously some great moments for the redshirt freshman in his first career collegiate start. I'll give you the floor first. Your kind of big overarching takeaway from Saturday night.
I think he's going to be a fantastic quarterback for years to come, or a year to come, or whatever it is when he really gets in there and becomes his team, because I think he's got full control of the offense. That first interception was a tough one because he avoided a pass rush that got in his face, and he threw late. It's just way too late. I actually thought originally when I saw him throwing that he was trying to sail that ball out of bounds. And I'm like, no, he's trying to get that ball in there. There's no chance. Yeah. It was a 2-on-1 deal. By the time he avoided the rush, there were like 2 guys there. I mean, either one of those guys could have had that ball. Yeah, they had a better chance than the receiver, that's for sure. But after that, he kind of honed in on what he was trying to do. I like the way he pushes the ball downfield. He is not afraid to find out about his wide receivers going deep, and he will get it up there. He'll give them a chance to go one-on-one. And these guys are so athletic that they go up and beat the one-on-ones. Before Quinn very, very seldom overthrew guys. A lot of times he would underthrow guys, and they'd end up. It's tough for the one-on-ones. Then if you overthrow it more than anything, your guys will have a better chance in getting to the ball, and he does that. He throws it high so that you have to high point it so that it's a true jump ball. If it's out there for you to get, it's either going to be a one-on-one situation with the ball, or it's going to be thrown to your guys over the top. It's not going to be an underthrown ball where you have to then become a defender as a wide receiver. I like that about his long passes, but boy, he's not afraid to push it down there. If he gets an opportunity to let it fly, he will let it fly. Yeah. He did to a lot of receivers on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian in a moment, but Sark did talk in the post-game press conference about that being part of the game plan for Texas on Saturday night. They felt like there was something ULM had done defensively in its first 2 games of the season that opened the door to those deep shot opportunities. And to put some stats behind what the Buck and I are talking about, 10 pass attempts of more than 20 yards down the field on Saturday night. Not yards after catch, just in the air, 20-plus yards. Arch Manning started 3 of 5 on those 20-plus yard passing attempts. He was actually 0 for his last 5. So we saw some gorgeous deep balls in the first half, despite the interception. They weren't connecting on as many of those in the second half. But, man, you're right. Texas was not scared. Even with the backup quarterback in there, They were not scared at all to take their shots deep down the field.
Yeah, because that team, as I said, you'd have to, for them to even be in the game, you'd have to give them 2 touchdowns. Hell, I don't even know how they got 3 points, actually. But you'd have to give them a bunch in order for them, you'd have to give them a turnover in your territory, or a pick 6 or a fumble. And Texas really kind of took care of the ball. They really did. After that interception, I thought he did a fantastic job of making really good decisions, good throws. He had a couple of drops, but he's finding out that he's got some receivers and we're all finding out about the receivers and the capabilities of those guys going deep. Intermediate, deep balls, they got it all. They got guys that can catch. They got guys that can catch and run. They got speed guys. They have route control guys. It's a good deal, and I only threw to the tight end one time. I was expecting the tight end to catch a bunch of balls in this game, but he didn't. You know what he said? I'm bombing away here.
Yeah, I mean, Texas only completed 15 passes in that game on Saturday night. They had a bunch of success running the football. They ran it 52 times
Oh, yeah.
for 239 yards. And obviously, with the huge lead for most of the second half, they didn't have to put the ball in the air. Hell, Trey Owens played the entire fourth quarter, and he didn't throw the ball one time. Like, he literally just handed it off 15 times in that fourth quarter, and that was it. So if you look at the wide receiver numbers and the box score, nothing crazy. Only 3 guys had more than 1 catch. It's again only 15 completed passes in the 60-minute game on Saturday night. So not the craziest passing stats that Texas has had in a game this season, but obviously they did enough to put up 50 plus in that game.
Yeah, I mean the power of the two teams. I mean, Texas just overwhelmed them physically, and they play such a physical brand of football offensively, and boy, are they physical on defense.
Yeah.
They swarm the ball. They don't give you an opportunity. If you don't break initial tackle, look out, because everybody else is coming. But the initial tacklers for this football team have tackled so well that it's just fun to watch great tackling like they've been doing. As I said, things will even ratchet up a little bit. They'll be slightly better players at Mississippi State, but I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at an early line of like 36 points. Boy, within conference, that's a lot of points.
Well, that's pretty incredible, right?
That is in the SEC.
Yeah, I thought
who you're playing against.
Look, I guess we got to be careful to not lick our chickens, as you like to say.
Oh yeah.
Most people will say to count the chickens before they hatch, but it's pretty remarkable that in the best conference in the history of college sports, a team like Texas that was going to have a very difficult time adapting to this league, according to a lot of folks around the country, is a 36-point favorite in their first ever SEC game. Are you kidding me? And oh, by the way, that was the opening line. I've seen sports books this morning, Buck, that have the number at 38.
Yeah, that seems a little steep to me. I mean, their team has enough talent in the SEC, the worst teams, to fall into 12 to 14 points somehow. I gotta believe.
Well, can they stop?
I don't see Texas even as bad as Mississippi State is. I don't see them if they get into 60s, that will be incredible to me.
I will say this, and we'll talk way more about Mississippi State as the week progresses, but Mississippi State gave up 45 to Florida at home.
They are bad.
At home. And oh, by the way, they lost their quarterback, Blake Shapen, who will miss the rest of the season.
That's right. No wonder that line. That's right. He went down as he always does.
I'll be honest. I thought Texas had a better chance to blow out Mississippi State with Blake Shapen at quarterback.
I was going to say that too. He's not very good.
Just because we know what he is, because we saw him at Baylor for a few seasons.
Sure.
The backup, he's a true freshman. So I think Texas fans should still feel pretty damn good about what this defense is going to do to him. But his name is Michael Van Buren, which makes me think that he might have some presidential voodoo up his sleeve. You can call on his buddy Martin, his great-great-great-grandfather, and see if he can find some magic this Saturday in Austin,
If his great-grandfather's going to be able to beat Darrell K. Royal, that's going to be that's a problem. That's a problem for that team as I watched them last week.
Yeah.
You're
saying you would pick
I'm trying my best to say they're not bad, but they're bad.
I mean, they lost by 24 to Toledo at home, and then they lost by 17 to an awful Florida team that can't wait to fire its head coach at home. They're bad.
You know what? I'm pretty sure they're not happy with the decision that they made to choose their new head coach themselves at Florida State. I mean, at Mississippi State.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of people that didn't want that dude.
That's year one. And, Mississippi State was not in a great spot last season. But the early returns on Jeff Lebby, the former Oklahoma offensive coordinator, not very good in Starkville right now. And I think they are far and away the worst team in the SEC.
Yeah,
like Vanderbilt damn near beat Mizzou in Columbia on Saturday.
Right. No, they're the bottom of the heap here in the SEC.
I think it was Florida versus Mississippi State. That game on Saturday was trying to figure out who the worst team in the league was.
Yes.
And once again, Florida ran all over Mississippi State in Starkville on Saturday. So I think it's pretty clear that the Bulldogs are the bottom of the trash heap in the conference.
Yeah,
right
and for the Horns, they just keep doing what they're doing, playing their physical brand. I don't know if Quinn Ewers will be back. I'm pretty sure that they're expecting him to be back this week, but I would be extremely careful on bringing him back. I mean, if he's not in that, like you said, that 90% ready to go, hey, it's gonna hurt. Sorry, that's just the way injuries are. I mean, that's just the way when you're hurting, you're hurting. If you're not injured, you play hurt. They all play hurt at some point. Well, I thought Jaden Blue was going to play in that game as a hurt guy. That guy looked like he was 100% and ready to go.
Yeah,
which was great to see. But I don't know about Quinn Ewers. They'll find out. Sark will let everybody know today, and he'll know by Wednesday anyway.
Yeah, I don't think Sark will give us a lot today. He will meet with the media a little after 11 o'clock down on campus, but I expect Sark to say that Quinn Ewers is day-to-day.
The whole time. It's going to be questionable the whole week. He's going to say that.
Well, yeah, for the first time, I think in Texas football history, they have to release an injury report. Remember, that's the new SEC rule. Right. So that'll come out on –
when does that come out by? Is there a day it has to come out by? Thursday?
Wednesday is the first day.
Wednesday.
But I don't think Sark's going to give us a whole lot on that report. Like, I think he's going to list Quinn Ewers as questionable on Wednesday.
Yeah, sure. He knows exactly what to say. He's got the rules now from the SEC. He knew that. I guess he knew it before, so he knows what he can say. All he has to say is questionable, and that may be enough for everybody.
Even if Quinn is 100% playing or 100% not playing, and they might already know that answer down on campus by Wednesday, I do think when the actual report gets released, Quinn will be listed as questionable. So that's something to monitor for sure. All right, let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian. We got a few different cuts from his post-game press conference late Saturday night about the opening remarks following the Longhorns' big win over Louisiana Monroe.
We showed really good composure. It wasn't super clean. We had a couple turnovers. We had penalties that were somewhat uncharacteristic. But nowhere in there did I ever feel like our guys got rattled and got out of sorts. They kind of stayed committed to what we needed to do. It was great to have Jaden Blue back. I think 4 touchdowns tonight, over 100 yards rushing. Red zone offense continues to be a positive for us this year, something that, you get what you emphasize. We spent a lot on this offseason. And then I think defensively, just the way our guys refuse to try to let people get in the end zone. They keep fighting. Although I challenged them at halftime, I thought we didn't tackle great in the first half. We could tackle better. I thought they really responded. A bunch of guys played. Leon Galafal, great game. Anthony Hill with a big interception, and J. Cole at the end. Another example of our guys playing all 60 minutes. A few weeks back, it was Wardell Mack in the back of the end zone for an interception. Tonight, it was Javion Cole with the interception. So that just tells me a lot about our guys continuing to play for 4 quarters. And so I was encouraged by that.
One thing that I know that every game so far is going to happen is Campbell's going to jump off sides. He's going to either grab somebody or he's going to jump. That's been consistent. He's consistent. He's the guy on the offensive line that does the movement guy, number 52.
Well, it was Cam Williams who had that problem against Michigan. It's kind of both of those guys, right?
Yeah, those two guys, they get a little jittery.
Yeah.
Hey, can you give me the snap count? Let's go.
It's weird that it happens at home too. You get it a little bit when you're on the road playing at the big house, but Texas has played 3 of its first 4 games at home.
It looks sloppy, but it hasn't cost them so far. It just puts them behind the chains, but they get that 5 yards and more back in a hurry.
You're right. Yeah, that's like any complaint at this point in the season feels like a nitpick, but if there are a couple of things you do want to complain about from Saturday night, Steve Sarkisian just brought them up, right? 2 turnovers with Arch Manning throwing 2 picks, and then 7 penalties. It's the second game in a row where Texas committed 7 penalties. Now, they beat UTSA.
Yeah, that's a lot. You get 4 penalties or 4 or less is good. I mean, that's nice for a game. I mean, that's wishful thinking just to have 4 penalties. 5 is probably max. You get into the 7 to 10, and your coach is pissed now, Yeah. You're not going to say it when you win by that number, but he's not very happy. He thinks that's undisciplined football.
Yeah, like you said, it hasn't affected the team. They beat UTSA 56-7. They beat ULM 51-3. So the penalties haven't been costly.
And they've been mostly of the 5-yard kind of nature, that jumping and movement stuff. They haven't been a lot of holdings. they're not, I don't know if this team has a personal foul yet, do they? Have you noticed a just undisciplined personal foul where somebody just rips somebody late? I mean, I understand pass interference and things like that, but I haven't seen a guy that's overzealous, that extra hit on a guy. I think they've been pretty good at that.
Yeah, they almost had a targeting on Saturday night that was called, and thankfully on replay review, it was overturned. That was just a great clean hit by Michael Taff on some poor ULM tight end in the second half of that football game. But it's actually 3 games in a row. I just went back and checked the box score for that Michigan win. 3 games in a row with exactly 7 penalties for the Longhorns. So,
yeah, that's got to come down.
Yeah, it ain't costing them, but the coaching staff is not thrilled with that number. It's a little higher. You're not going to go 0 to 1 penalty every week. That's impossible.
Give me 4, and I think you've had a great game. I think there was a game that they had 4, and that may have been Colorado State, or 3 where it just was so good.
Yeah, it was 3 penalties for 25 yards in the opener against Colorado State, and since then, 7, 7, and 7.
Yeah, that's a lot. That needs to come down a bit.
For playing slots in Vegas, we'll take those numbers.
Absolutely.
But not necessarily with the penalties. But here's more from Steve Sarkisian talking about Arch Manning, right? The stat line, I don't think we've given it yet. Arch, 15 of 29, 258 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 2 interceptions, just 1 carry for -4 yards. I think that was a sack that Arch Manning took. So I don't remember him taking off and running at any point in that game. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about Arch's first career start.
We went into the game plan that we felt like we had to be a little bit aggressive down the field with the style of play that they were getting, and he took his shots, and we hit them, and we missed a couple, right? We had one, Silas Boldham, I thought made a great catch. They overturn it. He won off the fingertips of Jaden Blue up the sidelines. Another, couple other contested catches, I think, with Wingo and Isaiah downfield. So when you get into that mode a little bit, sometimes you can start to get a little bit greedy, and that's a challenging thing, especially a guy making his first career start, because you feel like you're just hitting them, and you want to keep hitting those things, and so. To be fair to him, I maybe should have found some other just kind of completions in there to keep his rhythm. I thought we kind of did that there at the end of the third quarter. Hit a slant, hit a couple kind of simpler type throws, because I'd like that completion percentage to be a little higher than it was tonight. But the game plan was a little bit little in that way. And then when it's set that way, when those shots aren't there, having the ability to check the ball down, I think that's something that he'll see there's more value in some of those. Instead of throwing up that post, maybe check it down to the running back and create plays that way. But hey, learning lessons, right? I mean, that's to think he was going to come out and play a perfect game. I don't think anybody in here thought that. I thought he was going to prepare really well, work really hard, do everything he could to play good football. He was going to have some lessons learned, and I think that's what tonight was about.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was well prepared in that game. I thought they would push the ball down the field because of this secondary, and he did just that. Now, getting greedy is a part of being a really pretty good quarterback. Quarterbacks generally get kind of greedy. The good ones are kind of greedy. I mean, he could have dumped some dump-offs. With a couple dump-offs, he dumped off. Guys missed the ball. I mean, I thought he made some good throws. I'm like, well, hell, if you're not going to catch it, that wide receiver down there, I got a shot at throwing it down the field. I might as well throw it to him. So I thought it was kind of even keel on what he did. The opportunities, those long balls, those opportunities were there, And
for the most part.
Yeah, and if you get a chance to take those, you got to go ahead and take them. You got home run type of hitters, with Wingo and those guys. Those guys can get down the field and catch the ball. Now the dump offs are, as I said, when the tight end's only catching one, because that's a tight end, I think now that's 4 or 5 a game. You know what I mean? Where you should find him. Then you find those intermediate guys. It's okay, but dude, if their game plan was it's kind of hard to rein a guy in if you let him know that that's what you want to do early.
Yeah.
And he did, and he had success. So it's like, okay, it's kind of hard to say, okay, now I need you to dump this thing off. And he's thinking, well, my guys are still going by those dudes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I think it was a C+ to B- performance.
Put in a B-, yeah.
For Arch Manning, right? And I loved every second of it, right? I did, it would have been awesome if Arch Manning completed 85% of his passes, threw for 6 touchdowns, ran for 2 more, and put together some sort of historic performance. That would have been really fun to watch, and I would have enjoyed it even more.
Yeah,
being
and it's nice for him to know that if you're not careful with the ball, you'll get picked. If you throw a ball late, it's going to happen. Now, balls that go off a guy's hands, they get tipped, and the ball should be caught. That's kind of not his fault. Now, maybe you can calm down with the throw a little bit. Maybe it doesn't have to be as hard. Remember who you're throwing to, and he'll get to that part too. I know who I'm throwing to. Maybe I have to take a little bit off this ball for this particular wide receiver or running back. He doesn't catch it as well. I can't zip the Mofus's wide receivers. He can fire it. Those guys have great hands. They'll just snatch it. Running backs, you got to be careful of. They think they're receivers, but they're not. Their hands are feet. So it's a big deal for them to catch it no matter what. So you got to take something off. You can't throw to them like you do wide receivers.
Yeah, that second interception off the hands of Jaden Blue, and it was a hot shot right over the middle of the field from Arch Manning on a little bit of an angle route out of the backfield for Blue.
Yeah, running backs are peeking to get hit. They're not like wide receivers. There's some wide receivers that peek a little bit, and the good ones really don't. Running backs, they're all peeking to know, the defenders know your number. When you come out of the backfield or you line up out there, they know you're a running back, and they know if a ball is out in front of you, they are going to plaster your ass. So they just kind of think, you got to put it on me, or I'm not really getting out here. It's going to be a tip ball. So be careful how you throw that to me. Hit me right in the numbers. That's where I prefer to have that ball in my numbers.
Yeah, Jaden Blue had that play. He also dropped what was, I thought, a perfect throw on a little swing screen in the first half that should have turned into a huge passing play for Texas. So Jaden Blue did have a receiving touchdown. We do know how good of an option he can be as a receiver for this Texas team.
Just but get better at it too.
Yeah, his hands aren't the hands of these wide receivers that Texas has.
No.
It's one of the best wide receiving rooms in the country, and that's not Jaden Blue's natural position. So you understand that it ain't always going to be perfect for him. But for Arch, yeah, look, I would have loved to have seen a perfect performance, but I'm kind of glad we didn't see a perfect performance because there is not a person in America today, and definitely not a person within this Texas fan base today, talking about some sort of quarterback controversy. No one is sitting here saying that Arch Manning gives this team a better chance to win than Quinn Ewers does, right? If Arch Manning went off on Saturday night, didn't turn the football over, and put up ridiculous stats, you know what the national narrative would be. And there'd even be some Texas fans wondering, oh my God, is our ceiling higher this year with Arch Manning? Because that happened after last weekend against UTSA.
Yes, it did.
But you look at the Heisman odds. Remember, last week, Arch Manning was plus 1,500 in some books for the Heisman Trophy. That's how good he played against UTSA coming off the bench. Even though he got the start this Saturday night and Texas won 51-3, he's more in like the 4,000 to 5,000 range right now. So the national buzz came down a lot. And once again, you don't have any of this ridiculous. I think every Texas fan who's actually watched the games knew that any sort of conversation about Arch being better than Quinn right now was ridiculous. I think with what we saw on Saturday, look, Arch is going to be great, but he is a redshirt freshman. He's got a lot of growing pains. Remember how Quinn looked in his redshirt freshman year in 2022? Yes. A lot of bumps and bruises. You take your 3-year starter 7 days a week and twice on Sunday. Quinn Ewers gives this team the best chance to win, and I think we've learned that over the first month of the season.
Well, one thing we have learned over the first month is this defense is for real.
Yeah, let's get to that in a second. We'll shift gears and talk about the Texas defense here in a moment. But before we do that, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, I'm sitting back in my relaxed back chair. I didn't have it on the road with us down at Schultz's, but I'm in it, and I was in it yesterday sitting there because long week and long weeks to come during the football season, and my back needs the support. I have thoracic problems. I had reconstructive thoracic back, and now being in this chair over 20 years, BK, this is my chair right here. I love this chair. And if you've got problems with your back, or even if you don't have problems with your back and you want to have great support so that you don't have problems, about some preventative, head on over to Relax the Back. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses. They've got all these chairs, office chairs, and you are going to love what they do. The zero gravity recliners for your home. But it's when you sit back and you start to sit back and do your work and you're bent over and you want to write and you do things at your desk, whether it's home or at work, you need to have that lumbar support. Go to Relax the Back, folks. 2 great locations in Austin. At BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And once again, in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Do live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. You'll see the new TSU hat that I'm rocking this morning. That was made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you came by Schultz Garden on Saturday afternoon, number one, thank you. Number two, you got to see the badass step and repeat banner that we've got behind us during our live broadcast. That was also put together by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business that is looking for merch or signs or both, reach out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can give our man Adam a call or a text, 512-300-9641. He will.
And by the way, you want to do, Monday is a 7-Eleven stop off, so head on over to your nearest 7-Eleven for sure and get yourself maybe a Slurpee today. It's going to be humid again, so those Slurpee lovers, slurp them down. Little Debbie lovers, I got to get my Austin American Statesman today. See what they're saying about the Michigan game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I need it for. I need to get my hard copy, get back a couple weeks. I may have missed out on some news that was 2 weeks ago, but I know where to pick it up. I pick it up at 7-Eleven, folks.
Yeah. The Cowboys beat the Cleveland Browns, Buck. You remember that?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, they're going to be talking about that.
The same sense.
They're going to be talking about that. Nope, that's the only game that's happened in the eyes of the statesman. So we're going to go with that. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Also, some love to centextickets.com. Hey, history will be made Saturday afternoon. The Texas Longhorns will be playing their first ever SEC game. If you want to be at DKR when the Longhorns take the field against Mississippi State, only one place to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Use that promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off of checkout. Tickets to every Longhorn game, not just this weekend, but all season long, home and away. They've got you covered right now online, centextickets.com. All right, Buck, you talked about the defense. A very impressive performance again by the Longhorn defense. They give up just 3 points in that win on Saturday against ULM. And through 4 games this year, Buck, the Longhorns have given up 22 total points. That is 5.5 points per game allowed, which has them ranked as the number 1 scoring defense in all of college football. That's right. Texas right now is the top-ranked scoring defense, which for me makes them the top-ranked defense.
Yes.
In all of college football. Pretty damn impressive through 1 month.
Yeah, and they're playing such team defense. There hadn't been, I look at this defensive line. Vernon Broughton was good again. That dude pushed that ULM group all over the place. They could not run. They could not. I mean, he was penetrating. He was doing everything he needed to. Once again, you want to see more from the outside guys, but you don't have to. You know what I mean? They do such a good job of keeping the perimeter right now. And as I said, there's nobody drop backing. There's nobody that has any time to drop back and pass. Everybody wants to run the ball. They want to run clock. They don't want to be throwing incompleted balls against Texas and giving that offense the ball back. So they're doing everything they can to try to run the ball, even with their 2-point whatever average they give up. They would still rather see the clock running than incompleted balls. And they're not sitting in the pocket and going, 5 or 7 step drop. That ball is out so quick. It's hard to get to the quarterbacks right now. But what they're doing is they're covering up guys with the secondary and the linebackers so well. It's just great team defense right now. I mean, that's how you do it when you're not giving up any points. That's how you play team defense, and that's what you see right now. Everybody's playing pretty well right now.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and the depth on this defense is incredible too.
Yeah, well, to that point, I'll give you a stat in a second, but this Texas defense has given up 2 touchdowns in 4 games, and one of those came in garbage time up in Ann Arbor when the game was already in hand. So really, this Texas defense has given up 1 touchdown in anything close to a meaningful moment. And hell, you could argue Texas already had the UTSA game in hand when they gave up the touchdown. But that's the only kind of meaningful touchdown that this group has allowed this season. And you might say, well, it's non-conference, BK. What does that mean? They're supposed to not give up a lot when you're playing out of your conference. Well, last year in the 3 non-conference games that Texas played in, they gave up 15 points per game. This year, they're at 5.5 points per game. Last year for the season, Texas gave up 19 points per game. Once again, this year, they're at 5.5 points per game. So they've taken it to another level. Yes, they've got bigger games and better offenses they still have to play, but this group has taken it to another level. And to your point, Buck, about the depth of this defense, this stat blew my mind. So I would argue that Texas had a pretty good half of football in the first half on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 101 yards and 3 points. That's pretty damn good.
Yes.
You'll take that. In the second half, they gave up 10 yards of total offense. 10 and 0 points. ULM had 18 offensive snaps. Texas gave up 10 yards. And a lot of that second half was played with second, third, fourth, fifth teamers.
Oh, yeah.
And you still held them to 10 total yards of offense. ULM had 51 plays, Buck, on Saturday. Only one went for more than 10 yards. It was just a total assing on that side of the football.
Yeah, and those guys, like I said, those guys are looking for meaningful snaps in the first half, so they understand when they get in, they better be just fired up and ready to go, and they have been. I mean, they're playing like they're starters, because they know that maybe I will get a chance. If somebody tweaks an ankle, I could get an opportunity to get in there and play as the second team guy, giving the first team guy a break. So every chance I get in, I've got to take advantage of it. That's when your team is good, when everybody's good. You get down the line and you're not really sweating it as much when you have to bring in a guy who's not a starter or a second team guy, that the third team guy can come in there and hold the fort for a while. And they're doing just that. And to not see secondary guys in chase mode now is really nice to see. I mean, 4 games, I haven't seen anybody kind of get over the top of these guys. They understand the schemes now. Everybody know whose guy they have. They're not pointing at each other. No, that was your man. No, that was your guy. It's just kind of clean to watch them play like this. And like you said, even the guys late in the games, there's not a bunch of guys saying, "No, that was your man." I mean, you don't see that. It looks like it looks like it's well tuned, and they understand their schemes right now.
It's a well-coached team. They are disciplined. Yes. They're not missing a lot of tackles. They are flying around to the football. And like you said, they are good at all 3 levels right now, Buck. It's that simple. Let's hear one more from Steve Sarkisian talking about the defense, right? He was asked in the post-game presser to sort of rate his defense's play through the first 4 games of the year. Here's Sark kind of raving about that side of the football.
Although we lost some really good players off of last year's defense, this group has stepped up and have taken that standard and elevated it to a whole nother level. I mean, we're still playing great run defense, but our pass defense has been so much more improved. And I think that comes with experience that we have in the back end, confidence that we're playing with in the back end, and then but tying it all together and getting some guys back. I mean, you get a Jalen Gilbo back, now you can play a Jahdae Barron at corner. You get a whole nother year of experience in a Manny Muhammad. You bring in an Andrew Makuba, who's got a ton of experience for Clemson, to go along with Michael Taff. And we really didn't have Jelani and Derek Williams tonight, but that group is pretty experienced. They've played a lot of football, and I think they're really working well together. They communicate on a high level, but that only is a byproduct because of what we're doing up front. And that front 4 is playing well, and our backers, I think, are playing at a high level right now.
Yeah, I like the communications is what it's all about. Everything begins and ends with the communications, and this group has now started to get it down. It's good to have that experience back there, but they seem to be communicating and having no problems letting everybody know who you got, where you need to be, and as you said, making those one-on-one tackles. They rallied to the ball, but individuals are making really good plays themselves. It's not like, hey, I'm glad the second guy was there because the first guy missed. They don't miss very many tackles. They bring guys down to the ground. And once again, in this conference, as we get through conference play, everybody's going to try to run against this group. They're going to find out that it's tough sledding, but they're going to all try. They're going to hold themselves to the fact that they'll say that, and it's not a fact. I'm sorry I said the word fact. They're going to hold it to everybody tries to say that Texas, if you punch them hard enough, they'll give in. We saw that last year. They never gave in. And I think this group is very similar to what we saw last year. Maybe not as talented on the front, but they're still not going to give in. They're not going to let you punch them in the mouth with the run game, because the linebacker is going to step right up there and be right where they're supposed to be too. That linebacker play has been great, I believe.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, ULM 25 carries for 57 yards as
Wow.
a team on Saturday night. That's 2.3 yards a carry. The longest rush of the night for the Warhawks, just 8 yards. So very efficient. And yeah, I don't think Texas on the interior of its defensive line is what it was a season ago, but the edge play in 2024 is a hell of a lot better. Shout out to Mr. Sorrell, who was with us this morning. Baron Sorrell, obviously a big part of that. And what you said, I think the linebacker play, I mean, Anthony Hill has been awesome. And you also have depth at linebacker that you didn't have last year. Remember the Oklahoma game? Jalen Ford played more than 80 snaps in that sweltering heat in Dallas last October. That was probably the worst game of his Texas career.
It was.
Probably because he was exhausted. Like, Texas couldn't afford to take him out because they didn't feel like they had anyone behind him. Well, now you've got Ant Hill, who's an all-conference caliber linebacker. Leonga Lafau looks like a real deal. David Benda's back for his 6th year. Mo Blackwell's really good at linebacker. Like, you feel like you can actually rotate guys at every area of your defense, including the secondary. Last year, you didn't feel good about the starters you had in the secondary.
That's true.
This year, it feels like you can rotate guys in your secondary, keep guys fresh, and you're not worried about anybody out there letting the team down. It's been a long time since we've had that around here.
Yeah, I was thinking last year, do not replace anybody in that secondary. I'm worried about the ones that start. Forget trying to put another guy back there. And now you just feel comfortable anybody back there. You know, Makuba and Baron Sorrell, let me just say about him, he has been so strong pushing the run back inside. You know, like I said, everybody's trying to find ways to bounce out in any kind of football. It now seems to be the year of whether it's the NFL, college, every level of football. I'm looking at high school. Everybody's now to the point where they think we have to now start getting on the perimeter again. It's that time that we have to find plays that get you wide, whether it's jet sweep with receivers or fast backs or swing screens, and we can't give up the out. But this group doesn't give up the outside. And then they force the run back into the strength of their defense, and that's in the middle towards those linebackers. So the outside backers, as much as you want them to be knocking guys out and knocking quarterbacks out and, getting sacks, they're doing such a great job in the run game and forcing those guys right back inside to the strength of this defense. That's fantastic. Nobody's bouncing outside. This defense before, every once in a while you'd see, early in the season against non-conference, some running back bounced outside, got around the corner, and got some chunk yards. They haven't given up any chunk yards outside this year. Nobody's bounced out and got to the corner on anybody here. They can't get to the corner. Those guys are being so. I mean, they force everything. They play the perimeter well. They force everything inside, and then they're fast enough to get outside too. So it's just such a great looking defense right now.
Yeah, it is. They're fast as hell, and
they'll start to get tested. You know that those
Sure.
running backs in the Southeast Conference will set you up inside and try to bounce outside because once again, everybody's trying to find ways to get outside on defenses now. That they think that's where the weak link is get to the outside and get me to a cornerback where I'll have my receiver block them. At least I can pick up yards. It's so far so good with Texas, forcing everything back to the inside.
Yeah, some of the defensive numbers from that game on Saturday night are incredible. And some of the defensive numbers we've seen from this team this season are incredible. It's been fun to watch. And Texas, it feels like, has everything you need to compete for a national championship. You've got a great head coach. You've got a great quarterback. You've got an elite defense. You've got talented players at the skill positions. You're great on both lines of scrimmage. Like, that's the recipe, Buck. That's what Steve Sarkisian has been trying to build. Steve Sark, like, Texas hired Sark with the expectation that he would be the right man to lead this team into this new conference. And look, even if Texas wasn't making the move to the SEC, like, you knew that you were going to have to beat SEC teams if you ever wanted to win championships, but especially going into this league where you know how much talent there is, and there's more draft picks from the SEC every year than any other conference. Like, Sark has built this thing. It's obviously been a process, but this team looks like they're about to be elite in the SEC. And you give Sark and this entire coaching staff for what they've done on the recruiting trail, but also what they've done in terms of development as well. You feel incredibly ready to begin this journey into the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, but keep guys as healthy as you can. You got to, once again, you got to be careful and smart on how you practice as you start to go into the SEC, because you can say, well, oh, we're playing Mississippi State this week. well, we got to be careful with guys at the running back position. With Wisner not even playing, Blue looks as healthy as he can be last week. You couldn't tell that he had anything going on with his ankle. You've got Gibson. You've got the kind of guys that you need. You got 3 guys that should be but you want to get them and keep them as healthy as possible. But you can't let up. You can't let up in your run game. I mean, that run game was fantastic on Saturday. They did anything they wanted to, and that's what you're supposed to do against teams like that. You can throw all the bombs you want to, but you got to punish them with the run, and they got punished. Yeah. They got just punished in the run game. Man, they didn't even have to throw a ball if they didn't want to.
No, it was almost like 2023 Michigan second half for Texas football. Like I said it earlier, Trey Owens played the vast majority of the fourth quarter Saturday night. He didn't throw a pass. Texas ran it on every single play in the fourth quarter. They actually had a touchdown drive on one of those fourth quarter possessions. So, yeah, I mean, they only completed 15 passes. They only threw it 8 total times in the second half, and that was all Arch Manning in the third quarter. That was because, number one, Texas had a huge lead, but number two, like you said, Texas was able to get pretty much whatever it wanted running the ball. Jaden Blue. How about Colin Page, the little whitey in garbage time?
Stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody got a chance. Yeah, everybody gets to eat when you're playing these teams like this with that offensive line. They just mowed guys down. Once again, I still like to see some of these big holes because I want to see some of these runners get loose with the one-on-ones. Jaden Blue, like I said, I already know what he can do. He's got all the talent in the world. He's just got to get better with his hands out of the backfield. Gibson is going to, he's just getting all the experience in the world to get ready for SEC play. Whether Wisner's healthy or not, that freshman is getting ready for big-time play. And he looks like he's ready for big-time play.
Yeah, we're still looking for that one explosive home run from a running back. And we've seen it from a wide receiver, right? Ryan Wingo had that 55-yard jet sweep against Michigan.
He can get it all done.
But Jaden Blue actually had his longest run of the year on Saturday night. It was 20 yards, so that was good to see. We're not going to complain about 20-yard carries ever, but you'd love to see a 40, 50, 60 home run at some point from a running back on Texas. We'll get it at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't gotten it yet. All right, Buck, a lot of other college football to get into. Obviously, we'll dive back into Texas and ULM in hour number 2, but we got to go around the country, talk about that Tennessee-Oklahoma game, talk about what happened in Ann Arbor, and talk about some of the other big headlines from college football. But before we go around the country, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
My good friends at 34 Wine and Spirits, folks, if you need to have big gatherings and you need lots of alcohol, 34 Wine and Spirits wholesale distributor, they can get it to your house, to your office, to your business. If you've got a restaurant, they can get it to there. They've got vans going out each and every day all over Travis County, bringing those spirits to you, and they've got tons of it. Or you can stop by their store locally right there at the Southwest Parkway there. Just stay there, go by. They've got all the liquids that you need. They've got all the stuff, the mixed drinks. They've got all the alcohols that you need. 34 Wine and Spirits. Appreciate the folks over there for sure.
Yes, indeed. And you know where you can get your Altstadt beer?
34 Wine and Spirits.
34 Wine and Spirits. Shout out to
Altstadt. It's almost October. It's almost Oktoberfest.
The fall is officially here, which means it's the perfect time to start drinking that Altstadt Oktoberfest. It's in stores now. It's at bars and restaurants now. Be on the lookout for it all across the great state of Texas. And hey, if the heavier, darker Oktoberfest beer isn't your thing, that's all right. Altstadt still has a bunch of other beers. They've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got the light, they've got the Hefeweizen. They've got something for every beer drinker out there. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. Altstadt is liquid gold. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, so you're supporting a local business every time you're drinking Altstadt, and you're supporting your taste buds, most importantly, every time you're drinking Altstadt. This stuff is fantastic. For your football watching all year long, make sure you've got the best beer there is. That is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, because my air conditioning is still clicking. It may say it's the fall, but it ain't fall outside. It ain't fall inside either yet. And my air conditioning is popping on just perfectly thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort System. I get them to check it twice a year. I've already had my winterizing checked. So just in case, since we're in fall, tomorrow it could be 30 degrees or 40 degrees, which it's not going to be. it's all set for just in case it happens. And folks, you need to call the folks at Woods Comfort Systems because they've been doing this for almost 70 years in Central Texas. They are the very best. Air conditioning, heating systems, plumbing now they do. If you've got a problem at home with plumbing, don't call on anybody else. Call the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
Amen. Their phone number, 512-842-5066, or you can find out more online at woodscomfortsystems.com. Shout out to them. And hey, busr.ag. You got a Monday Night Football game tonight. If you're looking to make some money on that game, actually 2 Monday Night Football games tonight.
Yes.
Not that a double header in the NFL. We don't get.
Hey, I've got a big one on hand tonight with the Buffalo Bills.
Yes, if you want to fade the buck and actually make some money, you can do that. busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU Welcome. They're going to hook you up with a first-time deposit bonus of up to $2,500. That's right, up to $2,500. Just go to their website, busr.ag, or if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook or Twitter, click the link in the video description. It will take you right where you need to go. Make sure you type in that promo code TSU Welcome for that great welcome bonus. Turn your game day snacks into stacks tonight and all season long with our friends at busr.ag. Buck, I've been very good. I've been very humble this morning. I'm one of the most humble guys that I know. Like you can't be more humble than me. It really is impossible. Like I'm so calm. I'm so relaxed. I'm so subdued. I'm incredibly humble. I just ooze humility. So it really is maybe not that surprising, actually, that I've gone 52 minutes without bringing up the fact that Michigan beat USC on Saturday.
Yes.
I got roasted by a lot of folks on the Coda text line, on the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats, in real life. Not that this isn't real life. In person. A lot of people called me an idiot for saying Michigan had a chance to beat USC on Saturday. Hell, I said Michigan was going to beat USC on Saturday. I was told by a lot of folks, Buck, this is the worst Michigan team ever. They are maybe the worst team in the history of college football. They've got no chance against USC. Oh, did you see what they did against Texas? How are they going to beat USC? What happened on Saturday at the Big House?
They got a win, and they shoved it down their throats, and they're still no good, by the way.
Come on.
They're not.
I'm not saying they're a playoff team. I said that last week. Like last year after Texas beat Bama and everyone said Bama sucked, I was like, hey, Bama's going to be awesome this year, and they might make the college football playoff. And sure enough, they still did. I think Michigan's going to lose 2 more games this season. But a lot of people were saying 7-5, 6-6. Yes, you weren't. A lot of people were. A lot of people thought this was going to be a bad Michigan team. They didn't think they had a chance against USC at home. USC coming off of a bye week. They had that nice win against LSU. Oh, it's a new Lincoln Riley defense. It's a new era of USC football. Everybody was saying Michigan had no chance. And the reason I'm bragging this much, I'm doing this because I'm a Texas fan. Everyone's trying to diminish the Longhorns win at the Big House like, oh, congrats, you beat a horrible Michigan team. Maybe Michigan's not as bad as you think, which maybe means Texas is a little bit better than a lot of people out there are trying to think.
Well, they're trying to find some blemishes that the Longhorns can show you, but so far it's just been hard to do that. Remember, this is a team that went in to the football season with their 2 starting running backs hurt. I mean, it's like they're not starting running backs, but 2 running backs that were going to probably play a little bit. They're gone. They're not there. They never started the season, and they won't end the season. They were hurt before it started, so it already puts you kind of behind the 8 ball in a conference that you've got to have a pretty good running game in. And they showed. They went to Michigan. They ran the ball. They did everything they had. You know, you're missing 2 great players on the defensive line. You went to Michigan and proved that didn't really matter either. But the Michigan team, that, as I said, they'll eventually start looking. Those offensive linemen will start looking like the guys that just went to the NFL. They only recruit just good offensive linemen at Michigan. That's just what they do.
Yeah. I mean, they only threw for 32 yards in that game against USC. That is remarkable and embarrassing for USC that they lost a game like that. But that Michigan offensive line that ran for 250 plus against USC, they couldn't do anything against Texas, could they?
No.
Like, that's my point here is like so many people were just saying, oh, congrats, you beat Michigan at the Big House this year. That's not impressive. All of these teams are going to beat Michigan at the Big House this year. Well, USC, the number 11 team in the country, team that a lot of people were buying stock in after what they did in week 1 against LSU, they couldn't go into the Big House and win. So I'm just saying, everybody out there who tried to dunk on Texas and say, oh, congrats, you beat Michigan in 2024, maybe tap the brakes a little bit. Maybe give the Longhorns a little bit more credit for that big win a couple of weeks ago. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, this team has the makings, like you said, of a playoff team and a national championship contender for sure. And that Michigan team, while they may lose another game or two, they're not losing. They're not going to be 7-5. You can forget about that. That run game is going to get better. I don't know if the quarterback will get better at the passing game, but they don't care how they win. They just win. They don't care. They don't care if they mow you down for 350 yards of rushing and 30 yards in passing. They win a different way. That's how they play there. That's how they've always played. So it'll be interesting to see who can come in and beat Michigan from this point on, but with the exception of Ohio State. They don't play Penn State. Penn State missed out on the year to get them if they were ever going to get them. So everybody else, buckle up because Michigan will run the ball at you.
I'm not like I don't know if this is all of a sudden the obvious year to get Michigan. I mean, they're not as good as they have been, but I still think that's a good team. And they thought they were going to out physical Texas, and they didn't come close to doing that. They ran for 290 yards against USC.
Well, I think teams like Illinois have a shot against them for the first time ever. I don't think teams like Purdue have a shot against them. I think decent teams like
ever. First time in maybe the last 4 years, but Michigan's been pretty susceptible with Brady Hoke and Rich Rod. They've been able to lose to those teams
for a long time. For 4 or 5 years where they've been in playoff situations and won Big Ten championships. The other groups in the Big Ten have a shot. Indiana may even have a shot against them.
Would you pick Indiana to beat Michigan? After they just beat USC?
Indiana will be in the game with them. I know that. Everybody's going to be in the game with them because they can't. They don't score enough points because they can't pass. They still can't. That dude can't throw.
No, 7 of 12 for 32 yards. They made the quarterback change, and it worked, and they won. Alex Orji's not in there for throwing. He ran it 13 times.
No, they're telling you exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for some teams to stop it, and it's embarrassing for USC.
It was.
They still, and that's for Lincoln Riley. That's always been the knock on his teams, right? They can't win matchups of physicality, and that was a physical football game, and you knew it was going to be going in, and people were hoping or thinking that SC had turned a corner with this new defensive coordinator, and this was just a new era of SC football. So once again, lose a game to a team that had 32 passing yards.
But you said all along before the season even started, for Texas to play Michigan on that even though they're playing them away, it wouldn't matter where they played them. To play them at that part of the season was perfect.
Yeah, I just think Texas is that good. I think the game could have been this Saturday, and Texas still would have won the same way they did. Well, maybe not because Quinn Ewers wasn't healthy this Saturday. Mm-hmm. But if Quinn Ewers was healthy, if it was the same rosters that we saw in week 2, but the development that we've seen from Michigan since week 2, then I still think Texas would go in there and ass them. So,
I think Texas is getting plenty of play all around the nation on how good they are. I think where it is I think a lot of the fans still, we're not quite there yet. That's the part that you think of is maybe it's the fans more so because the nation thinks they're pretty damn good. Yeah, people around the country said, this group looks like the same group we saw last year winning those games, winning the Big 12 championship and moving on and playing pretty well in the playoffs. I think people around the nation there's not many. I don't hear many of them saying, no, they haven't played anybody yet. All I hear is people saying that group has got some depth and they got some players.
Yeah, you do a good job.
And they got 2 quarterbacks. So if one gets hurt or something happens, they've got a guy who can come in a pinch and be, can really hold the fort for a while. I think that people around that see football understand how good Texas really is and how they've grown their depth and their strength on both sides of the line.
Yeah, no, you're right. The analysts have been giving Texas some love. And look, you do a great job of not checking Twitter. That's my bad. Like, I check Twitter and I see other fans talk about
Yeah.
Texas's win at Michigan and just try to poo-poo it as, oh, that's no big deal. They're not any good this season. Look, I don't think Michigan's a playoff team this year. I'm going to reiterate that. I already know someone's going to be like, PK, you said Michigan was great and they just lost to USC, or they didn't lose to USC. They just lost to Ohio State. What are you talking? No, but I do think Michigan's still a top 20 to 25 team in college football. And to go on the road and win at that place is not an easy thing to do.
No.
So that's not
and
as
if they
many
get their
people.
running game going, that's going to be great to take that on the road with you. By the way, their defense is not going to play like shit like they did against Texas. That's you're not going to see a lot of that anymore.
No, I think it's because Texas's offense is that
Right.
good. That's an elite
Absolutely.
defense. They made Miller Moss, who was kind of a trendy Heisman pick, really struggle at times. Had a bad pick six, couple of interceptions on Saturday. So that's my soapbox. I was happy Michigan won on Saturday. Hell, that game finished while we were doing our pregame show at Schultz Garden. And when Kalel Mullings ran in that game-winning touchdown on 4th and 1, a lot of Texas fans started cheering too. I think everyone was pretty excited because that makes the Longhorns win up there look a little bit better. What about the game in Norman, Buck? Tennessee 25, Oklahoma 15. It didn't feel that close.
No.
A disastrous performance for Oklahoma. They benched Jackson Arnold in the first half on Saturday.
Yeah, they are so – I bet you people in Norman are so – they're thinking, and we ran our other guy off. You wanted to get Jackson Arnold in here so quick so that you let Gabriel just walk out the door or guided him out the door. I don't know if that was a great move by them. I thought it would take some time for this young guy to – and he was good last week, but he wasn't good this week.
Oh.
He was not – Tennessee's defense is so fast. They sped up his thinking process, and his thinking process wasn't that good on Saturday. It was good enough to get him on the bench.
Yeah, he was terrible. 7 of 16 for 54 yards, had an interception, lost a fumble as well on what was deemed a lateral, right? He got pressured and tried to throw a little screen pass, it ended up being a backwards pass that Tennessee recovered. The Sooners were down 19-3 at halftime, and that first half, almost all of it was played by Jackson.
It didn't look as close as it was. It didn't feel like it was – it didn't feel like Oklahoma was ever going to score.
Well, that's why I thought, and look, for all the patting on the back I just gave myself for picking Michigan to cover, I thought Oklahoma was going to cover against Tennessee because I thought Oklahoma's defense was going to make Tennessee's offense struggle, and it did.
Yes.
Like, Nico looked like a redshirt freshman making his first career start on the road in a very hostile environment against a very good defense. Like, I thought Tennessee would gift the ball to Oklahoma a few times, and Oklahoma's defense is that good. I thought they'd be able to keep them in the game. I knew OU's offense was bad. I didn't think it was that bad. I think it was bench or
runners. Why is the University of Oklahoma not without a running back, period? I know they touted this young guy that's running right now. At this level, for Oklahoma, they should have they should have 5 better running backs than that kid playing now.
They have nothing on offense. Like, their offensive line is terrible. You're right. Their running backs. Buck, how about this stat? Oklahoma, and this does include sack yardage. Keep that in mind. But This is what the box score reads right now. 34 carries, 36 yards.
Wow.
That is 1.1 yards per carry for Oklahoma. Like, I know Tennessee's really good, but like you said, it's Oklahoma.
I stumble and fall and get at least 2 yards a clip when I fall.
Do you?
Yeah, I go 2 yards. I get 2 yards. You know what I mean? When I land on my shoulder, I move the ball forward for a first down. I don't get knocked back. When I start to stumble, I don't stumble backwards. Their group gets knocked backwards almost.
Knocked backwards.
1 yard?
They can't throw. They can't run. They can't block. They can't catch. I was texting our buddy Tyler McComas, who covers Oklahoma and does sports radio up in Norman. He said he thinks Pflugerville High School's offense is better than what Oklahoma has on offense now.
I don't know how it's – I know we got to wait to get to the game. I know we'll have a week off and plenty of talk about it, but I'll never take that game for granted, playing against those people.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because the quarterback Oklahoma brought in late in the first half, had a little bit more juice than Jackson Arnold did. Now, it still wasn't a great performance, but
No.
Michael Hawkins Jr., the freshman, son of former Oklahoma player Michael Hawkins, looked pretty good. I mean, he did a couple of good things at least. Now, the game was kind of in hand, but Michael Hawkins was a better thrower. He's got a little bit more speed than Jackson Arnold does. So what I'm trying to say is I'm curious to see who starts for OU at Auburn this Saturday, because like Texas, Oklahoma has a bye next week. So we've only got one more game for each of these teams before Red River on October 12th. But I do wonder who gets the start for Oklahoma.
I know this. They can't afford to lose the War Eagle.
I know. I think it will be Hawkins, by the way. Like, I don't know if Jackson Arnold is done forever, but I think for now, from what I'm hearing behind the scenes, Jackson Arnold's not going to start for the Sooners on the road this Saturday. So I do want to see what Michael Hawkins looks like, if he is going to be the guy that Texas faces in a few weeks. But as of right now, it's like, I know that game is that game, and I'm still going to take OU to cover the spread.
Yeah, OU's defense will eat up War Eagle, because War Eagle's offense is like their offense.
Yeah, that game's gonna be 9-6 Saturday.
Oh my goodness, is that gonna be awful?
It's gonna be ugly. I think Oklahoma's gonna win, and they did open up as a favorites at Auburn, but both teams can't offense right now.
Yeah. By the way, Aggies, don't pump up your chest. Don't push your chest out too far. No. Playing the Bowls of Green Saturday.
I don't think any Aggie fan is talking too much trash right now, are they?
I mean, you get on the Twitter, they've got to be talking about how they found their guy now. We're there. Really?
Yeah. I mean, they did win on Saturday nights against Bowls of Green. And maybe Bowls of Green has a little juice to them this year. Remember, they gave Penn State some problems in Happy Valley back in week 2.
They all count for losses, Bowls of Green.
A&M 26, Bowls of Green 20. That game was 20-17 late in the third. And Bowling Green blocked a punt. And they got great field position. And their kicker missed a 28-yard field goal that would have tied the game going into the fourth. So not only did they not punch it in, right, they had great field position. It's like, oh, my God, they might score a touchdown and take the lead here. But they couldn't even make a 28-yard field goal. And then A&M added one fourth quarter touchdown to extend the game, and they held on to win.
Aggies don't have garbage time. They're always in a dogfight no matter who they play.
Yeah, that was a less than optimistic performance for Aggies. And they play Arkansas, who Arkansas's got a little spunk to them.
They do.
They did go on the road and beat Auburn on Saturday. Now, I think more of that is just Auburn being ass.
They're terrible.
Auburn is general booty. That's the phrase.
I'm telling you, when we were at the SEC Media Week up in Dallas, and we were sitting beside the guys from Auburn, they had no excitement about their team. It was like, Auburn. Auburn. We're in Alabama. Hey, you let me know that they were in Alabama. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that.
I didn't think they'd think it was going to be this bad. Like, that was one of the most winnable games they had. Arkansas at home. Like, if you don't win that one, who are you going to beat?
Maybe they have Vandy on their schedule. Vandy will give them a hell of a game if they got them on their schedule.
How about these next 3 games for Auburn? OU, at Georgia, at Mizzou.
Wow.
There's 3 losses right there, partner.
Man.
They do have Vanderbilt on the schedule. They also have Louisiana Monroe on the schedule late in the year. Maybe they could get a win against the Warhawks. Maybe they could get a win against the Warhawks.
My goodness.
They also have to play, obviously, Alabama, and that game is in Tuscaloosa this year. So,
yeah, that won't be a competitive game, I don't believe.
No. Auburn has lost to Cal and Arkansas at home this season, 4 weeks into the year.
Man.
Vandy's going to beat them.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think you're right about that.
The game is at Auburn, so that gives the Tigers a little bit of a chance. But Vandy has looked better through 4 games.
Did you say the Aggies have them? Does the Aggies play Auburn?
Yes, at Auburn, second to last game of the year.
Auburn's got a win. They got one. They got 2 wins.
You're giving Auburn a win in that one?
ULM and the Aggies, yes.
There you go. Yeah, it is tough times. I know Hugh Freeze is only in year 2, but Auburn does not have a lot of patience with their football coaches. They'll fire coaches who win championships.
Oh, yeah, they won't wait long there.
They won't wait long there, and they're desperate out
And
there.
I love the Aggies playing Arkansas. This is the one in Jerry's World. They still do that there?
I don't know why they do, but they do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's defense optional with Jerry World this year. We'll talk about the Cowboys a little bit later in today's show. How about AB3? Can we have a moment of silence for Mac Brown?
Oh, my. Dolly Madison. She rolls into town and throws 70 on Mac Brown's group. I mean, Mac, it's getting towards that time. He was one of the great coaches in North Carolina history, but it's getting towards that time for him.
Oh, a forced retirement?
Well, yeah. I mean, that program's starting to look like he did in his latter years at Texas, where, you lose one player, they lose the quarterback. Dude, they look horrible. 70 points?
Come on, man.
Was it in the 50s at halftime?
Yeah, it was 53-21 at
Oh,
reset.
my goodness.
Hey, Carolina was 3-0 going in.
They were until Dolly Madison rolled in there with her sideshow and put 70 on 70 points.
70 points. Yeah, some huge plays, too, against that Carolina defense.
Oh, you just don't know. They love Mac Brown there, but they are just going nuts this morning. The media there. 70, Mac? Really?
Mac Brown, after the game, called it embarrassing and shocking, and I would agree with him. Carolina's got Duke this week, obviously their biggest rival. Maybe there was a little overlooking going on there.
They were looking to get to Duke. Wow.
I don't know. I don't know how else to explain that game on Saturday. I mean, I didn't watch it live, but it didn't matter what game you were watching in the 11 a.m. window on Saturday. They would cut to Carolina giving up.
They just kept cutting in on that. They scored again.
Game break. Oh, my God. James Madison is 53 at halftime in Chapel Hill. What's going on right now?
Man, oh, man. That was something.
Disaster for Mac Brown. And a couple of other results. Utah without Cam Rising over Oklahoma State in Stillwater, 22-19. This game was 22-3. A couple of late touchdowns made it interesting for the Pokes. But that Utah defense, very, very impressive.
Sorry, Gundy, you're not winning the championship this year.
Utah, I think, has to be the favorite in the Big 12 if Cam Rising comes back. Now, they're not going to win every game with Isaac Wilson.
No.
Zach Wilson's brother at QB. But if they can win on the road at Oklahoma State with that guy, leads you to believe that they've got the overall roster to make it to the playoff.
Be careful of the guys from Lubbock right now.
Yeah, they did beat Arizona State, which Texas State could not do.
Yeah, let's not forget that.
I'll forget about that. Yeah, Texas Tech, look, they've got an easy Big 12 schedule, all things considered. They don't have to play Utah this season, so I don't think they're going to be in Arlington for the Big 12 title game, but maybe crazier things have happened. They looked
better than people thought they were.
So that's the game I want to get into next because – we don't care that much about the Big 12 anymore. I get it. But there's a very compelling storyline stemming from that game. BYU 38, Kansas State 9 in Provo. Remember, Kansas State was the 13th ranked team in the country going into that game. They were favored on the road in Provo. And BYU with a Jewish quarterback. That's the biggest story in college football this year. It ain't Texas. It's the fact that BYU has a Jewish quarterback, and he's actually good. They're 4-0 right now.
There you go.
That's amazing stuff right there.
Now, this isn't his first. This is his second year, correct?
He played
some, right?
Of last season. Yeah. He wasn't a starter last year, but he did come in and play some for BYU. But they were 5-7. Kalani Sitake, people were calling for his job. It just kind of looked like BYU had lost its way a little bit. And how about that for a conference opener? They crushed Kansas State. Crazy game. Punt return touchdown, fumble return touchdown. But that's not
like something that Kansas State would be doing to them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, K-State, it was kind of close, and then there was like a 10-minute stretch of gameplay where it just got away from K-State. But the reason why I'm bringing this game up, Buck, a tweet got sent out last Wednesday. Remember, before Florida State played its first game of the year against Georgia Tech, or against Boston College, actually the second game of the year, we had that Florida State fan say that he would eat dog crap.
Oh, was he? Oh, yeah.
if Florida State lost, and he never did it, he pussed out. He deleted his Twitter account and all of his social media accounts and just disappeared off the face of the earth. Well, we had a K-State fan do something similar.
No.
Last Wednesday, a tweet was sent out by @SaintBillSnyder. I'll share the screen. This tweet is still up there. And of course, we liked it. If K-State loses to BYU, I'll shove a beefy 5-layer burrito up my ass. That was the tweet sent out last Wednesday at 8:44 a.m. by St. Bill Snyder.
All right, St. Bill.
It's still up there. And people were like, oh, my God, is he actually going to do it? There's no way he's going to do it. This guy's going to cop out just like that Florida State fan. Well, a tweet yesterday sent out by St. Bill Snyder said, in talks with Taco Bell execs, we're going to make college football history.
Nice.
So he is insinuating that he's actually going to shove a Taco Bell 5-layer burrito up his rectum.
Or he's going to attempt to.
He's going to attempt to. Yeah, I don't know how far he's going to get. And maybe the funniest part of all of this, the guy changed his Twitter header picture to a picture of a Taco Bell beefy 5-layer burrito.
I think you start out with a nice habit trail going in his ass, and then have just something that blows that right through the hole. Yeah.
What would that be?
I don't know. You see those commercials where where people get in, they fly in the thing with the flying suit inside a little cage. I think that blower ought to go right by the habit trail, right by his ass. Get that burrito there, or a little small cannon maybe.
To just shoot it up there?
Oh yeah.
We got to get Smokey the cannon.
Oh yeah, get a Smokey right in that habit trail, and well, you won't need a habit trail if you use that Smokey. That's going in his ass. Now it may not all get in there, but part of it's going in. So part of it's going to be inserted. We need a crispy taco. That's what we definitely need.
Oh, if Smokey the Cannon is firing crispy tacos into people's rectums, then that's game over.
You don't want to see that on Saturday.
No, that's a live death.
Oh,
I don't need to watch somebody die in real time. You can't survive that from that close. No way.
No, just a habit trail, the little habit trail where the hamsters go through.
What is that?
Insert that, and I don't know, some kind of thing that pops that baby in there.
Oh, I didn't like that sound at all.
No, That's not the way that's going to sound. There's going to be a scream with that.
Yeah, like that's not that bad of a sound, but when we're talking about someone keystering something, I don't like hearing that sound when having this conversation.
Oh man,
what is this?
The guy who was going to eat crap would not do it. He disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared, but
he did it and he's dead.
No, we would have heard if
That's
that guy
true.
did it and died or did it and didn't die. We would know. That guy, once again, chickened out. This guy, we'll see if he actually does it, but that's pretty amazing. What is it? What is a habit trail? What is that word you keep using?
Habit trail. That's the thing that you see those little hamsters. You see the hamster and the little goes through the tube.
Yes.
In a hamster cage. That's a habit trail.
You want to put a burrito in there and get it in?
Yeah, man. I'm not saying stick a hamster in there to shoot up his ass, but you can get a burrito in there.
Oh my God. Yeah. What do you put a condom on that thing? Or you just raw dog it? What do you do?
Dude, that doesn't sound pleasant.
No. I just don't know. There's no way. You have to like cut it up into small pieces and insert one by one.
Fire that thing in there, blast it.
Oh my God. And we got a few people texting in. I'll screen share this, Buck. Let me find it real quick. But BYU, the team that beat Kansas State, that is obviously forcing this St. Bill Snyder guy into shoving this beefy 5-layer burrito up his rectum. They tweeted out like during the fourth quarter of that beatdown, 2 simple words: Live Moss. So they caught wind of that guy's tweets and they had some fun with it, because why the hell would you not have some fun with it?
Of course.
Let me see. I'm doing some scrolling real quick.
Put a condom on the burrito and shoot it up his ass. He won't do that.
Yeah,
That's just a bunch of talk.
You don't think he'll? Well,
No, of course not.
There's no way, because
that would kill somebody.
Yeah, this is one of those fake fan accounts, right? So we already screen shared it. The guy's Twitter name is @SaintBillSnyder, and his picture on Twitter is a picture of Bill Snyder. So if this guy does do this, or even like attempt to do this, or even like attempt to do something close to this, because I don't know how he's going to actually do what he's claiming he's going to be able to do. He's going to have like a brown paper bag over his head, right?
Of course he is.
Or his head's just going to be off camera. There's no way this guy's actually going to put a face to this name on this deal.
There is nothing like I know the word habitrail because I had an artist that was one of my running backs at Boston College, and he did he drew this thing where he put the face of one of the as a matter of fact, he put the face of the kid whose dad was in the mob. He put his face, and he put a habitrail going into his rear end with a hamster running into his ass with a string on the hamster's tail. He put it around campus.
No way.
Oh yeah, it had little ears. It had his face with little hamster ears, and it had a habitrail going into his rectal area with a hamster running in there, and the hamster had a string on its tail so he could pull it out. It was unbelievable. He put that on campus in buildings. You don't think the kid was pissed? Surprised the kid's dad didn't kill the guy.
I was going to say, they did that to the mobster's kid?
Yes.
Oh, my God. That is incredible.
Oh, my goodness. And the guy was the kid was such a good artist. I mean, he had little ears like a little hamster. So that's why I get the habitrail. I'm like, you can tube somebody with one of those things. I guess people get keistered by hamsters. Some people. Oh, those people, them people, whoever does, that's quite risky.
As I say, you have a lot of knowledge about this subject. So
quite risky.
Leads me to believe you might have some experience in
this.
No,
I have no experience except for a picture I saw.
You know all the terms. You know how to do it. Why do you know all this stuff, Buck? Come on. Oh my God.
It's hard to erase the side of that picture on campus when players would go into the dining facility, and there that picture was on the bulletin board. You know how mad that
anybody is nuts, but to do that to a mobster's kid, the balls on that person.
Oh yeah.
And you knew who did it?
Oh, I knew who did it. Yes.
Oh my God, that guy probably is in a wheelchair right now.
He was a fine artist.
Yeah, that's an impressive display right there, but that is bold by that guy. So there you go. Yeah, BYU, great win for them. One of the stories of college football, and I am fascinated to see if this K-State fan actually pays off his bet and sticks a Taco Bell beefy 5-layer burrito.
Oh, man.
You know, it always comes out that side. It usually doesn't go in that side.
You're making those bets.
Yeah, keep making those bets because it's content, baby. Like, hopefully no one we love does anything like that.
Man, man.
The internet, people on the internet, randos out there. You know how I feel about K-State. I can't stand them. So I'm all over this. I was rooting for the Jewish Mormons on Saturday night. They got it done.
They're playing pretty well right now.
They're playing great, man. And Provo's a tough place to win. Unfortunately, we know that as Texas fans. BYU's got a little something to their game now.
I saw the Ponies, the Mustangs made a little comeback. Boy, they put numbers on TCU. How about that over in that game?
Yeah, wow. By the way, BYU is now ranked in the top 25. They're number 22. And yes, SMU beat the brakes off of TCU. And remember, Sonny Dykes was once the coach at SMU.
Yeah.
Left to take the job at TCU. You can't say it was a bad move because TCU played for a national title a couple of years ago. But obviously, Ponies fans get very excited whenever they get the chance to beat Sonny Dykes.
That was for the skillet, wasn't it?
Battle for the Iron Skillet. Sonny Dykes got ejected in that game.
He got ejected?
Yes, 2 unsportsmanlike conducts early in the third quarter. So I think SMU was up by 20 at halftime. TCU returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown, but they called a hold on it. And it was a very, very soft holding call. But Sonny Dykes was pissed. And he got 2 unsportsmanlike conducts on the same play.
Wow.
He just kept yelling at the ref who was on the sideline in front of him. He was MFing him and just wouldn't let it go. His coaches were trying to stop him, and he wouldn't give it up, and he got tossed.
Wow.
Yeah, so bad news, dude. Sonny Dykes, it's hard to think his seat could be hot because
It's got to be.
once again, 2 years ago, they won a playoff game and played for a national championship, but yeah, it's not good. And a lot of Texas fans, this tweet was going viral. Richard Justice, longtime writer in the state of Texas, when TCU was having its great season and Texas was still trying to find its way and under Steve Sarkisian, Richard Justice tweeted 2 years ago, the Longhorns AD wanted Sonny Dykes, a booster demanded Steve Sarkisian. How's that working out, buddy?
Ooh.
That was a tweet that got sent out 2 years ago, and Texas fans found that over the weekend and started blasting Richard Justice on Twitter for that take. Because Sonny Dykes is getting ejected, losing to a bad SMU team by 20. And, oh, by the way, the Texas Longhorns with Steve Sarkisian, the number one team in America.
Man.
So there you go. There's a little around the country for college football. We will have our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered on the show tomorrow morning at 8:30 to go around the SEC. We'll get his thoughts on Tennessee, Oklahoma, on the Auburn issues, and on everything else that happened in the SEC this weekend. But obviously a lot for us to get into.
I mean, that thing's got to be getting heated up in Auburn already. Like you said, they fire coaches in a year. That's not going well.
No, I'll do some message board hunting today with Auburn to see what's going on over there. But I think you're right. Like I feel very confident in saying there are some Auburn fans who are already ready to pull the plug on the Hugh Freeze experiment.
Oh, no, they're gathering that bag of money, that buyout money.
Which is great. Year two?
Yes.
What are we doing, man?
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, but whatever they're doing, they're not doing it right in Auburn. That's for sure.
I mean, look, there were some Texas fans who were like probably ready to pull the plug on Sark after year one because it was 5-7.
But there's always that's always like that in year one.
I know. And
if you don't get anything done.
Or even some in year two. Texas was 8-5. Obviously, a much better year two than year one, but still there were some disappointing losses in that stretch. And you felt like Texas had more talent than some of the teams they were losing to. And I guarantee you, I'm sure a lot of folks deleted some tweets, but there are some fans who are like, this ain't working. This ain't the right guy. Like you have to give a guy 3 years. You have to. And obviously with Sark, we saw what he did in year three. You have to, unless there's off the field stuff. Like I advocated for Texas to give Charlie a year 3. I said, you don't give him a year 4 because this ain't getting any better.
Right.
But it's crazy to me that unless your coach is abusing players or you have a bunch of guys like getting arrested off the field.
Oh, you mean if they're driving if they're driving 106 miles an hour?
Hey, if that was happening at Auburn, Hugh Freeze would get fired because they'd have an excuse. But Georgia's winning games, so they ain't firing Kirby Smart because they're winning championships with that dude. But to me, you have to give a guy 3 years, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, because they're 5-year contracts, you got to give them at least 3. You're right.
Right.
2 years is kind of that's brutal. But that hot seat, I mean, what's Napier there? This is his 3rd year?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, in the SEC, you're going to get 3.
Yeah,
you may sign for 5, but you'll get 3.
Yeah, he might not get a full 3. And look, you got to see him prove. Like, if you want to fire somebody midway through year 3 because the team is no better than they were in year 1,
right?
Okay. You have to let a guy at least start at year 3 and give himself a chance, right? Like
Auburn was such a proud program for a long time, and then it just started tanking. Then they'd make a comeback, and it's almost like they hadn't been anybody since Cam Newton. It seems, Well,
they did play for a national title a few years later with a different head coach, and Nick Marshall was their quarterback. That was Gus Malzahn team, I think, wasn't it?
And yeah, it just hasn't been.
And then they fell off after that, and then it's been more bad than good lately for Auburn. Obviously, living in Alabama's shadow doesn't help because you got to deal with Roll Tide fans every day. And then
and in our beloved SEC, Mississippi's pretty good.
Yeah, well, they got to play somebody first. But I do agree. I had them in the playoff before the season started. I think they're very good. I want to see them actually play somebody with the pulse.
My God, I mean, what is the SEC going to put 5 teams in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Easy 5.
They've got 5 teams ranked in the top 6. Mizzou did drop a few spots, even though they won. For the last 2 weeks, it was 6 in the top 7. Now it's 5 in the top 6, and Mizzou fell to number 11 because they needed 2 overtimes to beat Vandy at home. So they dropped out of the top 10. But yeah, I think when it's all said and done, we'll see 5 SEC teams in the playoff.
Sure.
It's going to be hard to keep them out the way some of these teams are looking right now, for sure.
I think people are going to pray Penn State into this deal.
Yeah, look at Penn State. They haven't lost a game yet. If
They're not fighting the Illini.
If they lose one game this year, they'll make the playoff. Obviously, if they run the table, they'll be a top 4 seed and they'll make the playoff. But maybe 2-loss Penn State still gets in. Like the SEC and the Big Ten, I think, are going to dominate. I know right now you look around the country and you see, a lot of 0 and 1 loss teams in other conferences, but we're so early on that I feel like a lot of the best teams in the Big 12 and ACC are going to lose at least once, if not twice or thrice.
I'm looking at teams like Army and Navy. Those teams are hard to play against, and Navy and Army both have really good quarterbacks. Army's got the best running game in America right now, but we know who they play. But they're still ankle biters, and they are still tough.
Yeah, both teams undefeated right now. It's awesome.
Yeah.
That was one of the few picks you got right this weekend, was betting on Army.
Oh, I was all over the Black Knights of the Hudson and that. Poor Rice. It's like I can get anybody over Rice right now. That's one of the bad teams that play tough teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got to make some money for their program, so they're going to play teams. But that's in their conference, I believe.
I was going to say, Army's not one of those teams.
No, Army's not one of those teams. But if they play, if they play a team that's going to cut block them all day long and knock out guys, then they're going to have trouble. So they don't have the kind of depth that Army can get in there and play against a lot of people because just they're the way they play offense.
It's a tough
you got to
team.
be disciplined in order to play that kind of offense, and you got to be able to be disciplined to defend them.
Yeah. Excuse me.
So if you're just a bunch of kids from Rice and athletically you're not that great and you're not that powerful, they steamroll them Saturday.
It's a tough team to prepare for with only a week.
For sure.
Like if you get a month, if you get an off season and you're going up against an offense like Army or Navy's, then you're okay.
Yeah, well, because offensively, you never give them the ball. You punch them in the mouth in your run game. You just run down their throats.
Well, what they do is just so different than the other 11 teams you're going to play in a year. Like I know everyone has different wrinkles to offenses, right? No 2 college football offenses are identical, but it's just such a 180.
Oh yeah,
what most teams do. That
it's hard to practice against that type. It's hard to against the option like that. Air Force, Navy, and Army. I mean, it's hard to practice because you don't like to have your guys in practice getting cut like that. Those guys cut block your legs, so you can't have your guys that don't know how to really cut block cutting your own players at practice. That's hard to simulate. Yeah, because one of those guys will get your guys hurt. Just like when you play against them, they don't give a shit if you get hurt. They'll cut the back of your knees. They don't care what your position you're in. They go right through you with the way they block. So I've watched that. I mean, I've watched guys come off the field limping, ankles get caught up underneath those dudes, and they don't even care.
No.
Like I said, they go to war. They don't care about what they do to your ankles.
Those guys are heroes. We tip our cap. And I root for those teams. You got to root for the academies unless they're playing your team.
I was rooting for them on Saturday.
Yeah, that was your biggest play of the weekend, and you did get that one right.
Baker.
But you've got one more play tonight in the NFL, but as of right now, you are 2-5 on your Gold Star locks of the weekend.
What else did I miss? Why didn't I take, you know what? I did away from this take Pittsburgh because the Pittsburgh Panthers are headed to the ACC championship.
Hey, the people don't care about your non-Gold Star locks, okay?
They don't care?
No, if you're not giving people advice, they don't want to hear that you did well on picks that you didn't give. They want to hear that you did well on picks that you did give.
Didn't I take Tennessee?
That was your other correct pick. Congratulations. You had Nebraska on Friday night.
Oh, God.
So they were going to kill Illinois. They lost. You had
Illinois
Mizzou.
Defeated.
You had Mizzou. Said they were going to kill Vanderbilt. They needed double overtime to win that. Yikes. And then you were 0-3 in the NFL yesterday. You did have Baker moneymaker.
Yes.
-6.5 against Denver. They lost at home by a lot. You had the Saints. I tried to tell you.
Oh, my God.
The Eagles were going to go into NOLA and win that game.
How did they blow that game?
Because they're the Saints, and they're Derek Carr. Oh, he's Derek Carr.
And Barkley looks fabulous.
And the Raiders, they scored like 12 points. That offense is still a problem with Philly. But, they found a nice win on the road. And
now
then
they got all the receivers knocked out.
Yeah, you're right. A.J. Brown missed the game, and then Devontae Smith got hurt in that game. So
did he go out with a concussion? That had to be a concussion, right?
I didn't see what the diagnosis was, but it looked like it. He got.
I would have been concussed. How about that hit?
I would have been on the ground for hours. That guy got crunched by like 3 different people.
And then the linebacker laid him out.
Yeah, I don't know how that wasn't a penalty, too. Like that looked like a head-to-head shot there. So the Eagles win. They got some questions still. And then you also the power of the buck knows no bounds.
I took the Raiders.
You made the Carolina Panthers look like a Super Bowl contender.
I'll never take the Raiders ever again.
Because you bet against them yesterday. You made
the red rifle.
There is one quarterback in the NFL through almost 3 full weeks of the season that has thrown for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's Andy Dalton. That's the power of the buck. All you need is the buck to bet against Carolina, and they're going to come out and look like the best team in the league. Congratulations.
The worst personnel, and then Andy Dalton goes in there and fires up the Raiders. The Raiders just can't get it right.
No, they suck. A lot of survivors.
Hey, by the way, their new coach will be on the hot seat in year 1.
Yeah,
with the Davis. With Mr. Davis, he's not going to make it.
It's always the risk of hiring an interim guy. Like Antonio Pierce did a great job as an interim coach last year. The players obviously loved him.
Oh, yeah, they love it. And when the players love you, you're dead.
Well, it's tough because, remember, the Raiders were in this situation a few years ago when John Gruden got fired midway through the season for being a piece of crap. The interim coach led them to the playoffs. They almost won a playoff game in Cincinnati the year the Bengals played for the Super Bowl. And they fired him to bring in Josh McDaniels, who was a total disaster. So this time around, the Raiders fired McDaniels midseason. The interim coach does well, and I think Davis is like, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Last time I let the interim guy go and brought in somebody else, and it sucked. So this time I'm going to try to hire the interim guy.
You're right.
And it ain't working. So, look, I like – the Panthers are bad. They still have a lot of organizational issues. But for all the folks who are like, Bryce isn't the problem. I mean, he ain't the only problem, but come on, look at Andy Dalton yesterday. Like, with that same talent, that same bad O-line, those same bad receivers, that same defense, they crushed Vegas in Vegas.
They're getting to the playoffs.
I wouldn't say that. I still think it's like a 4 or 5 win team. But, for everyone who's like, oh, none of it's Bryce's fault. Bryce ain't making the throws that Dalton was making yesterday.
Tell your Texans to quit picking on the Minnesota Vikings. Quit playing them in regular season no matter what.
Yeah,
keep them off your schedule.
Well, let's before we get to the Cowboys and Texans games, because it was a rough Sunday if you were a Texas NFL fan. We'll talk about both of those. But how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
What do I have? I did 34, yeah.
Sue Patrick.
Yeah, heck yeah. Sue Patrick. We'll be there on Wednesday, folks. 5222 Burnett Road. Sue Patrick and our friends over at Sue Patrick. We'd love to see you over there on Wednesday. Start of the SEC schedule. I'm pretty sure Jay would love to see you over there. All those Texas-themed items, the polos, the hats, you can get them all at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatricks.com. But we'd love to see you there Wednesday. We'll be open up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, baby.
Probably 9 o'clock. Come join us. We'll have some giveaways, of course, over there at Sue Patrick's. Plenty of parking. No problem with getting a parking space. Come over and see what Sue Patrick has to offer. How's our volleyball team doing?
not the best start to the season. They've already lost 3 times.
3 times?
I know. Yeah, they came into the year ranked number 1 in the country, and they're 5-3. They started the year, I think, 3-3.
So they had to lose at home in those 3 somewhere, huh?
Yeah, they lost to Miami at home, and then they lost at Stanford. They got swept at Stanford, I think, last weekend. They did beat Hawaii over this weekend, but they're still top 10. I still think people feel good about this volleyball team's chances this year, but it's been a little bit of a sputtery start for the back-to-back defending champs.
Well, they've got all that. They've got the volleyball gear there. They've got, of course, all the hats for baseball. They've got everything that you need. They're ready. They got all the jerseys for football. Come get anything you need for your tailgating. They've got it at Sue Patrick's. Go to SuePatrick.com, of course. $49, over $49 free shipping to you, and the shipping will get there in a hurry. I don't know if it's going to get there, well, unless you order it today. If you order it today, you'll get your stuff for the game this week. That's how quick they get it to you.
Yeah, they're very fast. Great people, great service, great products. They got it all at Sue Patrick. Speaking of all of those things, how about our man Tom McKay and the crew at Audio-Visual Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio-Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
You're watching all that golf, the President's Cup coming up this weekend. Be checking that out along with my football watching.
Did you watch any live golf this weekend?
I never watch live golf. I watch real golf. I don't watch live golf.
Well, there was some real golf going on this weekend in the Dallas area. Congrats!
Oh, they got to one of the clubs up in Dallas.
Congrats to Cam Smith and Rippers GC for winning the team championship this year.
Oh, Cam has won another tournament. It's about time. It's been a couple years since he's joined Libs. It's nice to win every once in a while, playing against those guys.
Dude, people are saying that the Live Team Championship is a bigger deal than any PGA Tour major.
They better rethink that then.
That's just what the people are saying. Look, I'm not the people. Just what I'm hearing out there. The Live Team Championship, bigger than the Masters, the U.S. Open, the British Open.
Did you get that on X?
All over the place, man. I got it on.
It's not.
I got it on ProSaudi.com.
Pro Saudi.
Is that not a legit source for sports news?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. It was spectacular theater up in the Metroplex over the weekend.
Cam Smith finally won again.
Yeah, congrats to the Livers out there. A lot of fun.
That rat won.
Yep. Oh, man. Quick shout out also to our friends at Parallel Lending. Hey, the markets seem like they're getting more and more volatile every single day, which means the need to diversify your investments is stronger than ever before. While investing in stocks and bonds are sound strategies, the most savvy investors diversify their portfolios with alternative assets. And right now, one of the most popular alternative investment strategy is investing in private credit. Parallel Lending is a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans funded primarily by single-family real estate here in the great state of Texas. And they just launched their flagship fund. They're looking for accredited investors to jump in on this. They are targeting an 11.5% return rate. 11.5% return rate. And the best part, your money's only locked up for 1 year. Not 2, not 3, LeBron James. Just 1 year. Once again, an 11.5% targeted return rate. So if you're interested in investing passively into loans backed by real estate, check out their website, parallellending.com/fund. That's parallellending.com/fund. But act now, they're already halfway to their goal. They're only trying to raise capital for the next couple of months. So check them out. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in Parallel Fund involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
Okay. All right, let's get to your Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, man. Another embarrassing performance at home for the Dallas Cowboys. I know they fought back in the fourth quarter.
Don't even care about them fighting back Sunday.
Well, I think that probably tells us more about the Ravens just struggling to put teams away
Yeah, they've had some leads already early this season.
They blew a 10-point lead to the Raiders, who look awful, last week, right? At home. They were up 10 in the fourth quarter and lost in regulation to Vegas in Baltimore. And yeah, the Ravens obviously let the Cowboys score 3 unanswered touchdowns in that fourth quarter to turn a game that was once 28-6 into a game that ended up 28-25. But don't get it twisted. If you're a Cowboys fan, there are still some serious, serious issues with this football team. And it starts with a defense, Buck. I mean, if you can't stop the run, you got no chance. I don't care if it's Pee Wee football, high school, college, pro. If you cannot stop the run, you're not going to win a lot of games. And that is a huge issue for Dallas right now.
Yeah, well, they let Derrick Henry start getting going. They let the Ravens start getting their running game going. And, you know, the Ravens hadn't done much in the run game before playing Dallas. You know, they were kind of getting Henry stuffed at the line of scrimmage. They started finding plays where he could get downhill. And once again, the linebackers, and it's not just the linebackers for the Cowboys, it's the up front guys. They get no penetration. They don't look very strong. Derrick Henry was getting into their linebackers and secondaries, and my God, them trying to tackle that guy, that was like a joke. He's just bouncing off of guys, and then they had the mosh pit where they just start pushing, and they just push the Cowboys all over the place. That it's going to be all about what the offense can do, because his defense isn't going to change over the course of the year. It's going to be good running teams are going to run against them. The offense is going to have to do something. They're going to have to find their way. And, you know, CeeDee Lamb was pouting on the sideline in the first half. And I'm like, what are you pouting about? They're double teaming you. You need your quarterback to find – they got to have other people besides you to throw to. If they're going to double team you, it's about winning. It looked like, to me, that guy was about him on Sunday.
Yeah.
I hate that look for him. You know, he came in there late. He got his big contract, and now he's not getting the ball, and he's pouting instead of finding ways to pump up his quarterback about getting him open. He's a whiner. That dude whines.
And then he had a huge drop in the fourth quarter while the Cowboys were trying to come back in that game. And it's like, dude, you can't be complaining about not getting the ball, and then when you get the ball, you don't catch it.
Yeah, he seems like a me guy. I mean, I know he had that. He's got the ability because he's a wide receiver to have that in him, but I didn't know how much of a me guy he is. When he doesn't get it, he's like pouting now. Yeah. I mean, it's like, dude, they got like 3 guys on you. So why doesn't your head coach who calls the plays find somebody else that's open? And they started to. They've got to get off to better starts offensively. They're not going to be able to run the ball. That whole thing, they don't have any running backs. I'm sorry. I saw Zeke in the open field when Dak threw him a ball at the sideline, and he had to maneuver his body to try to make the catch. And they talked about Dak not being able to throw. I'm like, there's a lot of running backs that can move their body to make that catch. He couldn't even move his shoulders. I mean, he's not good. That was just such a bad move. But none of them are. They brought the little guy from Pflugerville in. He's still getting rejected. This level is they hit too hard at this level for him.
I mean, no one.
And for what they do with him too. I mean, they have no imaginations with the guy. They're running him like he's a regular 215-pound running back, you know?
Yeah, they're running in between the tackles, which doesn't make sense. But no, I mean, look, it came out before the game that Derrick Henry, this came out in the offseason. He wanted to sign with Dallas in the offseason, and the Cowboys didn't offer him. Like, Derrick Henry lives in Dallas in the offseason. He works out in Dallas. He loves the city, and he wanted to play for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys didn't want him. And after the game, Jerry Jones spewing off his BS, because, you know, the owner of the team has to have a press conference after every game, right? Doesn't every team do that?
No.
He said that the Cowboys couldn't afford Derrick Henry.
Oh, is that the deal? He would have played there because he wanted to play.
Dude,
for the Cowboys.
He could have the same deal he has in Baltimore. The Cowboys absolutely could have afforded it. You look at the Cowboys cap space situation right now, the Cowboys absolutely could have afforded Derrick Henry. And, oh, by the way, there are other moves the Cowboys could have made, like, you know, not paying Trey Lance $5 million to do nothing. If they signed Dak Prescott earlier, they wouldn't have had to give him $5 million in a random bonus in the month of March. Like, there are other moves that if the Cowboys were a competent franchise with competent ownership and general managing, they would have made to where they can afford a guy like Derrick Henry who wanted to play there.
So they got one other receiver, and Tolbert is the tall guy, and then they got a bunch of little shorties in the slots. They got all these little short guys running routes right now that, you know, Dak can't get the ball to. But I don't know. I don't know what you do if you can't run the ball in the NFL. If you can't run it a lick, I mean,
how much of yesterday are you putting on Dak? I mean,
I'm not putting much on Dak at all, except for they need to run some type of offense to get them scoring, because they're going to be coming from behind an awful lot when these teams are running clock and running the ball down their throats. And Micah Parsons and that whole gang on defense, that's just a matter of guys getting off blocks. That's just not much effort. It doesn't look like much effort.
That's the story, right? Like, yeah, the Cowboys running backs suck. We knew that. It's a joke that Jerry Jones didn't address that position more in the offseason, but it's even more of a joke to me, Buck, that the Cowboys lost in the playoffs the way that they did, right? And, oh, by the way, it's not like the Packers were the only team to run all over Dallas last year. Their run defense was one of the worst in football all season long. They were just so good everywhere else. They were able to win 12 games and be the number 2 seed in the NFC. But that run defense was awful.
It was.
And the Cowboys did nothing to address it. They didn't bring in like any competent defensive tackles. The one linebacker they brought in is a washed-up Eric Hendricks. Like, they literally saw what cost them last year, and instead of trying to address it, the way every other team in the league would do, they said, no, we'll just run it back and hope that our guys are going to be better this year.
And how about that dude at linebacker? You talking about wasting some money on a has-been? Man.
Believe it or not.
Back-to-back weeks I watch him. You think, how did he stand up to Derrick Henry? He couldn't.
No, the Ravens rushing numbers are, eye-poppingly good for them and eye-poppingly bad for Dallas. 45 carries for 274 yards. Buck, Texas didn't run that well against ULM on Saturday. These are pros. These are 2 playoff teams from last year. 45 for 274 on the road. And I said it like, look, I maybe I'm an idiot. I probably am an idiot. I still think the Cowboys are going to win 10 games this year. I really do. But there is no worse team to play in the NFL when you can't stop the run than the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's why I felt horrible about the matchup, because you got the best running quarterback in the league and you got Derrick freaking Henry. Like, there is not a worse team that you could play when you're struggling to tackle against the run than the Baltimore Ravens.
And then the last play to run the clock out, 3rd and 4, and I'm like, Lamar Jackson is not giving this ball up. He is keeping this ball, and everybody in the stands go tackle him. And you know what? Like 3 guys from the Cowboys figured it out. The 8 others were going the other way. I'm like, there's no way he's giving this ball up. Lamar Jackson's keeping this ball, and it's designed for him to keep the ball. But about 2 Cowboys understood that. The rest of them were running the other way. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
They are so soft. They are so soft. You're right. Like, there are guys who just can't tackle, which is a problem. But there are guys who do not want to tackle.
Oh, no, they don't want to tackle.
Which, like, business decisions? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Really? You guys are doing that right now? Like, you just talked about how last week was so embarrassing. You got boat raced at home by the Saints, and things are going to be different because you were so embarrassed by what happened the previous week. And then you do that?
Yeah, I'm looking at Overshown, and I'm watching him get better by the week, but he hasn't been in, he missed all of last year, but he can get around the ball. But he's still got that head ducking deal because he's been around all of them, watching them tackle. So he watches films and thinks, maybe this is the way I need to tackle too. They run through him too because his head is down a lot. I'm like, oh my goodness, even that guy. But at least he's around the ball. There's guys who don't want to be around the ball. They don't even want the contact.
No, guys are shying away. The safeties, like Donovan Wilson, was a really good player at one point out of A&M, former 6th-round pick.
He's good. He'll hit you on the sidelines when you're going to go out of bounds now. When he gets you on the sideline, he will punish you. But in the open field, he struggles now.
They are so soft. And they're wasting Brandon Aubrey's prime. How good is that guy? The kicker's awesome. I'm sorry, Justin Tucker. I love you, but it ain't your league anymore, dude.
Yeah, this guy can boot it.
Brandon Aubrey's the guy, but that's it.
They ought to just open up BK and go into 2-minute offense for a series, or at least start out the game when they get the ball, just goes flat out 2-minute.
You're right.
I mean, Dak's better at that than he is in going in the huddle and coming out of the huddle, giving that, here we go. I mean, he's better at just 2-minute offense, like he's pretending like he's before the half. Just start the game that way.
Can you do that, though?
They need to score.
But yes, I agree. They look better doing that. But what happens if you go up tempo and you go 3 and out? Then you got to put that defense back on the field after they already gave up a 80-yard drive.
It's okay to start out the game that way because you just pretend like you won. You know, you won the coin flip and you decide to give the ball to the defense. Act like you really never had an offensive series. Put the defense back out there and just let them go. Like, okay, we deferred. We really offensively, we'll pretend we deferred that first offensive series.
They are so bad.
But they have to get a lead.
Yeah. And Cowboys play on Thursday in New York against the Giants this week.
Oh no, there's no way. Can they? Oh,
they can't lose that game.
Oh,
they won't. They won't lose that game. I'm here to tell you right now, the Cowboys will beat the Giants on Thursday.
Oh,
now, will that talk people off the ledge? No, because it's the Giants and they suck. They won in Cleveland. Congrats, Cleveland's ass. Enjoy paying Deshaun Watson, losers. But I'm kind of glad it's a short week for the Cowboys. Normally that scares you. Short week, you're going on the road. I want to get that taste out of my mouth as quickly as possible.
And you don't want to hear Jerry get to the podium too often, which he will be tomorrow.
That guy, he's trying to blame the media for he's such an idiot, dude. I can't root for death.
I knew when Derrick Henry was available, I said the Cowboys should pick up that guy to help their run game.
Anybody, draft a running back. That's what I wanted. Spend a mid-round pick on a running back. I was perfectly fine with him not paying Derrick Henry $10 million a year. I was perfectly fine with him not paying Saquon, $14 million a year like Philly's paying him. That's fine. I don't want you to pay running backs that much. But you can't not have anybody there.
How about Zeke? What is he showing you?
Nothing.
He's made the other guys worse.
I don't blame Zeke for Rico Dowdle being bad. I blame Rico Dowdle for Rico Dowdle being bad. The guy's just not very good. They've won. He's slightly below average and everybody else is bad. That's the running back room. One slightly. You got the Falcons lost last night, but you got Bijan who's a monster and you got Algier who's an above average running back in this league. The Cowboys have below average and awful running backs.
Dude, and then they're sticking Deuce Bond and running him in between the tackles. I see him when they hit him, he stays hit. There's no pile pushing. He doesn't spin. He's not Barry Sanders where Barry would spin off of guys. He gets hit. He stays hit.
Oh, yeah. He's not Barry Sanders. If the Cowboys were expecting any of these guys to be half of Barry Sanders, anyone would have told
so little. I'm telling you, he looks like a Pop Warner kid running out there.
It's bad. It's bad.
He didn't look like that at K-State. They got him in the open space somehow. They figured out a way to get that guy, use him as a weapon. The Cowboys, they say, let's run in between the tackles. I'm like, no, he's not. First of all, your offensive line's not that good, and that guy's not running between the tackles. He's not breaking NFL arm tackles or shoulder hits. He's getting knocked straight to the ground.
Yeah, more on the Cowboys tomorrow. A little bit on the Texans, and obviously we'll talk more about them tomorrow. Hey, congrats to your Minnesota Vikings, Buck. They are the story in the NFL right now.
Sammy Darnold?
There are a few things you could point to, a few good things, a few bad things. There's always storylines in this sport. But to me, the best story in the league right now is the fact that the Minnesota Vikings, who lost their top 10 rookie quarterback before the season even started and lost their franchise quarterback in free agency in the offseason, they are 3-0, and they are killing teams.
Well, their defense is different for sure now.
Yeah, Brian Flores, I'm curious if that guy gets another head coaching opportunity because he sued the league.
Yeah.
Which, it's a good old boys club with the NFL, and
they're not liking that, no.
They don't like people doing stuff like that. But that defense, dude, some of the scheme, he confused the hell out of Brock Purdy last week, and Brock Purdy after the game was caught on camera saying, dude, your schemes are crazy. CJ Stroud looked like Bryce Young yesterday. That Vikings defense is legit, and Sam Darnold is incredible right now. They're the story in the NFL. And the Texans, they got some things to clean up. They are getting a lot of penalties. Even last week when they beat the Bears, they had double-digit penalties.
You're right. They do have a lot of penalties. You're right.
That O-line looks bad right now. They're not blocking well. They're committing a bunch of penalties. No Joe Mixon yesterday. They couldn't run the ball without him. The defense couldn't stop anything Sam Darnold and Aaron Jones were doing. It was just a terrible no-show. Maybe the worst game of the D'Amico Ryans era for Houston. Bad.
Well, they look like a young team yesterday on the road. They're like a young team on the road in any brand of football. Just hit on the road. And the Vikings, as you said, they were physical yesterday too. That defense is real physical.
They were favored. Houston was a 2-point favorite in Minnesota, and that game was 34-7. It was not good for Houston. Very good for Minnesota. Quick shout out to Olipop. Great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. Somebody commented earlier saying they were drinking an Olipop to start off the week. It's a great way to start off. Get you one wherever you buy your groceries. Great tasting soda. Once again, that's actually good for you. Shout out to passes.com as well. The content creator company. 40 Texas athletes are on Passes, and they're posting great content all of the time. Hell, Chip and I posted a great video on Passes last night talking about Texas's big win over ULM. Go to passes.com and get closer to the game than ever before. All right, I see the boys in the waiting room. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. What's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just looking at all my results from betting on Sam Darnold early in the season.
Oh,
there you go.
Wags, I gave you some love last week. I got to give you some more love, man. You were high on Sam Darnold. You were high on Minnesota. I said you were high, and so far, so good, man. That was a bold pick, and you're looking very smart right now.
So, look, the only thing that I saw them having trouble with was San Francisco, because honestly, I thought San Francisco were going to be the stalwarts of the NFC, right? But they look like they're struggling a little bit.
Got too many injuries, buddy.
It's just like we've known the arm superiority that Sam Darnold has had, and he's just in a really good spot with this offense. I was curious to see if Justin Jefferson was going to start, or if he was going to be completely healthy, and if Addison would be good. If those two were good, if they can just nurse this offense back to health until Hockenson comes back, until they're full force, and until like week 6, dude, the Vikings are legit. They're for real.
They certainly are on defense, Wags, man. Flores has got those guys are flying all over the place.
That's it.
You guys tell me, Wags. I think I know how you feel, but Double R, I'll go to you first, and then Buck. I still think Minnesota's the third best team in that division. Yeah. Like I'd still put Detroit and Green Bay ahead of them. You guys?
I would too.
I agree. And the thing is with Green Bay, I mean, you look at what they're doing, and it's so much about system. I mean, so many of these quarterbacks that get shuffled around and they prosper, at the third or fourth stop. With Green Bay, I mean, it's such a good system. Look at Malik, man. I mean, he's popping in right here and doing tremendous. And Detroit, they've kind of misstepped a little bit. I said that Jared Goff would have an off year, but I mean, Detroit's still a really, really good football team. And we're so early on, and I think that's where it's a little early to start reacting to some of this stuff. But one thing that you guys were talking about, Buck, that guy doesn't look like Barry Sanders. He looks like Colonel Sanders, for crying out loud, with what he's doing. I mean, this is horrible. I mean,
there just comes a time when you know that this level of football, that he can't play running back without being a specialist and reverses, things like that. He's not going through the line of scrimmage. Those guys can bring him down with arm tackles. In college, he went through arm tackles. In the NFL, when they hit him, he stays hit. He's not spinning off of those, making those spin moves.
Yeah, that's not going to work at this level.
Well, they don't. And the Cowboys are dumb enough to keep running between the tackles, thinking he's going to power run. Yeah, he's not that guy.
I just don't get it. I mean, that's not your guy. That's not Moose Johnson.
No.
I mean, come on.
Oh, by the way, fellas, if I may, before we get out of here, a little lighthearted note, because I know y'all are about to dive into football. Yesterday was a very important anniversary in the history of sports. And on yesterday, so September 22nd, 2007, we were given this.
If anybody hasn't read this article, I don't read it. This was brought to me by a mother of children. I think this is worth reading. And let me tell you why I want to talk about this article. 3/4 of this is inaccurate. It's fiction. Here's all that kid did. He goes to class. He's respectful to the media. He's respectful to the public. And he's a good kid. And he's not a professional athlete. And he doesn't deserve to be kicked when he's down. That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me. Or our coaches. That's all I got to say. Makes me want to puke.
on paper. You need to pick up the Statesman, coach. Come on. The All-American Statesman is not garbage.
Yeah. Think about that, Bucky, when you go get that hard copy tomorrow and it's telling you it's giving you that Texas game preview versus ULM.
Yeah.
A mother.
I told BK I'm looking for the Michigan update now.
Yeah. Texas beats Michigan. That's what the hard copy is going to say when you go pick that up.
That's not wrong.
Did you do that edit, BK? Did you?
No, somebody edited and made the best minute of that clip, thankfully. But 17 years.
He's still losing games.
They lost on Saturday to Utah. But that's, for my money, the best press conference rant in sports history.
Ever.
Yeah.
There's some great contenders, but for me, that is number one. And I don't know if anything's ever going to top it, boys.
Only thing tops that with me is you can tell they're in their fat little girlfriends. That's one of my all-time favorites too.
Mike Leach.
Late great Mike Leach. He's the best.
That is great. All
right, boys. Have a good Monday. It's time to go off later.
Later, boys. There he goes.
Yeah.
Where's he going?
He's going somewhere. He's going to go do business. Happy Monday morning. Hey, look, we made it. We're off to another week. We're going to get another one started here. Hopefully you guys are already chaotic. If you haven't been, you're about to get chaotic for this next hour. It is Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you follow us on Twitter if you haven't done so already. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My co-host and partner in crime is on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the Instagram at the Wagner Wire. And then if you are out and about, if you are out there getting a little bit crazy in our Fairburg of Austin, make sure you hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Again, that's 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already and get your badge and get in the conversation. All right, my partner, what's up real quick?
My man,
first
how
and
you
foremost,
doing?
just to address the Minnesota thing real quick, they're also playing way above their potential, I think, at the moment, right? Like, no one Sam Darnold's got some magic, right? But no one expected Mono Man to be doing what he's doing. 4 TDs, 4 tutties yesterday. Come on, bro. Like, you're expecting him to manage and be able to take, the optimal, or excuse me, the best of the situation that presents itself, right? Or make the, you make an optimal, play on the best situation with the toys that you have. You're not expecting him to be the stalwart or one of the league leaders throwing the damn rock or spinning the damn threads. He's playing way above his pay grade right now, and it was just a lucky guess, honestly. Lucky guess.
Well, I mean, I really think I compare a lot of what we're looking at right now, and they're winning games in different ways. But I'm really waiting to see. I'm waiting to see if Minnesota and Pittsburgh can sustain what they're doing, because with Minnesota, they're coming out and it's a track meet and they're just dismantling everybody. And when it comes to Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's winning the ugly way with Mike Tomlin. I mean, why do we doubt this guy? Why do we ever doubt this guy?
Right. Dude, we thought that this year would be the year that he wouldn't get to 5. He wouldn't have his 500 regular season, and he's there. You could argue that they're better than Baltimore. They're playing better than Baltimore right now. On paper, Baltimore is the better team. But fine, and we'll get into this too, because we got to talk about Baltimore and Dallas. Like, finally, Baltimore figured it out. Or at least Harbaugh kind of figured it out a little bit, to where you got to have at least 20 to 20 plus totes for Derek. You got to commit to one of them. All right. You got to commit to either Lamar Jackson or you got to commit to either Derrick Henry. You can't sit here and play with halfway play with one of them, throughout the damn game. You got to commit to one. All right. That's the only way that and if you stay this aggressive with your ground and pound Baltimore, then you have a really good chance to go some places. I don't know if you were hearing Tony Dungy a little bit last night on Sunday Night Football, but he said this is the identity that Baltimore needs to get back to. And I'm paraphrasing here, but when they continue to pound the rock, right? And now with the hard running and downhill running that you have with Derrick Henry inside the tackles, we talked about this a little bit, maybe a couple weeks ago or last week. Lamar Jackson can get to that edge like that even without Derrick Henry. Now that he's got Derrick Henry and pulling the linebackers and the interior defense in, he can get to the edge very quickly. And as a matter of fact, they set it up perfectly to where they had Derrick Henry attack the edge instead of having Lamar Jackson attack the edge on that last sequence, right? They did an RPO to where they thought they were going to get Derrick Henry again on the edge, and then boom, 3 or 4 people from Dallas were ready for it, but the other people, keyed and followed Derrick Henry. But Lamar Jackson was able to keep it with the RPO and go right up the middle off tackle for 8-yard first down conversion to basically seal the deal and win the game. Yeah, that's exactly what Baltimore's not going to wow you through the air and beat you with an aerial attack, right? They're going to throw predicated off their run, but they're going to drive the damn rock down your throat. And then if Flowers gets behind the secondary, sure, they'll stretch it vertically, but usually it's going to be Andrews or likely throughout the middle of the numbers, and then maybe hit a back in the back, Justice Hill in the flat, right? That is the offense. That is the offense of the Baltimore Ravens. Here's the thing. When they commit to it, you can't stop it.
Well, and that's why I said last week that this was going to be the game where Baltimore figured out how to balance that running attack. I mean, I just knew it. I mean, I've seen it so many different times. And again, I'm already going to shit all over Dallas. I mean, because I knew
with the run too. So
yeah, I mean, I knew that was going to be the case. I mean, when you can't get in and stop the run, and you can't do all these different things, I mean, that's the time where Baltimore was going to utilize Derrick Henry and just let him destroy this defense, which is what he did. And the Cowboys have proven that they are really good at not stopping the run. So I think when it's all going to come down at the end of all of this, and folks go back and now I think Baltimore, now that Baltimore has figured out how to have that balance that you've talked about, I think that when you go back and you look at them at the end of the year, whether it's them making it to the Super Bowl or making it to the AFC Championship and not being able to take care of business there again, I think that you're going to go back and look at the Dallas game and say, man, that really was the one where they established, okay, here's where Lamar does what he does. And by the way, keep him from getting hit. But this is where you take Derrick Henry that you spent that whatever $10 million, whatever it is, and you just let him go be that piece of the offense that you've been missing. And I can't help but say, looking at the Cowboys,
that's the first thing you want to say, Rodney. I know where you're going.
Well, you're across the sideline over there, and you're thinking, okay, that dude could have been doing that for us.
If we wouldn't have procrastinated, if we wouldn't have just allowed a running back to fall in our lap, if we would have just gone out and gotten after it. But honestly, though, they couldn't. They literally could not have gone out and spent money in free agency on a running back because of what they were tying up into their wide receiver room and their quarterback room, right?
Well, I think they could have. I think you would have had some space there, but the other part of this is,
would they have been able to afford Derrick Henry?
I don't know.
I legitimately don't know. I don't know their finance. I don't know.
I think they could have paid him what Baltimore's paying him. I think they could have paid that. But the other part of this is, Wags, they never even went and pursued him.
No, they didn't. Yeah, exactly. They didn't try.
And that's the bad part about it, is the guy really wanted to be a part of your team. The guy, I mean, he lives there part-time. He works out there in the offseason. He wanted to be there, and you didn't even make the phone call. That's the frustrating part. And that's the other part of this. Yesterday, as I'm sitting here just watching him run downhill and run over all these guys, run over all these, I mean, I hate to say has-beens, but the guys that Dallas has brought in on the defensive front to try to help. And where's the edge?
Ballers on a budget. Let's call them ballers on a budget, and they ain't balling.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, you had to know that was in Derrick Henry's mind, where it's like, okay, you couldn't even pick up the phone and offer me something. You couldn't offer me a date to go to McDonald's or Taco Bell or CC's Pizza. I didn't necessarily want to go to Shay Shay or some famous restaurant. I just wanted to be on your team, and you couldn't even call me. Boy, that was in his mind.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to a comparison real quick for the ground and pound. Okay, you got 8 carries by Rico, you got 2 carries by Dak, 3 carries by Zeke, 2 carries by Deuce, and then 1 carry by Cavante, right?
51 yards
for a total of 51 yards. Now you go to the flip side of that. King Henry, 25 totes. For first time he's gotten 25 totes all season. $151. 2 touchdowns, and his long was 29. Dude, there was, and on that run of 29, there were guys on that, and I'm not trying to single people out because people are pros and they have their jobs, but there were people that literally did not try to tackle, like ran up to Derrick Henry and then fell down, like did not try to tackle. We can get if we would not get hit on YouTube for playing replay videos, I would sit here and play it over and over again, showing you the damn film and showing you the play that I'm talking about here. It was pretty damn bad. But look, here's the key, right? 15 or only 14 carries for Lamar Jackson. Now, a few of these were designed, most of these were designed, I think, as a matter of fact, but 87 yards. He can get, that's what I'm talking about. Like, he can get those chunk yardage, chunk plays without having to have 20 totes. The dude that needs the totes is Derrick Henry. Now, look, you're probably going to be taking a lot off of your passing attack, right? And that's noted. It doesn't matter what you do. It's how you do it. If you execute correctly and you execute with aggression like Baltimore was doing, and sure, it might have been the opposition's defense and how bad they are at stopping the run, but still, when you commit to something and you're not just half-assed and sitting on the fence, because if you sit on the fence, Rodney, that's what my grandfather used to say, is your nuts get snagged. You sit on the fence for too long and not making a decision which way you're going to go, your nuts are going to get snagged. Baltimore's nuts were snagged for the first couple of weeks. Now it looks like they actually got them going.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have figured out here by what they saw yesterday. And again, a lot of what they figured out is that Dallas's defense, you can't tackle. You're just not good. It's a bad unit.
I don't know if they want to tackle.
I don't think they do. I mean, and Micah Parsons and all of this, it's like, okay, great. I mean, whatever. But this, and here's the stat that I saw last night. Our man RJ Ochoa over in the Dallas area, he covers the Cowboys, and he said Henry forced 12 missed tackles, and there's a whole chart that he has of all the missed tackles. And if you go back and you look at that, for one, if you look at it as a Cowboy defensive coach, Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones, whoever, if you look at that, it's like, we can't tackle. But if you look at that as the Ravens staff, you look at that and it's like, holy smoke. I mean, I think we're on to something right here. We can control the line of scrimmage. And oh, by the way, then that's when you can make Lamar the secondary thing. And it really seemed in those first couple of games that's where Baltimore kind of was, to where it's like, okay, we're just so used to having Lamar be the catalyst in the running game. We just don't know how to react. I think yesterday, Wags, they figured it out.
Sure.
He outgained the Cowboys by 100 yards.
Mixed bag. I think it was a mixed bag of both what you're talking about, with the opposition and with Derrick Henry kind of figuring it out, right? With going to those stats. It was you called it though on Friday. You said it was going to be a get right game for Baltimore. And I mean, they showed that they were. I don't know. I want to say that they were dominant, but Dallas had a chance at the very end to get back into this thing and do it. They just weren't. I mean, too little, too late, I guess. But thankfully, Baltimore. Well, not thankfully, because there's a lot of Cowboys fans here, but I do tend to root for Baltimore when I'm not rooting for the Giants. But Baltimore did kind of figure this out, and this is kind of what we were talking about, man. You just gotta pick an identity that you're going with here. If you walk around, with your hands in your pocket, so to speak, kind of, trying to figure it out. Hell, you're going to be 3 quarters into the damn season and you'll be watching the parade playoffs go by, Baltimore. So it looks like they established a run pretty damn handedly against Dallas. Hey, I saw this comment too from Troy real quick. So here's the thing. We've all known that he's had the superior arm strength, right? And I agree with Troy here. He's kind of he's got the toys now. He's got the toy box to actually play with. And you saw little flashes of this when he was at San Francisco for the spell, just a little spell that he was doing for Brock Purdy when Brock Purdy went down, right? You saw flashes of greatness that Darnold could have. You saw him use his wheels earlier in his career, but now you're finally starting to see him be able to use the toy chest that he has, because of he also has a pretty decent line with Minnesota now too. So I think everything the stars, it's kind of cliche to say this, but the stars are aligning for Sam Darnold, and he's making the most of his opportunity.
And I'm glad to see. I mean, I love it when dudes come back like that. Seeing what Geno Smith is doing in Seattle. I mean, even Baker Mayfield.
Draft class is kind of that was a down draft class too for quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Like it was like a bust draft class, right? Now Baker's found his spot. Josh Allen was basically the only thing out of that quarterback class that was kind of getting busy until Darnold found his piece again. Who is I always say Drew Rosen. It's not Drew Rosen though. What's the guy's first name? from the dude from UCLA, I think.
Yeah, not Josh Rosen. That's
Josh Rosen. He's the biggest bust of all. He was supposed to be solidified as the cerebral quarterback, right? The biggest bust.
And you know, Wags, it so much does come down to, I'm a broken record, man, all the time. It's like, I mean, fit and situation. I mean, we were talking on the show last week, and a lot of people were talking about, you know, the biggest bust of them all, you know, with Bryce Young and going into a terrible situation. I mean, you put that dude in and you come out and beat the Raiders when it's like this Carolina team is so Wags. I said it last week. This team is so bad. There's nothing around this guy. How's he supposed to succeed? I mean, it's a miracle he's still upward.
I'm on tape too, right? I'm on tape too for saying it ain't Bryce Young. It ain't Bryce Young. It's the organization. It's the surrounding pieces.
I have a feeling it's Bryce Young.
Here comes the red-headed rifle, making us all look foolish. Or right. You know what? Saying you know, this is my last time to make a shot at this thing. I'm going to get my paycheck going for next year too. Here, let me go in here and show this young lad how it's done. My dude Andy Dalton looked good yesterday, man.
I'm telling you,
made us all look stupid.
And this is where I have the question for you and for everyone that's checking in on the YouTube feed on the Coda text line 222-9328. Is it's like when you have a franchise that's in transition right here. We were talking the other week about, okay, New England. Do you put the new dude in there? I mean, is it really that bad of an idea when you have a franchise that's transitioning and trying to get themselves on the right path to go out and find one of these veteran quarterbacks? Look, Sam Darnold over here, you're talking about him. You call that. I mean, I know it's only one game right now, but Andy Dalton goes out there and looks like he's ready to beat the world. I mean, these guys come in here where everybody just goes to the new quarterback. And it's like, you know, some of these old guys, retreads, as they call them from time to time, some of these guys come in and can make a really good impact. And that was I had to look twice yesterday, Wags. When I saw that Carolina score, I'm like, you've got to be shitting me, right?
I'm actually looking at Dalton's numbers right now, and he played fantastic.
He was superb. The dude was superb.
He dropped back 37 times. When's the last time he actually started a game? Seriously.
For Dallas, no.
Because I don't know. I legitimately don't know it.
The year after Dallas, maybe.
Consider all this shit. When was the last time Dalton played a game, right? How well does he know game speed and the offense that he's with Carolina? I mean, sure, he's been there for the offseason, but I mean, legitimately plugged in this past week, right? Dropped back 37 times, 319 yards, no interceptions, and 3 tutties. Rating of 123, QBR of 86.9. That's in terms to take everything into consideration. That's pretty damn phenomenal for Andy Dalton.
Oh yeah,
with the mess of an organization of the Carolina Panthers have.
Yeah. They just trot him out. It's like, okay, it's your turn. You go out there and you be the sacrificial, whatever you want to call it. Well, you know, he wasn't, man. He lit him up. And it is so funny coming after this game where it's like I was watching some stuff afterwards and it's like, boy, the Raiders just aren't very good. Hey, come on. It's all about maybe the pieces are there for the Panthers. It's just not a good fit.
I don't know. I thought they played pretty damn well. I mean, that was probably the best that is the best we've seen them play all year.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton just getting again, I thought, you know, Chuba Hubbard had one hell of a damn game on the ground, and then also Andy Dalton being able to utilize him in the damn passing game too, right? There's something about getting your running backs involved into the back, like when you have to unlock the rest of your offense, and you know you don't really have like one or two pieces. Utilize your running backs, get them involved into your damn you're throwing your aerial attack, your aerial assault, and then hopefully, you know, you just have consistent chains moving at all times. And I think that's what the Carolina Panthers focused on. Andy Dalton had a great game, but Chuba Hubbard was arguably the catalyst of the damn offense yesterday for the Panthers.
And this is where I go back to the whole Steelers thing. You know, Justin Fields, oh, he's no good. You know, 25 of 32, 245 and a touchdown. I'll take that. That's serviceable. I mean, Najee Harris, 18 carries, 70 yards. I'll take that. 98 yards, his top receiver right there. I mean, that's a pretty good outing right there for a quarterback that wasn't any good, but man, he's found a fit right there. And going into that conversation right there, it was like, okay, well, maybe that's where Pittsburgh is going to fall apart, because they're taking on Harbaugh and the Chargers and all of that. Well, that didn't happen. And Pittsburgh's still undefeated. And that's why I think, to me, the two coolest stories are Minnesota and Pittsburgh right now. It's like, can they sustain? Can these guys sustain? Because Pittsburgh's going to have to win that way the rest of the year, because that division is ugly
for both of them. Like, I think Sam Darnold's playing fantastic, but also like Minnesota's defense is playing tremendous right now.
Absolutely.
And so, I mean, clearly we know about Pittsburgh's defense with TJ Watt and company. Yeah. As long as their defense continues to stay this way, then I don't see any reason why they can't be on a playoff parade, going to a playoff parade here. Again, like, I don't think Darnold's going to have any that bad of peaks and valleys. Like, I think he's pretty much on the up and up, just because of the toys and pieces around it. Like, if we thought that Darnold was going to fall out of the saddle and go back into the valley, he would have done it already by now, right? There would have been laws in his game. But the fact of the matter, he's making good decisions too. He's making excellent sound throws. That's the thing. He looks, it's weird to say this, and it's probably cliche, but he looks like a savvy veteran, which is absolutely weird. Maybe sometimes it just clicks. It looked like it clicks for Baker too. Maybe it just clicked for Darnold as well. Now you still have the crazy cowboy taking, unbelievable risk, and that's Josh Allen, but he's not jumping over people like he used to 2 or 3 years ago. He's still kind of finding his, maturity and kind of finding his, I guess, way in the saddle, so to speak, for all you cowboy references out there. Real quick here, before we leave this Panthers and Raiders game, we got to talk about the other side of the ball too. It looks like the Raiders continue to struggle on offense running the damn ball, right? Minshew and company is trying to figure out what they can do with Devontae Adams, but it looks like they got to get something here, with the damn ground and pound, whether it's from White or Madison. If you don't establish any type of run, then you're just going to be one-dimensional, or you'll be one-dimensional there, essentially. And I don't think that you can rely on Gardner Minshew and company with his arm to go ahead and win you some games. You're going to have a committee backfield to actually help the Raiders win here. Their defense is sound. They got to have, a little bit better approach and a little bit better balance from their offense.
Yeah. And the other one that I did want to throw at you
is the defense is sound, Rodney, but they just surrendered 36 points to the Andy Dalton-led Panthers. So
to the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, that is the worst organization. But I think that I have
it's not the worst.
It's not the worst, because I'll tell you who is. I am so surprised that we're sitting here on an overreaction or reaction Monday, and I'm going to tell you that Deshaun Watson threw for 2 touchdowns and still goes out there, and Danny Dimes goes 24-34 for 236 and 2 touchdowns, and the Giants beat the Browns. I mean, what the Browns? Come on. And that's Wags. I am seriously concerned as we go into Thursday night football, as we head over to MetLife Stadium, that I don't know if the Dallas Cowboys can beat the New York Giants.
You need to stop. You want to talk about a get right game. You want to talk about if a get right game was for Baltimore last week, the get right game is for Dallas this week. If there's any team that you need to play to help galvanize your team and right the ship and get the locker room back together, it's the New York Giants. It's a rivalry game. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Don't get my hopes up all week long and then sit here and on Sunday, hey man, I'm sorry about all that hype. Are you okay? Don't give me the sympathy call on Sunday. Dude, let's just be real with it. Giants are going to get their shit pushed in. It's not even going to be close.
I don't know about that, my man. I would have, when I looked at the Browns and the Giants this week going into that, I'm like, okay, you know what?
Browns are a bad team too, Rodney.
Really bad. When are they going to be done with Deshaun Watson? And again, this is not all on Deshaun Watson. I will.
A lot of it is. I mean, I don't know. There was some drops. He had some drops yesterday, but his wide receiver room had some drops for him yesterday, but there were some throws that, I mean, when he was scrambling there was one play where he's scrambling to his left, and the Michael Jordan Deshaun Watson that Dabo Sweeney deemed this dude to be would have made that play. Deshaun Watson on the Houston Texans would have made that play. Maybe he is washed. Maybe it's done. Maybe it is time for Cleveland Browns to move on, and maybe everything's just taking a toll on Deshaun Watson.
I think it really has, time to cut your losses, because it's like we're continually having the conversation about these guys that go to new horizons and are able to change the scenery, makes you forget some of the bad stuff. I think so much of this is with Deshaun Watson. You can get him out of Cleveland, send him somewhere else, and I don't think he's going to forget anything, because that shit follows him. I mean, we saw another lawsuit coming up, and this is where I think it's I mean, I'm certainly not saying that it's okay what he did, but I mean, this stuff is staying with him. This is not something where this dude is damaged.
We're not condoning anything that Deshaun Watson did.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying that at all. And I don't want him to go somewhere else and be better and be Sam Darnold and be all these different things. But I mean, this dude is wore out. This dude is mentally taxed. He needs to do something else. Just go. I don't know, be a high school football coach. No.
Stay away from young men. Do not try to lead young men. I do not want. Nope.
I'm still telling you, dude, when we had that event at the Horn where it's like our special guest of honor here with all the children is Deshaun Watson. And that's when all that stuff was going on. It's like, oh my God, we're sitting there celebrating this guy, for crying out loud, but we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know.
No, the Brown. I mean, and again, I still think the Browns are a formidable defense. You can't go from having one of the best damn defenses last year, address, and shore up a little bit more of your defense, not allow your defense to deteriorate and to move off and go to other places, and still keep them intact and come out and squander 21 points to the damn Giants. And it wasn't just that, it's the fact that they weren't able to get after Daniel Jones either, right? Daniel Jones hasn't exactly felt comfortable in the pocket all season long, and you thought that you would have a little bit more of a presence from the defensive line of Cleveland Browns. Now look, Myles Garrett was still getting after it and getting busy yesterday on Sunday, but I would think that they would have just a little bit more aggression from their defense and not just rely all on Myles Garrett. That being said, Singletary was able to get busy and get nasty yesterday against the Browns. Maybe the rush defense isn't exactly as honed as we thought it was. And then also there were some drops that Cleveland with Cooper, like Cooper had a couple of drops, and then Ford had a few drops out of the backfield too. I'm also blanking on a couple of other plays. But look, this was basically a modern day mid-off, like two very mediocre teams, or not even mediocre teams, bottom of the barrel teams trying to find a muster a win out of this contest, right? And sadly, we had to be viewers of this thing. We had to take it all in and consume it. But look, it was an anomaly. It was a great coming out party for Malik Neighbors, and I think that was basically the success for Daniel Jones. You just got to put it in the area of this guy. His catch radius is so damn great. It's not. It wasn't a tremendous play by Daniel Jones. It's the fact that Malik Neighbors had one hell of a party. The rookie sensation. You can see why he was drafted and coveted so highly. I wasn't a fan of the pick when it went down, but look, he proved his worth a little bit yesterday. And if he can make Daniel Jones look that good, then the Giants don't have any type of chance to get into the playoffs this year. But if you can make some entertainment, happen on Sundays for some of the fan base, and I guess that's going to be enough. But let's keep it clear here. We need to play for more draft picks. We don't have the foundation. We don't have the solid we don't have the solid pieces in place to build off of this debacle of a roster right now. You're going to have to take some losses. Going to have to get rid of Daniel Jones and then look for your quarterback in the draft.
This is where, like, talking about what we were discussing there with the Panthers. Imagine you get a seasoned vet in there to work with.
Oh God, am I that wrong? Could I be that wrong?
I mean,
I feel like I got a pretty decent pulse on the Giants.
Well,
I think it's more. I think it's there's some pieces in place for the Giants, but their offensive line is bad. And then, like, really, it's tumultuous quarterback play with Daniel Jones. He looked okay yesterday.
Well,
he looked better than Deshaun Watson.
Daniel Jones is about to take on a secondary that can't tackle anybody and can't cover sometimes. So you never know. You never know. But I digress. Talking about Thursday Night Football.
Watch this Dallas Cowboy defense look like a championship defense on Thursday night.
I hope you're right, my man.
Watch two. No, I can't call that. I will call a pick six though. Daniel Jones will give a pick six to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping you're right.
Every year. He does it every year, or seemingly does it every year. I'll have to go back and check on the stats, but I know he threw one last season I know he maybe 2 pick sixes last season to Dallas. I'm pretty sure he did it the season before that too. We'll have to check it out.
A couple of one-win ball clubs there as they all chase Philadelphia, who barely got a win yesterday, but we'll talk about that in a minute. If you're looking to make some money this football season, our friends at BUSR are hooking you up. How about a welcome bonus of $2,500? You heard that right, up to $2,500. Sign up at busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU Welcome. Set that account up, and they're going to take care of you. And if you're watching on YouTube, just below Wags and I right there in the video description, you can sign up right there. The link is there. And set that account up. Bet on all of the NFL and college football action all season long. Turn your game day snacks into stacks with busr.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. That's busr.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. Philadelphia, before we get out of the NFL and talking about the NFC East, they find a way, but man, should I say in spite of Nick Sirianni, in spite of Jalen Hurts, but thankfully, they have Saquon Barkley that makes the play that he couldn't make the week before. And Philadelphia is able to escape right there with a win and maybe solidify themselves as the favorite in the NFC East.
I don't think we should say in spite of Sirianni. Like this defense had one hell of a feat or one hell of a challenge to go up against. So you're talking about one of the most efficient so far in this young campaign. The Saints were one of the most efficient offenses going into Sunday, right? And the Eagles defense, they figured something out. They were able to shut this down. They made Derek Carr, who came in with the highest as the best quarterback in the damn league going into that game, made him look very Daniel Jones-esque, as a matter of fact. Took a lot of the good things that Alvin Kamara was able to do over the past couple of weeks and shut that down too. And look, man, the Eagles, they figured it out. They were playing without their best wide receiver. And then arguably, I don't know how effective Devontae Smith was after he got pummeled in the middle of the field, where he's basically de-helmeted. I don't know how effective he was after that. And the Eagles did what they had to do to come out with a victory against a very sound Saints team. From what I saw yesterday, I'm ready to deem the Eagles the victors and the crowns of the NFC East. I still think Dallas is going to have a decent year. They'll figure it out, but I mean, the Eagles, like on paper, the Eagles look fantastic. And if you can have Saquon Barkley running like this, Jesus. I mean, that's deadly. That's when AJ Brown comes back and they can continue to fire on all cylinders. Philly looks pretty damn tough.
I agree, man.
But hell, what we see last season, an implode, right? An implosion.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that could be the thing. And when it came to the Saints, I really thought that if the Saints weren't for real, as we say, that they'd have been exposed last week. Having to go to Arlington, but obviously we saw the way that turned out. But I mean, you see what Philadelphia does right here, and I mean, it really does tell me that. Because it isn't what the Saints didn't do. I mean, like you said, it really was that Philadelphia. I mean, that defense came to life and locked down that offense that had just been so superb. I mean, and the Saints from this point, I mean, I think the Saints keep marching on. Pardon that stupid pun, but I think that's going to be the case right there. But I mean, I think when you go in and see this is where you really look at what we're saying here is, man, Philadelphia, when Philadelphia is right, these guys can go in and they can beat anybody, and that NFC is so wide open, Wags. It's so wide open right now.
They used Dallas Goedert yesterday to win.
I know,
right? And that's like, where would you put or rank Dallas Goedert at on their offensive attack pieces?
Not very high.
4th, 5th.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he had one. He had a game because he had to have a game. Right? I think Smith had Smith had 7 receptions, but Goddard was the dude yesterday. 10 receptions, 170. Are you kidding me? 170. No tutties, but still, like, was able to do everything between the hashes there, right? And then Saquon Barkley was able to, to sure up and get into the thing. That's when. And then when Philly's defense is playing like this, you don't have to score more than 2 touchdowns. Which, I mean, hell, which is crazy to think, with the Saints coming into town like that, but or you going into New Orleans rather, but still, Philly played excellent on the road. I mean, as well as you can on the road, going into a hostile New Orleans environment there, and then able to shut down one of the most efficient offenses in the damn league so far.
The thought that I took out of this last night is being in week 3, if you had missed entirely the first 2 weeks of the NFL, you'd been out of the country or whatever, you had no access to watching any NFL football whatsoever for the first 2 weeks, and you were back and you're like, you turn your stuff on, you're watching, whether it's Red Zone, whether it's the package, whatever, what the NFL ticket, whatever you're watching, you turn it on, and two of the biggest acquisitions of the offseason were, Derrick Henry going to the Ravens and then Saquon Barkley going to the Eagles. You turn it on yesterday and it's like, oh yeah, I knew those were great moves. But in the first couple of weeks, it was like, well, what the hell, And it's like we talk about, to where the overreaction. Well,
hold on, Saquon's been cooking. Saquon's been cooking.
Saquon has, but I think it was like last week, when he didn't catch the pass, it's like, man, overreaction. But
a little bit of a knee jerk there. But
this is where we're starting.
And then you could say that arguably that this is the first time that Baltimore utilized efficiently Derrick Henry, right?
Absolutely. And now we're going to go back and we look, the NFC South, Carolina's going to win the NFC South. And it's like, all started in week 3.
Stop.
Andy Dalton.
Hey, real quick, before we get off of professional sports real quick, we got to throw out, or professional football, I got to throw out a hypothetical that I saw, and I know it's not Hypothetical Tuesday. I know it's Misogynistic Monday here, but I saw this hypothetical get thrown out there for the Dolphins yesterday. And I know that we were talking about the 2-quarterback system in Pittsburgh, and if Russell Wilson would ever get a chance to kind of redeem the starting role there for Pittsburgh. But what say you, Rodney Rodriguez, and everyone else watching Chaos Theory here on Texas Sports Unfiltered and listening to it on the app here that we have on the and then also make sure you hit us up on the Coda text line as well, 512-222-9328. What if the Dolphins gave some draft picks up, and what would they have to give up for one Russell Wilson on a rental piece? Because that's the contract, right? That's the contract that he's got for Pittsburgh right now, is just a 1-year deal. What say you bring Russell Wilson down to Miami and have him kind of spell out the position there for Tua Tagovailoa until he's ready to come back? Because look, clearly Skylar Thompson's not going to be the guy getting it for you.
Yeah. Well, now he's hurt.
Yeah.
Done. I think with that, I think you go a 3rd or 4th rounder. I don't think Russ is actually worth anything more than that right now. And that's the whole thing with him. He's hurt too, supposedly. I still say this is an inside job, Wags. I still think that it was like, okay, Russ, you come in, you're going to start. Oh, before the season starts. Okay, well, let's put the other guy in. I don't think you give up much, because I don't know exactly what you get there. But Miami's in a situation where I think you could, and at the pace that they're at right now, they're 1-2 right now. They got drilled by Seattle yesterday. It's like you could be drafting high. You could. Isn't that weird that
that's crazy too? What if Miami just kind of waited this thing out, just kind of took an anomaly of a year, and got a draft pick within the first 7 picks, which is just crazy to think, and then they just add to that speed or add to the protection package of Tua, or hell, maybe even go get another quarterback.
Well, and I'd have thought, when we were having the conversation about Bryce Young, I thought, bring him in there. It's
Rodney, Bryce Young might be the problem.
If well, again, yes. I mean,
it's a knee-jerk reaction to this past Sunday, but if we're going out here and I'm seeing Andy Dalton throwing for 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards and no interceptions, and Carolina wins,
yeah,
against against what I think is a decent Raiders defense,
yeah.
Maybe it's Bryce Young. Maybe he's the problem.
And the hard part about it is right now, I mean, to the Russell Wilson thing, I mean, if you're the Steelers, if you're that organization, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe that would be attractive, but you want to keep him around in case something happens to Fields. A great fit right here to me for Miami would be Joe Flacco, but I don't think Indianapolis is going to turn that dude loose. You got to have that next guy. You know, Cooper Rush maybe would be a good fit right here.
I don't think Indianapolis is turning Flacco loose either. You've seen Richardson, right? Like,
I'm not sold on that.
And the way that this dude just has no regard for his body. Richardson's not going to finish it.
No.
Hopefully he does. Hopefully he stays healthy. But he's just throwing his shit out there like he's a fullback, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you got to chill, man.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to slide. Yeah. I mean, you already went out your rookie year because you were too aggressive with your damn ground and pound, man. You got to chill out a little bit, Richardson. Yeah, I don't think Flacco's going anywhere, man. They're probably going to keep 7, or that's hyperbolic. They'll keep as many quarterbacks as they can on that roster.
Yeah. And this is where, you know, when it comes to the whole Flacco thing, I mean, with the Colts, you know, obviously we don't want anything to happen to any player. You don't want anybody going down, but you think if something did happen right there and you have to go to Joe Flacco, if you're the Colts, hell, you're in a pretty good spot right there in the AFC South at this point. Houston took it on the chin yesterday, and that's back to the overreaction thing. I saw that yesterday.
Houston will be fine.
Houston's going to be just fine. Houston got a taste of going into a hostile environment. A team.
What do we have? Do we have any updates on Tank Dell?
No, I haven't seen any updates on that this morning. But this is where Houston, like when we talk about Texas, it's like, well, you know, they've got some other pieces in place right there. So I don't know. Flacco gets in there. If something were to happen to Richardson, I mean, I think that radically changes stuff for them, maybe for in a good way. I hate to say,
again. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was going to say, if you're Miami, I mean, I think at this point you go to the guys that aren't on a team, Ryan Tannehill, somebody like that. I mean, go chase somebody like that.
Tanny could win you some games. Tannehill could win you some games with that. I mean, honestly, you just need a quarterback that can get the rock to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, right? Like, let's be real about the damn thing and turn around and hand it off to Devin A-Chain. And then when Mostert comes back, you know, the fish will be okay. But here's the thing: without the quarterback, without somebody leading this team, you have no chance. So again, if you're Mike McDaniel, you got to make the call, right? I don't know what you have in terms of draft lottery or draft capital, but I would think that if you don't have pieces, on the team or on the roster right now to move, then you're gonna have to sacrifice a little bit of the future for right now, man.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, especially for Mike McDaniel.
I saw the comment. That could be. I don't know if it would be Mike McDaniel's job just after 1 year.
Yeah.
I think he would have a little bit more room. You would think, right? His leash would be a little bit longer. But it would start to put him a little bit in the hot seat if nothing was done. If you didn't take any type of action with this, right? You got to address your needs, man. And right now you got to be, you should be shopping a little bit to make some calls, being like, hey man, can we get something done? Like, what would it take to get a quarterback into this locker room?
And I think where Mike McDaniel and Miami may get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt is obviously when you're franchise quarterback, I mean, a guy that you just gave a sack of money to, when that dude goes down, even though still there were some situations there that gave you the idea that could happen, but regardless, they made the deal. But when you lose that guy, and then you're playing in a division where Buffalo is, the Bills, and then you got the Jets. I mean, there are some serious thoughts right now that Aaron Rodgers is hitting what we thought Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be.
Are the Jets still hype though? Like I can't figure the Jets out. I can't.
Yeah, I haven't bought that yet. I mean, we were talking last week, and I kind of mentioned there that it seemed like Aaron Rodgers was kind of on the slide right there just a little bit, and then he has the game that he has. But look, man, let's be real. That was not a very good New England team. Not a very good. Dude can still make plays, Wags, and he's got a lot of toys.
Hold on, though. New England's played decent football, not great football, but decent football in the past 2 weeks. Their defense is okay. New England's they got a lot to fix and a lot to shore up on their offense, but their defense seemingly seems okay. Now, I would have to acquiesce to a lot of the New England fan base to, see the experts and hear from the pros there. But to me, it feels like New England played somewhat okay the past couple of weeks. I really can't give the backhanded slap to them like that.
Yeah, and that's where, because I think I think they have exceeded expectations here in the first couple of 3 weeks.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
And that's what's so funny, because it's like, as we've gone on right here, it's like every week, where it's like, okay, this team is so bad. Last week it was the Panthers, and now it's like, oh well, hell, maybe the Panthers aren't so bad. Cleveland ain't worth the shit.
Also, Rodney, we need to take this into consideration. It's a very young campaign so far. We talked about the first quarter of football basically being preseason football.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And you're watching the quality of play getting better. And like one of the things that I sent you yesterday, it was so weird yesterday, as Red Zone's running on one of these Tom McKay TVs back here, and I'm looking at scores, and it's like 7-3, it's like 10-3, and all of this. It's like, okay,
baseball scores.
Yeah, it's like, is the league shifting this much already that now it's becoming more of a defensive driven, and teams are running the ball again, and that's where it's like, okay, it's a funny year. It's early on, and even in college football, and we can dig more into college tomorrow, to where looking at this, and it's like, man, teams are, you look at stuff and it's like, that just doesn't seem right. But hey, early and a long way to go, thank goodness.
Way too early playoff predictions so far.
I'll take the Chiefs. They're going to get in. And that's about the only thing that I'm solid on right now.
Okay.
Because when you Wags,
give me a team from the NFC though that you Lions. You would think the Lions get in, right?
Yeah, I would say the Lions. But it's so funny, because yesterday, as I was driving home from Houston in the morning, I was listening to one of the national shows, and they were talking about, well, if the Rams can't get their stuff together, they're in trouble. Hell, they came out and beat the 49ers. But I know both of those teams, I don't know who played yesterday. Hell, they're so injury.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
So it's like, a lot of folks, I think, this morning are like, if you're a Rams fan, you're feeling pretty good. But it's like, well,
Seattle. Seattle is the talk right now in the first quarter of the damn season. Like, I don't know if Seattle will be there at the end of the season, but they look pretty damn good right now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you want to talk about people that are playing outside of the box. I didn't know that Geno Smith was this good. I didn't. And Geno Smith seems to be playing on another level right now so far in the young campaign.
Journeyman quarterback. I mean, to me, that's the stories that we're watching right now. I mean, let's take Patrick Mahomes out of this whole scenario. You're waiting for Caleb Williams to do what Caleb Williams was supposed to do. I think we both agree that, yeah, he looked great in the preseason, but now it's a little faster, and you're playing the grown men. So things are going to be different right there. Look, Green Bay. I mean, when we talk about teams struggling with quarterbacks, I mean, here Malik comes out yesterday and wins his revenge game. If it really was a revenge game, you think Malik is like, hey, I could have been y'all's quarterback.
Did you think that Green Bay bet on winning these two games with Love going down?
Wags, I said if Green Bay won one of the next three, they'd be doing great. I didn't see this coming, but again,
this is the reason why I still have them above Minnesota. Now I know Minnesota's playing lights out right now, right? But the way that Green Bay is being able to do this without Jordan Love gives me a little bit of, I guess, more confidence in Green Bay than I have with Minnesota, even though that Sam Darnold is deemingly the first string quarterback. I think Minnesota's playing. And again, it's completely hypothetical, but I think Minnesota's playing at their optimal level with Sam Darnold than they would be with J.J. McCarthy. And maybe it's just because I've seen more game film on Sam Darnold than I have JJ McCarthy. Again, completely hypothetical, and we never know. But still, I think Darnold's playing outside of his gourd right now. Just the way, from what I watched yesterday, Rodney, him going through his damn progressions, he looks comfortable, man. He doesn't look confused. He looks like he's got the damn offense down. He looks good, which is crazy to say. It's just absolutely crazy to say. You know what? We kind of flirted with it a little bit in the beginning of the conversation here. I got Minnesota being there. I still got them there. Like I flirted with it, saying that they were a 10-win team or a double-digit win team. I got them in the playoffs, man. Minnesota's marching to the playoffs.
And when we talk about these great fits and all this, I mean, Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur. I mean, let's say those two names right there, because look at what they've done right here. I mean, they've inserted people into their system right here, and it doesn't seem like he even skipped a beat. I mean, when you look at Minnesota right now, could the rookie be doing what Sam Darnold's doing? I don't think so. I really don't think so. With the evolution of trying to get acclimated with the NFL, I'm not sure he could be doing that. Jordan Love, yeah, maybe. But still, the whole thing is, I mean, with what Green Bay has done is you bring this guy in. It didn't even have a weekend there, Wags, before he had to start. And here they are. They won 2 games. And, you know, this is where it gets so cool, because obviously when Jordan Love comes back, I mean, he's going to have his job back. But it's like, okay, well, what do you do with Malik? You know, you just have him there.
I mean,
he's just there waiting.
Malik's got his dollar up, right? Like you would think that now with the ability to spell Jordan Love and come in here and win ball games, not manage ball games, win ball games for Green Bay. You'd like to think that whoever's looking for a quarterback, whoever might be in a situation like Miami's in, they can be like, hey, you know, what's it going to take to move Malik? What's it going to take to move Russell Wilson? You know, saying that, I don't think, and of course, you know, Green Bay going through what they just went through, you'd think that they would want to move Malik, or maybe they could move Malik, but with what just happened with Jordan Love, you'd probably want to keep Malik on your damn roster, considering that he just won you 2 damn ball games and spell. Good conversation there. It's crazy to look at right now. You'd think the Fish can still go after, like, if they make a decision now and be proactive with this and go get their quarterback, they still have a chance to go not just, you know, survive the division, but actually win the division. They're only a game behind the Jets and the Bills right now, but it's crazy. I mean, the Cincinnati Bengals are 0-2 going into this. Well, hell, we'll see what happens after
2 games tonight.
Tonight. But yeah, I mean, still winless right now. I think the Texans will continue to run away with it. The Titans, which is crazy. I thought Calvin Ridley, and you want to talk about having the biggest bust and being wrong. I thought Calvin Ridley was going to go off. He had one of the greatest matchups, I thought, going into this week, and he put out a dud. Now, a lot of that is on the connection with his partner there from the signal calling, Will Levis there, Mr. Mayo, man. But again, I thought Calvin Ridley was going to be able to come out there and have one hell of a Sunday. Apologies to that. And of course, the week that I say that Derek Carr and Raheed Shaheed is a must-play stack. This stack didn't do jack. Raheed Shaheed didn't even have a fucking point. Excuse my language, sorry. Raheed Shaheed didn't even have a point. So apologies out there. I'll buy you a beer if you put him in your DFS lineup. Ike, I know you put him in your lineup. I'm very sorry. So,
yeah. Well,
I took the hit too, damn it, because I had him in my lineup too.
I'm curious to see tonight with the Bengals. I mean, it's a home game there. I mean, look, I know the Commanders aren't. I still say, especially when you see Philadelphia and Dallas,
game for Burrow.
I know that this better be the comeback game for Burrow, if you know what I mean. So hopefully it is a big game for him. But again, I mean, with the Commanders, I think they don't have all the pieces in place, but I think I don't think that's going to be a gimme right there.
That secondary is atrocious.
Yeah,
again, like these wide receivers should eat all damn night.
Yeah, they really should. They really should. Friends, got to tell you about our friends. Let me tell you, friends, about our friends over at Covert Bee Cave. Great folks over there. And again, so we another home game coming up on Friday as you get Mississippi State. We'll start previewing those guys and getting you some Texas football talk. That's a bad thing where it's like you guys, we've got the post game show and all that, but then like Monday morning for us, the NFL is still so raw happening right here. So we're kind of the fill in right there to get the NFL stuff out. But it'll be
but we got plenty of time too, bro. It looks like Jeff's at HEB.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. Well, while he's shopping, how about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now. Not ever.
They're out there, man. I'm telling you, going out to the Covert Castle, as I like to call it, right off of 71 there, you won't have any ideas left in your mind about what you want to drive and style in because they got everything out there. Every selection that you could want, it's there at the Covert Castle off of 71. Hey, we'll be out there again this Friday, man. Lunching with Nate Boyer as well.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. That will be a good one. Speaking of lifetime Longhorns and speaking of Covert and Texas luncheons and so forth, I think one of the questions that will really break down, Wags, not only you and I and the Sark pressers coming up here in just a little bit, is now as you go into the SEC opener, which OU lost their SEC opener, but of course they a little bit more formidable opponent. What do you do with Quinn? Yeah,
what's that?
To Quinn or not to Quinn, I think is something that we're going to be talking about during the week.
I saw this on the sheet. Elaborate on this. I thought we were going to have to get to this on Tuesday, but what do you mean? Are you what Shakespearean shit are you throwing at me here?
That'll be our tease right there to tune in on Tuesday. To Quinn or not to Quinn. I mean, like I'm saying, no, dude's going to need some reps. But I've talked to people, and it's like he's not rusty. There's a bye week anyway. Be interesting to see what happens with that. Or do you just roll? Or do you just roll with the man? The man dropping them bombs. He looked a little shaky at first. He looked a little shaky.
Nerves is the starting position. Now, look, and Zay and I kind of talked about a little bit about this on post game, right? Like to prep for a week being a starter and to just come in off of reaction might be completely different. Now, of course, I've never played quarterback, but I would argue that if you got to prepare and get a game plan down, that probably settles a little bit more on your nerves or gets you a little bit more anxious than having to come in, as running out to the damn 50-yard line or coming out of the tunnel or whatnot, and you're knowing that Quinn's going to be taking the first steps, and you can just go stand next to Sark and learn. And then all of a sudden, Sark looks at you, got to go in. Oh, right on, coach. I got this. Boom, 5 touchdowns. I would think that is a better situation than having to prep for a week and then having your animosity kind of get the best of you, right? So maybe that's why maybe that's why we saw Arch come off a little bit slow or kind of a little bit, maybe not firing on all cylinders. Again, we've only had 2 weeks of real game film to kind of get from Arch. But again, from what I saw, Arch, he doesn't even need to take another snap. I've said this time and time again. He doesn't need to take another snap. I'm fine with it. He's going to be a first-round draft pick. Put the dude on the bench if we can, and just let Trey Owens roll out there.
And I think a lot of what this is Arch is great. I mean, like you're talking about right there, Arch has started football games, and played in football games, but he hadn't started quite in front of all those people. That's a lot of shell shock right there. It's a lot that he was dealing with, but he did just fine. Yeah, and the other part, there have been questions about Jaden Blue. And again, you look at the opponent, but Jaden Blue seemed to answer any questions the other night. That's 4 touchdowns, 3 on the ground and 1 in the air.
He was my player of the game.
Yeah,
100%.
No doubt about it. So there you go, right there. There's your Jaden Blue game that you kind of establish him as that's going to be your spearhead in the backfield. But then again,
I think we have to rush Quinn back. I think we're fine with Arch, and then let's have the same type of game plan to where if the Longhorns get a legitimate lead, and we got to talk about a real thing here about how efficient this team is, and you could argue that they kind of looked rusty and weren't firing on all cylinders on Saturday, right? And they still put up 50 points. This is the fourth week in a row now that, hell, every game they've been in, they've put up 50 points. So it's an efficient offense. It's a defense that's been able to only surrender 22 points on the campaign. Again, consider the opposition, but this is what you're supposed to do when you're playing cupcakes. You're supposed to win the sweet ones, and it's supposed to be tasty like this. You're supposed to be licking your fingers like Jameis Winston. So, I mean, he wasn't talking about sweet. He was talking about licking chops for dubs or whatever. But still, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take care of the cupcakes like this in an emphatic fashion, and that's what the Longhorns are doing now. Will it be any different coming up against Mississippi State? The Bulldogs just struggled with Billy Napier's Florida Gators. Now it looks like Mertz kind of figured some things out. I sat here and talked all week long about them having to stick with Lagway or going with Lagway, but Mertz came out and played pretty damn decent. Now that could be a testament to how bad the Bulldogs really are for Mississippi State.
Yeah, I heard a lot of folks on Saturday where they were talking about with the win there for Florida State, and it's like, okay, now that's more like Florida football, and that's more of a signature win. I'm like, has Florida fallen that far to where you have to come out and a signature win, is beating Mississippi State. And but the other part about it is where this will be different. And again, you look at the last two opponents, UTSA comes out and they rebound nicely and go and beat, a softer opponent. But this is where, even though it's one of the lower teams or the lower, whatever you want to call teams in the SEC, to where it is much better opposition than what you just had. Sure. So that's where it's going to be interesting. The start of the ball game, which I guess it's been announced as a 3:15 start, with that coming out to see, because it is. I mean, Mississippi State's going to be substantially quicker, stronger, faster, like Steve Austin, the bionic man, not the guy that drinks beer, than what Texas has been facing. Than what Texas has been facing. So that's going to be to where it's see how long it takes for Texas on both sides of the ball.
The bionic man.
We can rebuild him stronger, faster. I always wanted to have that thing. Remember, he had that thing in his arm, right in his forearm. He had that.
Where he could go and latch onto things.
Yeah, I always wanted that, man. It was like when I was a kid, I'm like, man, how do I get that? I mean, I need that in here. That clear screen.
I thought I was going to be a superhero too, Rodney, when I was a kid. What happened?
Yeah. Steve Austin, the bionic man, not the guy that drinks the beer.
Although
both great guys. Both great guys.
Not the Texas rattlesnake.
Not the Texas.
Hey, real quick, you want to talk about something great? You want to talk about a great guy? How about Tom McKay? Tom McKay's a great guy. He's got a great crew, too, with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Whether you want the setup that I have with the two televisions and the two arcade systems right behind me, or the dream theater that I have downstairs in my living room, or maybe you want the trifecta setup like Rodney has with the two 65ers and then a huge 75-inch to put your main game on there, or maybe you want the four TV setup with the video wall that BK has. It's all deadly, and it's all done with audiovisual consultations. Since 1988, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in our fair burg of Austin and all over Texas. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Again, 512-255-8678. It's avconsultations.com.
That's right. And a great call there by Longhorn Bear. I mean, because Blake Shapen, I mean, that was one of the things that you could go back to for Mississippi State. It's like, okay, a senior quarterback right there. I mean, that's always a coup, feather in your cap, as they say, but okay, well, he's hurt too. So yes, they will be rolling out a freshman here middle of the afternoon on Saturday at DKR as we welcome in the man.
Jordan, how are you, sir?
Scruggs.
Hey, can we touch a little bit on the Utes and the Cowpokes real quick before we...
The two Utes.
The Unk Bowl, say.
So were you able to watch... I mean, you had your hands full this weekend, Jordan. Were you able to watch any Saturday ball?
Yeah. So I was at the game, the Texas game. So I didn't see the end of those 2:30 games and the 11 a.m. games. They weren't very good. It was an okay slate, I'd say. I think the West Virginia Kansas game was the best game, and I mean they got delayed and pushed till the 2:30 slate. So didn't get to watch a ton of the 11 a.m. games, but the Uncle Bowl I did see some of. Also saw some of USC Michigan. We had went to my dad's house down near Cairn, my dad's friend's house down near
Met
Cairn.
Jules this past week. Thank you for introducing
Yeah.
me. Looks like he did a good job with you, sir.
Hey, that's what it looks like. But yeah, so we were just flipping between channels watching games at 2:30. And then headed down to the game and watched that, and then got back, and by the time we got home, K-State had kind of already dug their grave versus BYU, and the Mormons got them. I mean, crazy things happen out in Provo at night. I'm telling you, it's a good thing
Hey,
Texas
have you
doesn't
seen
have that on
Mormon
the schedule
Wives?
anytime soon.
Have you seen the Mormon Wives that I was talking
Okay,
about?
I don't get what that shit is. It keeps showing up on my TikTok For You page, and I'm like, I never looked at Mormon stuff. Why is the Real Housewives of More, whatever it is, why is that showing up?
It's what you were just talking about. Crazy things happen when the lights go down outside of Provo. So,
yeah. Hey guys, I'll ask you both. And when it comes to college football on Saturday, I mean, with Travis Hunter, yeah, Colorado area, Dion, Coach Prime, yeah, they went out and they beat Baylor, great, whatever. But when it comes to
they stormed the field, dude.
They stormed the
field. After beating Baylor, bro.
Travis Hunter's a bad son of a gun.
Travis Hunter can play. Travis
Hunter, yeah, that's two dudes on that team. That's what they have is two dudes. But Travis Hunter, man, that hit at the end of the game to seal the win over the Baylor Bears. I mean, that dude should be in the Heisman race somewhere. I know it's a quarterback award, but I think
he'll be in the conversation towards the end of the season, right? He'll be in the New York conversation.
If he keeps it up, he should be in New York. I don't know if he'll win it though. I'm curious how. I don't know. I'm a big Travis Hunter fan. I like Travis Hunter, but if your team is like 7-5, you shouldn't win the Heisman.
No.
Now, if he continues his level of play and they're 7-5, he should be invited to New York, but he shouldn't win the Heisman. And this is coming from, again, someone who that's like one of three kids on that roster I pull for. Everyone else I don't really care for. As far as them rushing the field, yeah, it's weak, but whenever they were pushed into overtime off a Hail Mary and they were down a touchdown and they win by a touchdown, especially with how it ended, I think maybe it's fine to rush the field. I'll excuse that. Like, trust me, I've seen Colorado rush the field for other games. I think this one is more deserving of about 80% of those other games. But man, with Baylor, I mean, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Bro. What are we doing? Like,
I don't know.
Come on, Dave. What are
bad
we?
Football, man.
Man,
It's like,
is this Dave's last year? Is this Aranda's last year?
Hell yeah. I've been saying this all offseason, but man, you lose to Colorado on the road, especially the way you did. Especially they called a timeout before that Hail Mary. Why are there not 7 dudes in the end zone? It's not rocket science.
Shit.
They need a touchdown. Put 7.
What was that?
I mean, put 8. You can get pressure with 3.
I know. It's so wild.
Yeah, I'm sitting there watching that, and I'm like, dude, I'm not a coach. Never claimed to be. But shit, man, you know what's coming.
It's like, good job, Dave Aranda. You put 5 people on Travis Hunter because I'm willing to bet a significant amount of money Travis Hunter was who the ball was supposed to go to originally. But you can't have 5 people guarding that dude. You need to spread it out. So,
yeah,
man, I mean, Dave would, and I don't think Baylor's going to fire anybody in, what is it, week 4, week 5?
Yeah.
But I mean, Jesus Christ, you put the nail in your coffin, Mr. Aranda. I think so.
Solidified it.
I don't know. And on the other hand, their rival, how about TCU? The TCU fans finally pulling their head out of their ass, realizing Sonny Dykes, all he can do is win with Gary Patterson's players, like Aranda won with Matt Rule's players. And now, and not only was it Gary Patterson's players, it's Gary Patterson's players in year 5 and year 6 because of the COVID loophole. It's the exact same thing that happened at Baylor with Matt Rule and Dave Aranda using his players in year 5 or year 6. You're going to win. And I'm very happy Kevin Henry Jennings got the W. I know there's a lot going on in that situation with Preston Stone. I'm not sure if we'll ever see Preston Stone again at the level he's playing at. But as far as Kevin Henry Jennings goes, he's been taking a lot of heat since that. And it wasn't even his fault. It's the coach's decision. And he played well enough to get the dub. I know SMU top to bottom just whooped their ass. But I'm happy SMU won. And I think Dykes' seat is getting very, very hot.
Yep.
I've talked about it throughout the offseason. But while last year his seat wasn't really hot at all, he did throw out all of the good faith he had with the boosters. I think once he got him into the playoffs, not only got him into the playoffs, but they won a game and went to the Natty. I think he made himself pretty much unfireable. And then he hired Art Browse's son. And from that point on, the Baylor brass, or not Baylor brass, the TCU brass, I've been told, is made his seat very warm. The expectations have risen significantly after he made that move. So if they finish where they finished last year, Kendall Browse, who isn't even a good offensive coordinator anyways. Look at the numbers he was putting up at Arkansas. They weren't anything impressive. I don't think there's any way Dyke survives this season if they continue the way the path they're on. And it's going to be interesting because they actually have a really good recruiting class for what they typically tend to recruit. So I'm curious how that'll unfold, especially with Baylor, because I do know the people in charge of the collective at Baylor made it very clear they're going to have that money for those kids regardless of who's coaching come December. So I think Baylor's being very rarely are they proactive. They're being proactive right now. And I do think they're going to be able to keep most of their commits. I'm not sure about TCU. So curious about that. I know you asked me about the Unk Bowl, and I just spun that into 10 minutes. But,
I'll tell you what
I got
like
other questions too. I mean, we still got to talk about Tennessee and Oklahoma. Also, real quick, I mean, you kind of touched on it with K-State. BYU, like we got to actually start having a conversation if they're for real or not.
I don't know. It's hard to judge because it's like, okay, are we judging BYU at night in Provo, or are we judging BYU? Because it seems like those are two different teams. Just crazy shit happens at night in Provo.
You ain't lying.
But with BYU, I think they were what?
Sometimes you got to pay. Do you pay? You don't pay for your crazy stuff in Provo, though, right?
Jeez, man.
I'm just Jordan. I gotta ask.
They made it. No, I've never been to Provo. I've been to Utah, not Provo, unless I've driven through it and didn't know. But with K-State BYU, didn't they make BYU like 23 and K-State 22 in the new AP poll or something?
I didn't see the new AP poll shine yet. Is it out?
I think they made them.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes out on Sunday. But yeah, y'all see Tennessee, Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah. So we talked a little bit about if it would be a litmus test for which team, right? I thought Tennessee was going to be able to drive a little bit more than they were here against Oklahoma. But look, Oklahoma came out lethargic, and then finally you started seeing a little bit come back towards the end of it, towards the latter portion of the game, too little too late. But what did you see did you see enough from Oklahoma against Tennessee to see which one was a real team?
I didn't watch any of that game. I still need to look at that. Yeah, because I was at the Texas game, and service at DNR ain't great when there's 100,000 people in there. Hey, and by the way, I haven't seen this anywhere else, but one thing I really enjoy about going to home games, on the ride back, my dad will turn on the post-game show with Craig Way, where they talk to Sark, because usually you don't see anything he says in that interview unless you're listening to it on the radio, or at least I usually don't. But he had said that's the 5th most attendance ever held at Texas for a game.
Damn.
Sark said that. And I was like, what? And they apparently is the 5th largest attendance in DKR history. Was for the first time being number 1 since 2008, Arch Manning's first start, and the opponent was Louisiana Monroe. So, I mean, pretty damn strong. My dad kept pointing out how full the bowl was because usually, Texas will come out for those games, but not quite to a sellout crowd. So I thought that was impressive, but just wanted to hit on that before I forgot.
Hey, one more thing that's impressive too, and regardless of the opposition, Jordan, you weren't on here when Rodney and I were talking about it, but this is now 4 games in a row to where Texas has put up 50 points. And you could argue that even on Saturday, they didn't look like they played their most efficient ball game, and they were still able to put up 51 points. They came out a little bit of lulls in their offense at times, but I mean, if this is the caliber of of expertise that the offense is going to be riding on, and then the defense is complementing the offense, playing as solid as they are. Now, again, I know that we're playing some cupcake games right here, but this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to win by 45 to 50 points when you're playing the cupcake teams. Texas didn't usually do that in the past. They would play down or allow their opponents or allow their opposition to at least stay in the damn game. We're not seeing that with this type of Texas team right now. Is this a sign that hey, man, Texas not even is really it's not only that Texas is back, Texas is in the driver's seat to actually win this damn thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you made some great points. My main thing is good teams win and great teams cover. And Texas is 4-0 versus the spread. I'm almost positive. I know they covered last week. So that being said, I mean, everything we've said all offseason about this team, they've lived up to it. We said this is a better team than last year's team on paper. Everyone in Austin firmly believed that. But they're a little wary. Are they going to reach their full potential? Because at the end of the day, you can't just have 11 talented players. You got to have 11 talented players playing as a team.
Right.
That's what Texas has gotten through 4 weeks of play, through 16 quarters of play.
Yeah.
So, man, they're rolling. And I honestly think they would have covered whatever the spread would have been versus Blake Shapen. I think they're going to cover whatever the spread's going to be versus Michael Van Buren. And it's funny enough, I've actually seen Michael Van Buren play in high school. I can talk a little about him. But St. Francis kid. So Jake fact checked me. They are 4-0 versus the spread. I don't know how many other teams in college football are 4-0 versus the spread, but I doubt it's in double digits. So
yeah. Well, and I think a lot of that, Jordan, is, and Wags, to your point right there, is like we talk about the depth right here. So it's like, Sarkisian has talked about the ones, when the ones are out, you've got guys that are coming in and they could be ones. And I think that's the thing right now when you talk about great teams is you're cycling these guys in. When you pull the ones out and you're bringing guys in, I mean, there's not a lot of lit up right there whatsoever. So I think that really factors in right here is to where there's not a lot of lit up at all. I mean, you can change the schemes up and do whatever you're going to do there, maybe back the scheme up a little bit, but still you're going to dominate the line of scrimmage and you're going to control the football game. And that's what Texas is doing. It doesn't matter when in the ball game.
Yeah. They're going to dominate the point of attack. That's what Sark and Kyle Flood and Kenny Baker going back to Bo Davis. That's what they've recruited since they got there January 2021. They dominate the point of the attack. They knew they were going into the SEC. And having been in the SEC, they knew that trench play is the most important part of the entire conference. Texas has it. And they might have the first offensive lineman, first trench player taken off the board come April, and Kelvin Banks Jr. So, my dad just texted me, made a great point. The difference of the surprise is the defense.
Hi, Jules. Jules, are you watching?
Yes.
Yeah, he usually watches.
The defense.
I'm not probably ain't watching much longer, but no, the defense. He's right. Like this has truly looked like an elite defense through 4 weeks of play. Luckily, they've been blessed without any major injuries. Knock on wood. But
that was the thing, right? That's what we had to do was get through this injury unscathed with as minimal injuries as possible through this little soft cupcake play, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they've looked elite. And Mississippi State has by no means juggernaut on offense. So we might not get the true test if they're elite until OU and Georgia back to back. But, we'll see. So I think they're definitely elite right now. I'd say that.
Mm-hmm. And it does come down to rotations and so forth, like we talk about it, even on the defensive side, to where it's like, man, they've just done such a great job of going to the portal and with all of that stuff. And you've put pieces in place, and you've got guys that are going to come in that are going to continue to make plays. And like you said, I mean, the defense has really, but I think the Red River shootout, that's when we'll really get a better taste of what we actually have. Of what this team actually has, because that's when you're going to have that intensity, and everything's going to ramp up substantially when you get to that contest.
Oh yeah.
What was down in your wheelhouse this weekend, Jordan? Anything with recruiting?
Yeah, I saw a game in Houston on Thursday. Richmond Randall, Fort Bend Marshall. Richmond Randall just beat the shit out of them. I think it was 45-7 or 42-7. And Yeah, it was uncompetitive. The two kids from Marshall I was there to see. One of them's Caleb Chester. They threw to him once all night because they're kind of a running team, and when they throw, they're not throwing to the Texas commit. And the one time they did, he picked off the ball. It was a duck, horrible throw, and he was right there. He caught it, returned it about 30-something yards. And the next play, Richmond Randall forced a fumble and picked it up and then scored on the next play on offense to make it 45 or 42-7. Isaiah Williams, the other Fort Bend Marshall kid I saw, he's a 2026 safety that I think will eventually end up at Texas as long as they take him.
Is that where he wants to go to Texas?
I think that's the school for him, yes, but I'm not sure exactly. Like he wants to wait a bit, but even if he was to call the staff right now and try to commit, I'm not sure how that stand. Just because he did get hurt and he won't be back for 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, they've looked at other games they played this year, but he did not have an amazing game. I'd say the first quarter and a half before he went down, and he was one of the kids that were there live evaluating. Terry Joseph and Kenny Baker were both there. So I also need to double check. I do think actually I got to correct myself. If he did call, they probably would let him do it right now. But nonetheless, I think Texas is a school for him as things currently stand. And then, oh, great. Now my Mac isn't charging. Man, I've been dealing with BS with these charging ports for too long.
All right. Well, what's the juice that you have on your Mac? Are you about to go down? There you go. Now you're muted, Jordan.
Oh, now he's muted. So that's all right. We'll let him do what he needs to do right there. I actually did that last week. I had one that wouldn't charge, and I'm like, man, this thing is ruined. I dug around here underneath my hub and found the sumbitch wasn't even plugged in. I'm like, oh, oops, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah, mine, I don't know. I can never tell if it's the cord or like the port, just because it happens sometimes. But because during the week, my computer will just sit here, and then whenever I take it out of town, I got to redo my setup. It'll be weird.
We got to get you. It sounds like we got to get a computer sponsor here, so that we. You know what? All Tex. That's who I've been trying to talk to and get them on board here. Maybe I'll go pay a visit and just say, hey, final straw. Jordan needs a computer. What do we got to do?
Hey, I'm with it. I'm looking at getting a new one around Christmas. I think that's when Apple usually drops their MacBook. So I'll probably buy the newest one around then and run it into the ground for 4 years like I did this one.
There it is.
But I'm going to go grab my other charger that usually has a higher percentage of working. Give me a second.
Yeah. Go ahead. Do what you need. All right, Rodney, let's get back to let's get Jordan off here. Let's get back to the conversation that we were having a little bit before we got out of here. You got to see a little bit of this OU and Tennessee game, though, right? What did you think of that? A little bit about a little bit of your thoughts on the opposition, or I guess the opposition that's north of us here when we come to play them in a few weeks.
Where I'm really looking forward to that game now is it really seems like OU's defense is on par. They seem to
seemingly
be
so. Or it appears to be that way.
Yeah. I mean, there's just nothing on the other side. I mean, it seems like for them. But I think that this is where when you get to the shootout, the Red River shootout, I'll keep saying that's when we're going to see. I mean, now that you're establishing Jaden Blue here, and to see Quinn Ewers, back to see how he tries to make that defense susceptible for the long ball, establishing the run and so forth. I think that's where it's going to be if Texas can get in there and start to, again, dominate the line of scrimmage and wear that defense down, kind of like we saw with Michigan. Remember that matchup was going to be Texas against that front, and Texas just beat the brakes off them and wore them out. So I think that's what we're going to see when Texas takes on OU.
Now and also I got to, when Texas takes on OU, which quarterback will we be seeing?
Oh, well, yeah.
Jackson Arnold.
Yeah.
So
he didn't really get the job done against Tennessee.
No.
I'm very, very, very curious how that's going to work, because I'm about to be super transparent. Yours truly and I'd say about 90% of the 24/7 sports staff were not huge fans of Michael Hawkins coming out of high school. He went to Allen.
What about after Saturday?
Well, hey, listen. His first 3 years, he was at Allen. super toolsy kid, super athletic kid, NFL bloodlines. His dad, he's actually Michael Hawkins Jr. His dad played corner at OU, and then I think he had a cup of tea in the NFL. I'm not sure how long he played. He always, he's really good. He's dynamic. He's all this, and then you go see him play, and it's like, this is supposed to be a power forward. He would turn the ball over. He'd make mistakes. He couldn't make reads. And then his senior year, he transferred to Frisco Emerson. Some incident happened at Allen that some people don't know what the exact details are. I don't know what the exact details are. But he ended up at Frisco Emerson as a senior. And because of that incident, I think was able to play as a senior, and he did. And he brought him, I think, to either the 4th round or semifinals. And Frisco Emerson's a 5A school, so it is easier than it would have been with Allen, but it is impressive still. So he did get better as a senior. I never saw him, though. But I mean, for a long time, from his sophomore and junior year, I think I saw him in 3 or 4 games because they had Zena Yumi and I was going to see him play, and that NATO when he was a sophomore starting. And I saw him maybe 3 or 4 times, and each time I was kind of disappointed just based off everything I'd heard. And a lot of us at 24/7 are in agreement. And I mean, I think we're the only site that had him as a 3-star. So it is a little surprising. He played that well, at least for me, as a true freshman.
But what's underwhelming for you?
Man, he wouldn't play well. In the first 3 years of his high school career, he wouldn't play
Allen.
Well.
At Allen,
and he'd have good. Like he would feast when they'd play Prosper Rock Hill.
Yeah.
But when it came time to play like McKinney or Denton Geyer, he'd struggle. And that's fine. You say with a lot of kids, but with Oklahoma, the legacy factor. I don't know if they pursue him and recruit him like they do if there's not the legacy factor there. I honestly don't know if that's the case because he was always going to Oklahoma. We always knew that, and we always knew they were going to take him. So, I think that's interesting. I also think it's interesting because now that they benched Jackson Arnold and put in a kid who's only a cycle below him, I don't know if you can ever fully turn back to Jackson Arnold actually being like your guy or the guy for your team. So I'm really, really curious how things are going to unfold these next few weeks. I honestly thought Jackson Arnold would do better in college. I think he is receiving a bit too much blame. Yes, he played poorly. I've seen some of the clips, but also not once this year has he had his full receiving core healthy. They finally got Nick Anderson back this week, and I think he got concussed. They said on like the 5th play. Like you can't prepare yourself or factor that into the game plan. You just can't. Also, they're missing 2 or 3 offensive line starters against one of the country's top D linemen, who's going to have probably the first edge rusher taken off the board in April, James Pierce. So, yes, he makes mistakes. Yes, he makes dumb plays, but like, it's not like he's the only problem in their. It's the same thing I said about Connor Wigman and A&M. They have so many problems. He's just the scapegoat for it. And I think it's kind of the same with Jackson Arnold. Should he have been benched and pulled? Yes, probably, because I mean Hawkins kind of got him back in the game. But nonetheless, like I'm very curious how that's going to unfold between now and the second Saturday in October.
Yeah,
I'm kind of with you. I don't think since you made the pool, I don't think you can go back to Jackson Arnold, especially because both of these quarterbacks they play the same type of style, right? They're two basically running quarterbacks. One doesn't solidify himself as a pocket passer, and the other one's not going to be an RPO type of quarterback. Both of them have seemingly the same type of skill set. From what I saw on Saturday, though, I think Hawkins is where you go with, or he seems to give them a little bit more spark going up against Tennessee. Now, I don't know if that'll carry over in the next week, but if you're Venables, I think that's the approach that you need to take.
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be curious because I think their second string that they've been putting on the depth chart has actually been Casey Thompson.
Oh, wow.
But everyone knew he wouldn't actually come in. It'd be Michael Hawkins.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like, if Michael Hawkins plays bad, are they rolling Casey Thompson out there, or like, are they going back to Jackson Arnold? What's going to happen?
And they get to go to Auburn. Say what you want to say right there, but that's going to be some pretty amped up stuff happening there in that one. So yeah, it's going to be very curious to see what happens there, and that depth may get even more depleted with that road game there. Of course, they'll have the bye in between as well, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what they do with the quarterback situation at this point, which that goes back to kind of my point right there, where the defense is kind of what's going to carry them. But if Texas can get in there and go hit them in the mouth, I mean, we could see another what we saw with Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to I drove home from Austin to Dallas last night, and I was listening to the Cover 3 podcast. It was like their instant reaction from this weekend. And they kind of made the same point about Jackson Arnold that I did, where it's like, I don't know if you can go back to him ever really being the guy. But, I mean, the game this weekend is not going to be a fun watch. Auburn looks horrible. Like, they look horrible. Arkansas is not a good team. Texas is going to beat Arkansas by at least 21 points.
God, I hope so. Please.
Still worried about that one, man.
They got a good offense, man. When you can put up 70 points, that's an efficient team, regardless of the opposition. I always say that. When you can put up 70 points, that's an efficient football team. So,
I'm curious how much Auburn will put up against OU, because, like, OU has a great defense. Like, I wouldn't say it's elite, but I'd say it's great.
No, they're usually there, though, right?
And it's just ridiculous to think, like, man, 4 years ago, Lincoln Riley and OU, they had the best offense in the country and the worst defense in the country. They couldn't stop a nosebleed. And then look at us now. They have a great defense and they can't get a first down. So, I don't know. Maybe they got to try to win games like Michigan and just run the damn ball the whole time or something. But speaking of Michigan, it looks like Michigan got their swagger back. They're finally beating teams I guess they're supposed to beat. Hey, and what did I say? I don't know if Michigan's going to lose twice at home in 3 weeks after not losing at home since like 2018. So,
no, you were right there, and that's a much-needed win, not just for them, but for our fan base too, right? You think we want to boast our strength of schedule just a little bit, and then Michigan being able to beat the Trojans, that does help out and make us look a little bit better.
I get what you're saying, but like now that it's 12 teams, if Texas just wins out, it doesn't matter. If they lose 2 games, it doesn't matter. They're in. So
just take care of yourself.
Just get in the final 12. Strength of schedule, yes, it'll matter, but Texas could get in off their talent alone if they have 2 or 3 losses, I think. So, and for those curious, Jeff is getting screwed in the HEB curbside.
Whoa,
apparently. That's well, not actually.
I gotta go with too. All right,
hey,
dude. I don't.
HEB curbside's apparently taking too long.
I don't schedule anything until after this show. Like I just. It happened. I almost got burned once taking my dog to the vet. I'm just like, are you serious? I've been here for 2 hours already. Are you serious? So I don't know. And this was only supposed to, for nail clippings and for a damn, toothbrush or whatever for the damn dog.
Hey,
I don't mess with it, man.
HEB has been had curbside, I think, Jake. I miss my HEB, man. Up here in Dallas, I go to Tom Thumb and Walmart and shit. It sucks.
Yeah.
Like HEB is so much better.
Is Kroger there still? Yeah, there's still Kroger.
Yeah, they got Kroger up here, but if I'm like the Walmart's closest, but it's like a Walmart neighborhood market. So they don't have everything. So like when I really want to cook something up or I need something specific, I'm going to Tom Thumb. So
my wife sends me on Sundays during football, which is bullshit. And thankfully, thankfully I got the YouTube to where I can just put it on the phone and sit there in the damn parking lot and wait for the damn groceries to come out. But yeah, you're usually there for 45 minutes waiting on curbside with HEB. And it's great. They get it right to tell you when they get your substitutions too. But
I get a notice. It's like substitutions, and then they tell me your order is ready. So that's where I'll just kind of like today. It's supposed to be at 2, so I'll start thinking about it around 2 o'clock. And if I don't see that, I'm not leaving. It's like okay, I'll wait till they tell me. Unless there's something there I really need.
But also, like, I don't know. Y'all trust these randos to pick out your groceries? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like certain, like if I'm ordering eggs, I want to look at those eggs. I don't trust this dickhead on Instacart or HEB curbside. You know what I mean? They don't got time for that.
No, avocados and all that. The produce is the one because it's like avocados.
There's been times where I've received milk from HEB and it's almost like a day. It's going to turn in like a day, right? Like the expiration date is in 2 days. Instead of going to where if you're picking it out yourself, you're going to the milk jug or the gallon of milk in the back of the damn refrigerator because it's the one that's going to expire the latest. So I think when you do curbside, they tend to give you the eggs or the perishables that are going to turn within a few days, which is kind of bullshit because nobody drinks a gallon of milk in 2 days. You just don't. I mean, we usually go through 2 gallons of milk in a week, but you don't go through a gallon of milk in a day.
But that's the way it's supposed to work, because years ago, like right out of high school, I worked at a supermarket, and that's what you always had to do. You had to front everything to where it's like you had product sitting. Like if you're going to go put, I don't know, you pick whatever, you pull.
That's why I had one of these.
Yeah, I reach around, and I guarantee you they ain't doing that. It's like the beer. When you go buy beer, it's like, okay, I'm going to the very back because it's probably the one that they put in there last to try to get it cold right there.
Yeah,
man, I'm Jason on Friday. It's metal.
We did meet Bevo Lynch Jason on Friday. It was very nice meeting Mr. Bevo Lynch. Didn't get to see the Bevo Lynch though. But no, I miss my HEB. Like I was spoiled growing up. We had one literally 3 minutes down the road. And then once I got to high school, they put one in Lakeway, and I'd moved by then. But so we had one HEB like 8 minutes away, and the other one was like 10 minutes away. Where now I think the closest one's in Frisco or Plano, and I got to drive like 25, 30 minutes.
They just expanded.
I actually thought we took shots I thought we took shots with Jason at BK's birthday party, but I guess we didn't. I don't
remember that party very well.
Another Jason, I guess.
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
I thought you were there. I honestly thought that you were at Brad's party too, Jordan. I don't know where I was.
That was at where was that? It's an outdoor venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, where was
I don't think I was there.
Wasn't his grandma there too? I think.
Yes.
His great aunt. His great aunt was there.
Yeah. Now we need to do that again. We need to have another TSU. Well, you're doing. I'm going Friday.
Start to blur. They all start to turn into one day after a while. So
I know. I'm doing this Friday. I've got Friday blocked. I don't have anything that's going to pop up, or God forbid, an emergency. But I'm doing covert this week. I'm going on Friday.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Not just going out. If you're not going out to meet Nate and ask questions, at least go out for the pie. At least go out for the damn the barbecue that's out there and the great people of Texas Sports Unfiltered. At least go out for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's go see if we can take a car from or not take. That sounded bad. Let's go see if we can demo or test drive a car.
Do a test drive.
They ain't letting you after they see this clip.
I'm not going to do anything bad. I want to test. I want to test the chassis systems.
The chassis. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer. I see some questions in the chat. I'm going to answer them real quick.
Yeah.
I was at the game. I myself didn't see this, but I've been made aware of it now. Apparently, Sadir Mitchell, redshirt freshman D lineman out of New Jersey, got into a bit of a scuffle with another Texas player, and apparently was escorted.
Saturday?
Yeah, and was apparently escorted to the locker room. After that, and did not return from the locker room the rest of the game. Again, I was at the game. My parents' tickets are on the home sideline, but I did not notice this. Chip checked in about it. We've been told Sadir Mitchell isn't having an amazing time at Texas, basically, is what we've been told. I think that's about all the details we'll get or that we'll be willing to give out. As far as Sadir Mitchell goes, it's been, a D lineman, it's hard because, truly, what are the expectations for year one and year two for a high school D lineman?
Yeah.
But considering the fact that he was the only interior take Texas had in 2023, especially considering that they beat out Georgia for this kid and they went out of their way to beat out Georgia and other things like that to get this kid from New Jersey to Texas, I would say it has been a little disappointing, Sadir Mitchell, up to this point. And based off how things are currently going, I'd be an idiot to be surprised if he goes in the portal here in a few months. So I'm not trying to lay that out there as like a hint. I haven't been told he's going in the portal, but whenever you see things like this happen on the sideline at Texas, usually it means their days are numbered. Yes, Savion Red got a full other year, but after he threw up Crip and Brennan Marion's face in Stillwater, but it's not an amazing look, and I don't know how much longer to truly expect him on this team, on this roster. And it's a shame because they need D lineman and they really want something out of him. They want to be able to get something out of him, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to at this point. Through a year and a half, I don't think they've been able to get out what they originally wanted and hoped for. So I'm curious how that'll unfold. And I mean, yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I got.
Well, in those scenarios is where you get yourself asked to leave. I mean, if it's one of those things to where maybe you weren't going to be leaving anyway, it's like you need to go. You know, because what you don't need is dysfunction in that locker room whatsoever by anyone. With the way this culture and the way this program is being put together and the path that they're on, you don't need any of that bullshit going on from anybody.
This is what Chip reported yesterday in his 5 more thoughts on the Longhorns after routing ULM with SEC play up next. You can go read it on Horns 24/7. It's at the back of the story. But Chip wrote, it looks like Texas redshirt freshman D lineman Sadir Mitchell got into a heated argument with a teammate in the second half before being escorted from the field back to the locker room. A source close to the situation said, quote, Sadir is having a hard time at Texas. It's been very rough for him, end quote. Mitchell, at 6'6", 350 pounds, has played 20 snaps this season after having to get his weight down from 372 pounds in the spring. He didn't play against ULM before being escorted from the field, and that's it. Wow. So, yeah.
I think we can all deduce what's going on.
And as far as Antoine said, Jordan, why is, I believe, Landwehr's first name is Marshall. Why is Marshall Landwehr playing more than Darian Gillette? I can't answer this question for you. I have a couple theories. One of them, whenever they get a big on Mississippi State or they get a big on Florida, whenever they play Florida, whomever, Darian Gillette is going to be in the ball game and Marshall Landwehr is not. The walk-ons only get to play versus ULM. They don't get to play versus SEC schools. So I think that's part of it. I also think, folks forget he was a small school kid that was incredibly raw, freaky athlete, but incredibly raw that was going to need a ton of development. And then in the summer going into his senior year, playing pickup basketball in Marlin, blew out. I know his ACL, but I believe also his MCL. Playing pickup at the Marlin Rec. So he was going to have an uphill battle coming from a 2A background where you're the best athlete in every single sport you play since the day you walk on the field as a freshman. You add an injury. It was always going to take time with him. And luckily, I've never looked at him as a guy who could potentially go in the portal. So I'm not worried about that, at least as of right now. But yes, I think it is a little concerning that, Marshall Landwehr is getting in the game before Darian Gillette, a non-scholarship player and a scholarship player. But nonetheless, I think Darian Gillette's in it for the long haul. I think he's eventually going to be one of the highest snap count guys a linebacker Texas has. As far as what year that happens, I'm not sure. Definitely not this year. Maybe 25, but probably 2026 or 2027, considering he does have a redshirt year. So, and Antoine also said Anthony Smith and Leonga Lafau, who starts next to Hill next year, ? I don't know. I think Anthony Smith has been great every single opportunity he's been in. Also, my dad had pointed out to me, he had kind of pulled himself out. He was going to come out of the game. And David Benda kind of met him at the sideline and told him some shit and pointed back towards the field. And he went back on the field and I think made a tackle the next play. So I've always been a huge fan of Anthony Smith. It's my dog, Southeast Texas kid, very easy to root for. Had a fun recruitment, was a really fun player at Jasper. I also like Leonga Lafau, but Texas usually only has 2 linebackers on the field. So if you had to ask me between Anthony Smith and Leonga, who's going to start next year to Anthony Hill, it's easily Leonga. Yeah. I think Anthony will probably have the 3rd highest snap count though next season, just because I think him and Leonga are going to replace Leonga and Mo Blackwell as the 2 best pass coverage backers on the roster. So I'm curious how Anthony Smith's career is going to unfold. Everyone's like, oh, well, he's so little, he's so skinny. It's like, yeah, okay, go watch his high school tape. Like the people who are surprised by what he did on 4th and 2 versus UTSA didn't watch his high school tape. They're the people just saying how small he was and how little they were. They didn't actually notice on it. All 4 years of high school tape, he will strike a mother effer like no tomorrow. And that's what he did on 4th and 2 versus UTSA for a 2-3 yard loss. So I think Ty Anthony Smith is going to be really, really good. Jeff Choate always loved him, and I mean, they were comfortable enough with him being the only linebacker take in 2024, and I think he's going to maximize that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just to piggyback a little bit off of what you guys are talking about here, I think you want to talk about we talk about the defensive line being an unsung just hero out of the whole defense here, but honestly too, like, yeah, we know that Hill can fly. We know LaFau can play too. But this linebacking core as a unit has been tremendous just in the first quarter of the season. It's been a young campaign too. Like, I get that, but I'm very interested to see how it's going to unfold. The secondary has been the talk so far of the defense, right? But you could argue that the linebacking core, just from between from linebacker 1 to linebacker 3, even linebacker 4, when they come in sub packages sometimes too, they've been able to just fly for the damn ball and been able to play well for this Longhorn defense here. Also, I mean, I just kind of alluded to it. The defensive line been playing out of their damn gourd. Of course, they're not going to show up on the stat sheet, but it is what allows these linebackers to fly and play heads down football.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, I wanted to ask you. I've actually wanted to ask you here for the last week or so. Is there anyone now that we're into high school football here for a little bit? Is there anyone in Central Texas that has kind of put themselves on the map as a target for a great acquisition? Because I know I saw last week that Manor beat Hutto kind of in our burb over here, and I'm thinking, anytime that I see Manor win a game like that, I'm like, okay, who does Manor have in the arsenal right there?
Any dogs?
Such great athletes. Anybody that snuck up on us?
I actually don't know anyone over at Manor right now, but they always have really, really good size. So I'm assuming that's how they beat Hutto. Hutto also doesn't have Will Hammond anymore, throwing that rock 60 times a game. Yeah. So I think last year's Hutto team would probably smoke this year's Hutto team, or would beat them by a few touchdowns. So yeah, but are you asking like 2025 guys, senior evals, or just in general?
Yeah, 2025 guys.
So I do know Friday morning they're evaluating Jason Stokes Jr. from Pflugerville Weiss, who's a cornerback. And hey, I want to pat myself on the back, because if they offer this kid, I'm going to act an ass for the next week. I went back and watched the show I did on May 6, 2024, from the Pflugerville Weiss parking lot. I did like the first 20, 30 minutes with you, Rod.
Yeah.
And I was just running through all the kids, and for Jason Stokes, and I'm like, look, he doesn't have a Texas offer, but this is a Texas level kid. They should be recruiting him. And I straight up told Jason Stokes too after that practice, and I grabbed his headshot. I'm like, I don't know if you've heard from Texas at all, but they keep missing on like every single corner. I'm not telling you to wait to commit, but keep it open, because they might look your way. And they evaluated him Friday. Obviously, he hasn't, posted an offer or received one, I don't think. But I do think they're just going to continue evaluating him. And it's not like, oh, his first 3 weeks aren't good enough. We're just done watching him as a senior. No, that's not really how it'll work. I also don't know if they'll pivot to the senior eval route until they know they can't fully flip Dorian Brewer or Kobe Sellers or one of those guys, which they might actually be able to. So as much as I'd love Jason Stokes to end up in Austin, it would be an easy story for me too. I don't know if it happens, just because I think Texas might be able to flip Dorian Brew. I don't know if it's realistic, but I think it is possible. And Kobe Sellers, again, I don't think realistic is the right word, but I think it would be possible. Nice. Devin Sanchez, on the other hand, just isn't happening. That one is just not happening. But yeah, so Jason Stokes is about the only guy that I can think of. But the 2027 class in Central Texas is really strong. They have two really good receivers, Trey Moore at Weiss, and then there's the kid at Lampasas, Ty Johnson, who's a 6'3", 180-pound monster that had like 800 freshman receiving yards. Damn. And somehow UTSA and Tech are like his only offer still. So he's going to be a national recruit whenever the first out-of-state offers him. I actually should I've talked about him on the show before, but I need to send his stuff out after he's done as a sophomore, because that's going to be a national kid. Lampasas used to have a running back named Jet White, who was like this 6'2", 205-pound white kid. And, I mean, monster. Really good at Lampasas, really productive. Started for them as a freshman, but wasn't getting recruited. So he's now at Georgetown, and I believe he's playing for Georgetown. I don't think the UIL screwed him, but I mean that move was made so he'd have a better chance of getting recruited, or at least that's what I heavily assume. So yeah, and you got the LBJ kids in 2026, Javarlin Smith, Yaim Riley, Hutto has a 2027 kid named Jaden Mack that's like 6'3", 300 pounds. He's already visited Texas a few times. San Marcos has some kids, but all of them have weird recruitments because none of them have played varsity. So they all have offers and test well and look like freaks, but they don't have varsity film.
Wow.
So it's kind of a strange group of Central Texas kids. San Antonio's kind of weak. Cibolo still has a really, really good senior class in 2025, but they're about to graduate them all. They have Jonathan Hatton, 26, who's a top 247 OU commit. And then in 2027, they have this one DB. I'm blanking on his name, but they have this DB who's light-skinned, probably 6'3", 180. That kid's going to be a national recruit, too. It felt like I was looking at Selman Bridges again when I saw him work out over the summer. And
damn.
I mean, he already has 8 offers, including Oklahoma, and he's never heard from Texas. So they need to fix that, but that kid is a walking Texas offer. He's going to have a Texas offer eventually. So really, really interesting group of Central Texas kids. I do think outside of that 2025 nucleus at Cibolo Steel, San Antonio's pretty down right now. Yes, they have Michael Terry. Yes, they have Jordan Clay. But outside of that, I don't know how many guys I can actually name. And, I mean, the guy with the biggest name outside of Michael Terry, who is Ty Johnson, QB commit for SMU, who had flipped from TCU to SMU, he's now playing in Florida at IMG. So, Florida, I mean, the Central Texas as a whole, it's never going to be Dallas. It's never going to be Houston, but really just intriguing, unique, interesting group of kids currently. And Antoine asked, what about the new offer, Braylon Williams? I've actually never seen his film, never seen him in person. But if I'm not mistaken, that's the 2027 linebacker at Arlington Lamar. They had 2 really good 2027 kids, him and Trenton Yancey, and then Yancey hit the portal and is now at Duncanville. So now Williams is kind of their guy, but a lot of people in Dallas who I trust think that is the best linebacker in 2027, at least in Dallas. So I am interested in diving towards him. I'm also interested if he's going to graduate from Arlington Lamar, or if, he might also end up at Duncanville or one of the other programs. So we'll see. Usually Arlington ISD and Fort Worth ISD are easy pickings. The reason North Crowley is actually good and winning again is because they're getting those kids to stay in North Crowley. Alito, Jeff has told this story. Jonathan Gray had a North Crowley phone number and lived in the North Crowley school zone and went to Alito all 4 years. Racing Guillory, who's formerly a Texas commit, was at Mansfield Lake Ridge his freshman year, and Alito got him to transfer in, and he's now an Alito Bearcat. Alito's made all their money. They've won all their state championships off of Fort Worth ISD, off of Mansfield ISD, and off of Crowley ISD. And now that it's mainly Crowley, and now that Crowley has a coach, the past Cedar Hill coach, the past Cedar Hill coach, Joseph Lynn, I believe is his name. He's doing a pretty good job. And then at North Crowley, they got Ray Gates, who's doing a phenomenal job. And, I mean, he's got North Crowley rolling. They went to DeSoto and beat them in DeSoto. So North Crowley, they might give Duncanville a run in the semis. I still think Duncanville will be able to pull away. Keelan Russell's playing like the best player in America right now. But nonetheless, going to be really fun to see how it unfolds. Yeah, Antoine, you are correct. Cole Taylor at Pflugerville, mostly a courtesy. Interesting kid, though, but, I mean, he's a 2026 QB. Texas isn't taking that kid with Thea Bell there. And I'm not even sure what offers he might have. I know he's a baseball kid. His dad is also the head coach at Pflugerville, so that's probably part of it too.
We talked to Charles Taylor under the lights last week, and he was talking about that, to where he said that he's had conversations with him, and he's like, he has no clue what he's even thinking, and he said that he may lean more to baseball when it's all said and done, but he's like I don't know. He said I don't know what he wants to do. So that's an interesting one. Taylor's a very interesting one. Under the lights,
under the lights. Jordan, we got a couple more minutes left here, man. It's it's your show. I don't want to steal any sleep from you. Got anything, any saved rounds we got to get out of here before we turn it over?
Anything I gotta say? Let me think. Not really. I saw Jamarian Carlton and Temple, or I'll talk about that a little bit. I saw Temple versus Austin High Friday night. Did not see Charles Wright. Did not even see the ghost of Charles Wright. Temple beat the shit out of them, and I think won 42-7. It was like the same score as my Thursday night game. Javarian Carlton was held literally every single play. I'm not even joking. Every single play Austin High held him, and it was not called. And, like, I get it. Temple's beating the shit out of him, even though he's getting held every play.
Sure.
But, like, even though he's the number 20 player in the country and he's still winning the matchup, throw a effing flag, dog. Like, someone's gonna get hurt
every 10 plays. You gotta
like, come on. So, and even I was shit talking the refs. I'm dead serious. I was like, hey, just because he's our number 20 player in the country doesn't mean that's not a hold, because it is. No. And I don't know. I just get upset about that. I'm a sucker for the Temple kids. I love all the kids that come out of Temple. But very positive words to say about Texas afterwards, and I spoke with him. Spoke to a few of the people I've known at Temple going back to when I was there to cover Torrey in York, Mikhail Harrison, Pilot Nathan Mitchell. A lot of folks think Texas is the school in front, the school best prepared to land them, school best prepared for the long term as well. And talked to a few of the people, similar information, talking to people at Texas, it correlates as well. I really like my crystal ball I put in there. I believe I entered it the day they offered him and the day after they offered him, because I knew that Texas was kind of the school for him, and I did not want to get beat. And as awkward as I might have made it a little bit for me and Jamarian, I think it's going to hit. And as far as when it hits, he's probably not committing till like January at the very, very, very earliest, but he'll probably go into the summer. Hasn't been outside the state of Texas a ton growing up, so he kind of wants to run up the air miles on the official visits a little bit. But nonetheless, folks at Temple don't see him leaving the state, and they don't see him leaving the state because they think Texas might be the pick. I think Texas will be the pick, and I feel great about my crystal ball.
Nice.
And man, how about Austin High? They were 2-1 heading into that game, now 2-2. But I mean, that's a better Austin High team than any of the ones I played, I think. Now they don't got Charles Wright back there at QB winning them ball games by himself, but I mean, even though their tackles held the whole time, they had decent size. Like that's a better sized Austin High team than I ever faced at Lake Travis, or anyone else, or that Lake Travis ever played that I saw. So
I'll tell you what's tough for them is that now, I mean, it seems like you've got a Bowie team that is, I mean, Bowie's hitting on all cylinders, and then
Bowie's been on the come up though, right? For the past couple of years.
And now with Dripping Springs, I mean, it's always been in that district. It's like, okay, who's going to get fourth? Yeah. And now it's like, it seems like the top four would already be in place. So I don't know, but yeah, Austin High, I did watch him play Westwood, and they do. I mean, that seems like a little bit sturdier team than they have had in the recent past.
Yeah. Hey, fun fact. I don't know if I've talked about him on the show, but I don't think I've told you, Rodney. You want to guess whose son is a freshman quarterback at Westwood this year? I don't think they have him on varsity. When I checked week 2, he didn't have any stats, so I don't think they're playing him on varsity.
Can we get a clue? Can we get a?
His father was a very popular college football quarterback in the 2000s, early 2000s. I did not watch him myself, but
trying to think over
very
there.
Popular.
What? I don't know.
It was an SEC team. I'll tell you that.
In 2000?
I don't know if they're in the SEC. I don't think they were by then, actually. So that should help.
That's a hint. Okay, that's a hint.
I don't know. Lay it on me. Who is it?
Brad Smith. His son is at Westwood. Yeah, he's a 2028 QB.
Damn.
What's his GPA? If you're at Westwood, it's got to be like 5.0.
It's probably good.
Well, I won't say where he's going, but I would bet the house he's not at Westwood after Christmas break.
That's what I was going to say. How do you keep him there? Because they have fallen back into they need him now. Let me just say that.
Fallen back. They've been ass. They had RJ Martinez throwing for 1,000 yards and still couldn't win games.
Well, and that was a bad thing last year when I called their games. Last year was the last full year that I did them. They were 7-3 and missed the playoffs. With a full tie percent.
And their best player from last year, or at least best prospect from last year, isn't even there anymore. Is it OBJ?
Yep.
Marquise Murray.
Yeah, Marquise Murray. Yep.
So yeah, but we'll see how the portal unfolds for Westwood and the Smiths, but. Yeah. Let's welcome in the guys.
I'll drop off. We all do fit. Okay, we all fit. Okay, there we go.
Awesome.
How we doing? Mad dudes hanging out.
Mad dudes. Hey man, nothing. What's Joe say? what a bunch of dudes being dudes here.
It's like the Brady bunch up here.
Guys being dudes.
Hollywood
Oh,
Squares.
yeah.
Hollywood Squares. Hell yeah.
What's going on?
It's like
What's
Howard
on the
Stern
agenda
show.
today?
We're doing a lot of college football stuff today, brothers. Getting into a lot of games, doing some reviews, doing some previews. You know how we do.
Well done, boys.
Sounds good,
Well
man.
done.
It's all deadly. I'll be watching. I'll bid you guys adieu. You guys get out of here, man.
Yeah,
Be good.
later.
Yep. Double D, we are
Later,
leaving
man.
on that.
Oh.
We'll see ya. Thanks for hanging. Rod and Wags, appreciate you filling in for Jeff. And I will leave y'all to it. Y'all have a great show. Happy Monday.
Thanks, Jordan.
Oh, we are live, gentlemen. What is going on? It is False Start, your favorite midday show on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm your illustrious host, Mr. Keenan, who avoided sunburn at the game on Saturday. Very impressive feat for me. We are killing it. We got Mr. Joe Londrigan in the house, as we do on Mondays. How are you doing, my friend? Pretty fun weekend of college football, no?
That it was. Still getting my feet under me again from just being in front of the TV all day. But, yeah, man, excited to talk some college football and excited to get into the week.
Oh, yeah, buddy. We got a lot of games to talk about, man. There were a lot of nail biters. There were a lot of games between ranked teams. There were a lot of interesting matchups. And we're just going to go ahead and start with the Longhorns because I was there. I was in the house for the game. Good times. I have to say the production value at those games is crazy now. I mean, just absolutely. There's a drone show. There wasn't a drone show that night, but there's fireworks, there's lights, there's music. It's a true production all the way around. Chris Del Conte's doing an excellent job of making it. You know, what I noticed mainly was that the in between, like the commercial breaks in the game were really entertaining. They were just doing stuff the whole time. They were introducing people into the Longhorn Hall of Fame. They were doing light shows. They were playing music. There was smoke. There was fireworks. It was a production, man. It's really upped their game the last couple of years. I was super impressed. Did you happen to catch the Texas game at all, Joe? It was on ESPN Plus. So if you didn't, I totally understand if you didn't.
I caught a little bit of the first half and more or less what I expected, really. Obviously, Texas had ULM completely outgunned. No surprises there. But, I think there were a few moments there where, as someone who's, observing ULM and kind of the rebuild that they're undergoing there, they've got some stuff to be proud of and some things to build on. Amada Hardy's a good running back. And based on, what I've seen and what I've heard from Coach Vincent, seems like they got out of that relatively, with minimal, bumps and bruises, I should say. So nothing really unexpected there. Texas is Texas. ULM is ULM. That was my observations, really. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you also saw some of what Arch is still a young quarterback. You saw a lot of that. You saw a couple of picks. You saw a lot of incompletions. A lot of them pushes downfield like bombs. Like they were throwing bombs the whole game. It was just deep shot after deep shot after deep shot. So naturally you're going to have lower completion percentage. But Jaden Blue is the real star of the game. 4 touchdowns for him. I think what stood out to me, I mean, again, you're playing probably the weakest on the schedule, I would assume. It's them or UTSA. Although Mississippi State's pretty bad. They're not ULM. They're not ULM level, but they got blown up by Toledo a couple of weeks ago. So we don't really know what to expect out of Mississippi State.
And they lost to Florida.
Well, we do know what to expect. Right. Yeah, they got whooped by Florida, honestly. It was the score ended up being a little closer, but Florida dominated that game completely, pretty much. At least in the second half. It was closer in the first half. But really interesting performance out of the defense. I mean, this Texas defense is so fast, man. That is the thing I keep going back to about this team is the defense is incredibly fast. They just make plays that shouldn't be made by normal defensive players. Typically, your linebackers aren't as fast as that. Typically, your middle line isn't Doesn't have that kind of closing speed that Anthony Hill has. Nearly had a pick six, got called back on a hold or a block in the back or something like that. They cover the boosters, so that's always a good thing, you know. That's what good coaches do, Joe. They cover the spread for the boosters when they're getting paid like that. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot to observe from that game. It was pretty much an ass beating from the jump, as was expected. It was, I think, 35-3 at the half, ended up 51-3. So, yeah, pretty much just a great performance from the Horns. Jason Meyer had it right. There was a party at DKR and a football game broke out. Put that up there. That's what it was, man. It was a truly, truly impressive presentation. Was really impressive from the thing. I was blown away. I was really impressed. I had a blast. And my seats were high up, but they were good because I got to see everything from the upper deck of the north end zone. Pretty cool, man. Lots of interesting games this weekend. I may have lost Joe there for a second. That's all right, though. Let's get to LSU UCLA. Oh, you're back. We back. LSU UCLA. Did you catch any of that game, Joe? Because that was a weird game. That was a 17-17 game at the half. And then LSU started giving the ball to Caden Durham, and he started making plays. And then the defense started making plays. Because it looked like LSU, lose another game to a Big Ten school now. They're not Pac-12 anymore, Joe. They're Big Ten now. It looked like they were going to lose that game at the half because UCLA drove the field and scored with about 2 seconds left in the first half. Make it a game. Make it 17-17. LSU shuts them out in the second half. Outscores them 17-0. What are your thoughts on LSU this season? Do you think they're better or worse than they've looked so far? Do you think that they have any shot at beating some of the top teams in the SEC, or do you think they're going to be one of those teams that's kind of in the middle towards the bottom? What do you think about LSU?
I think I know better at this point as a college football fan than to completely count out an LSU team. That being said, they have not looked nearly as good as I expected them to be through these first couple of weeks of the season. And in this UCLA game, in that first half, it showed especially. I mean, we're not talking about, a really good UCLA team here that's expected to, even be in the top half of the Big Ten. This is a UCLA team that barely beat Hawaii 2 weeks ago, right? Like this should have been a beat down by LSU, and they really just could not find any sort of momentum until that second half. So I don't know if Brian Kelly went back in halftime and just screamed until he turned purple, and that made him actually remember that they're one of the top football programs in the nation or what. But this with this LSU team in general, they just need to kind of find some sort of stride and keep going, because it just seems like there's not. I really don't know how to describe it. They're just not even close to living up to their potential right now.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's more of an offensive or defensive issue. It seems like they got problems on both sides of the ball. They haven't been elite anywhere, really. Harold Perkins has been limited. He hasn't been the guy that we all kind of thought he was going to be. Again, he should be rushing the passer a little more, I think. But he's playing outside linebacker for LSU right now. Yeah, I agree, man. I think LSU should have probably dominated this game. It probably should have been 17-0 in the first half instead of 17-17. They do get the victory by 17 points, so it is better than losing the game or something. But it is. They just haven't been super impressive. I don't know what's up with Brian Kelly. I don't know whether it's his fake accent. I don't know what it is. His fake accent or the thing he was doing with the recruits. But I don't know. I think people probably are frustrated with him, because at LSU you're expecting to win national championships every single year. That's the expectation in Baton Rouge. With the in-state talent they bring in that they get every year, it makes sense. They have a stranglehold on that state. They get the best players from that state every year, and that's a football-rich state in Louisiana. Yeah. So let's get to another game involving a team from Southern California, particularly the Los Angeles area, the USC Trojans go to the Big House for their Big Ten debut, Big Ten road debut. And Michigan passed for 32 yards in this game and still won, Joe. 32 yards, and they still won the game. I think that this win for Michigan is a really important step or a really important detail for Texas season, because I think it makes the Texas defense look really good, the Texas rush defense, because that was the question coming into the year is, can they stop the run with their new defensive line? Can you get that on aggregate? Can you replace Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat? And it seemed like they did. Now, you don't have the elite disruption that those guys provide, but you do have guys who can defend the run pretty well. Really impressed with Michigan's defense. I mean, the USC offense sort of started getting going in the second half, but overall, man, USC and Michigan looked like pretty good teams in that game. Now, Michigan can't throw the ball at all, but their defense looked great. They can run the ball. And the fact that Texas went in there and whooped them, I think that's a good sign, man.
I agree. I think it helps, obviously, Texas's resume, not that they necessarily needed it, but with this Michigan team, I think it kind of harkens back to some of the things that they've done really well in years past in terms of just blocking well and opening things up at the line of scrimmage. That passing game, even with a win, 32 yards through the air it's just not a stat line you really ever see in 2024, regardless of, what kind of offense you run. I mean, hell, Navy had more. I think Navy and Army both had more passing yards than Michigan did this week, which is not something that you see, ever. So, frankly, obviously, they have to get that tightened up. On the USC side, this is more or less kind of what I expected from that team this season. Miller Moss, he's got some growth to continue to show. He's got to continue growing as a quarterback and as a leader. I'll give credit to that USC defense. I mean, they are much, much better than they have been in years past. Obviously, Michigan is better competition than they, other than LSU maybe. But anyway, to hold them to a fairly unproductive day, especially on the ground, that's commendable. But obviously, they've got some things to tighten up. But, for a Big Ten debut, it wasn't too bad. But, this Michigan team is interesting to watch.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that Harold Perkins is out for the year against LSU. I forgot to mention that. I knew he was injured. I didn't realize it was a season-ending injury. So prayers up for him. He's a Texas kid. I believe he's a Texas kid, right? I think he's from the Houston area. So prayers up for him. Hopefully he gets better and can make a recovery and play in the NFL, because he has the talent to. He has the size to is kind of a different question, but he definitely has the talent too. So prayers up for him. But, yeah, I agree with UT Parking. Michigan was impressive. The run blocking speaks for itself, but their defensive line put their hair on fire against USC. They really did. The defensive line was awesome. And I think that that's an indication of how good the Texas offensive line is, right? Because you have Grant, you have Mason Graham, you have these defensive tackles that are game wreckers, like truly. And the Texas offense just had problems blocking those guys. They scored 31 points, could have been more. They probably could have scored, 42 points if they really wanted to. But I guess they kind of took the gas in the second half of that game. They could have dominated it even more. So I agree with that. Another interesting SEC game, Missouri takes on Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt could have won this game, Joe. Vanderbilt had a lot of opportunities to win this game. Missouri's offense is just not really clicking the way that people thought it would. It was not a super impressive performance from the Tigers. Vanderbilt missed a field goal at the end of the game in overtime to lose. But I mean, Luther Burden was great as he is, but this man Cook, I don't know, man. He was getting a lot of hype coming into this season, and it was pretty, maybe not undeserved, but we haven't seen that hype materialize yet. I haven't seen this Missouri offense tear it up yet against legitimate competition, and I am concerned for them going forward because they have a really tough schedule. Oh, we lost Joe. Oh, well. So Missouri wins in overtime 30-27. And, yeah, it's a tough game because, first of all, Vanderbilt's quarterback is a real badass. What's his name? Diego Pavia is a real badass. And he's a guy that can really break games open. He can run around. He's got a little Manziel to him. He's like a real freaky kind of like little athlete. He can throw the ball around the yard. Very impressive player. But Missouri's offense is just not the offense we really thought it could be. And we were talking about this in the offseason about how Missouri is one of the top offenses in the SEC. They talked a lot about their defense. They dominated a lot of teams early on in the season. And now we're at this point where they need to be showing up, because they don't have an easy schedule coming up. Missouri plays some of the best teams in the SEC, and let's look at their schedule right now. So they do play. They get a bye week against Texas A&M. That's not fair, but they do play at Alabama. They get. You know what? Actually, the schedule is a little more favorable than I thought. So they play at A&M on October 5th. They get UMass, who's a layup. They get Auburn, layup. They get at Alabama is going to be a really tough game. They get Oklahoma at home. We saw how good Oklahoma's defense can be. We got Missouri at South Carolina the 16th. Then we got Missouri at Mississippi State. Then they get Arkansas at home. So not as tough of a I guess not as tough as a schedule as we were expecting. But it's got to figure it out. Because if they go to Alabama and they play like this, they will get blown out. I don't even know how good Alabama is, but I can tell you they're better than Vanderbilt. Even Vanderbilt's been better this year. It's still one of those situations where you have to figure out your offense better. Your offense has to be better than it is. And you have no shot of beating teams like Alabama. And, I mean, they could play for an SEC title technically, considering how weak their schedule is. But it's not exactly a murderer's row for them. But they have to pick it up on the offensive end, or it's going to be a really tough season out there. I'm going to see if Joe is ready. Joe, are you ready? Be brought back in? Okay, cool. We're bringing him back in. Sorry, we were just talking Missouri offense and how if they go to Alabama and they struggle, they will get blown out by the Alabama Crimson Tide. What do you think about that? What do you think about Missouri in general on offense?
Completely agree. The production's just not been there. They have to get it figured out by the time they play Alabama, because Alabama is once again one of the best offenses in the nation. Jalen Milroe can make you pay if you're not efficient with your possessions, as we've seen in their games so far. Sorry about that, y'all. Some technical issues on my end here, but
no worries. I hung solo. It was all good.
Little background. I am actually helping. I'm helping my dad clear out a storage locker today, and you don't realize what a washed up jock you are until you find all the newspaper clippings and shit from when you played, and you're like, no, save those, don't throw them away. Like, what? There's nothing I can do with these. I don't even have room for them, but I'm like, no. That's what I was
sell them, Joe.
Huh?
Sign them and sell them. Make a merch store.
Yeah. Off of it's just me. It's like watermelon and autographs from a washed up high school football player off of I-75 in Southern Ohio.
Hey, you'd be surprised what people will buy, Joe. Yeah, so there were Missouri fans chirping on Twitter about how they would beat Texas if they played right now. Before this game started, they said, they could beat Texas. They're better than Texas. They have a better defense than Texas. And they don't. They don't have a better either than Texas. This is a fun question. If Texas played Missouri on a neutral field this weekend, what do you think the line would be?
What do I think the line would be?
Yeah.
I man, I think Texas would be favored by like 17, if not more. I mean,
wow.
yeah.
I didn't think it would be that much. I would say like 10, but I think it would win by 17. I just, this Texas team, man, not to get off topic, but I mean, we're always on topic if we're talking Texas on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah.
It's just, this team has looked just like hell on wheels, man, like the whole season. I know they haven't played. I mean, Michigan's good, but they're not amazing. But nobody has really looked dominant outside of Tennessee. And we'll get to the Tennessee-Oklahoma game in a second. But nobody's really dominated their opponents in the same way that Texas has. Even Georgia struggled with Kentucky. Georgia's down Tate Ratledge now. I don't know if you heard that, but they lost their I think he's the right guard or left guard, and he's maybe the best guard in the country. So that's going to have an effect on your team no matter what, losing an offensive lineman who's at that level. So Georgia comes to Austin in October 19th, I believe. They're going to be down one of their best lines. And this Texas defensive line is getting after it. You look at a freshman like Colin Simmons, and you see what he's doing. Truly unbelievable production out of a freshman lineman. Now, I don't think he had any stats recorded, or I don't think he had any sacks in this game. Let me look really quick. But, let's see. Who had sacks in this game? Leonga Lafau had a sack, and Anthony Hill had a sack. Simmons had a tackle for loss. So, no, he had two tackles, not tackle for loss. But, I mean, either way, it's one of those situations where you have freshmen that are really producing at a high level. You have Colin Simmons. You have Ryan Wingo, who had a touchdown game. And you kind of got a preview of the Texas next year in this game. You have Arch Manning at quarterback. Now you have this offensive line that, for my money, Joe, I think this Texas offensive line is the best in the country. I think they can – I haven't seen an offensive line that's performed better consistently at a high level than this one. Like Rick Neuheisel said a couple of weeks ago, he said Sark is building Alabama in Austin. And that's his goal, is to build this team that doesn't just compete this year, doesn't just compete last year, but competes into perpetuity, continues to recruit at a high level. What do you think about Texas' future, not just this year, but going forward?
Yeah, I mean, to your point about the offensive line, that's kind of where it all starts. And, I think I agree. I think they're definitely one of the best that I've watched personally in terms of their offensive line. The footwork has been phenomenal in terms of, getting these guys where I know there's a couple transfers in there and getting them to gel together quickly. They've obviously done a great job there. And I mean, I think it kind of speaks for itself. You haven't seen the two quarterbacks have to run around too much. Based on what we've seen from, Arch Manning the last couple of weeks, he's actually, adapted pretty well to the situations where he has had to move around. But, they're playing like a complete team right now. And if it is Sarkisian's, goal to continue to keep that going for years to come, they're absolutely on the right track, and you look at the recruiting trail too, they keep picking up, these 5-star kids, these 4-star kids. And it's not just at this one position group. I know in the summer we were talking about how they keep picking up all these elite wide receivers because everybody wants to come to the guy, that Sarkisian was maybe perceived as in terms of, just the guy who develops all these great wide receivers. But they're getting talent all over the field, all over the, the depth chart in terms of positions. So that's a really good sign if you're looking to see whether or not this Texas team is going to be built for years and years to come, because clearly they've taken multiple steps in the right direction on that front.
Yeah, and you look at their offensive line recruiting, and if you look at the Herman era, that was the big problem, right? Was you get some of these 5-star skill guys, you get some of these 5-star quarterbacks, you get some of these 5-star receivers or 4-star receivers, and you just would get killed at the line of scrimmage. And you saw that in Sark's first season with the leftovers from the Herman era. When they went and played Arkansas and failed, it was a complete disaster of the highest order. I mean, just a complete freaking disaster. There was no it felt hopeless watching that game as a Texas grad. completely dominated by, what was a decent team, but not a great team. And it was really all at the line of scrimmage. And it was Jake Majors getting ran over by defensive tackles. And it was just a bleep show. I'm just really impressed with the turnaround in 4 years. I mean, they lost to Kansas in 2021. They're the number one team in the country right now. That is shocking. That's a very quick turnaround from being one of the worst teams in the Big 12 and missing a bowl game, losing 6 straight games, to being the number one team in the country with your SEC opener coming up is like a truly miraculous turnaround. And we've always known that the University of Texas had the juice to do that, like with financials and things like that. But it took having the right guys in place. And it starts at the very top with Chris Del Conte, who's done just an unbelievable job of hiring. He just did it with baseball. If basketball had worked out better, if Chris Beard had been a better guy, they would have had their guy there. Not dissing Rodney Terry either. It's just, Chris Beard was his first choice. And Sarkisian was just a brilliant hire. And they went with a guy, too, that's younger. And I think that's really important, that he's not a guy that's in his 60s. You know what I mean? Like, he's a guy that can coach for another 20 years if he wants to. He probably will. And it's like one of those jobs where you're not going to leave Texas for any other opportunity. If he had wanted to leave, he would have left and taken the Alabama job, and he didn't. And I don't know that he wants to be an NFL head coach. I think he's been in the NFL, and I think he's done that, and I think he likes having control over his own players. And sorry, that's the wrong way to put it. Control of the players he brings in to play for him.
His roster.
I think that's part of it. Yes, his roster, exactly. He's the GM essentially of the team with recruiting prowess, and I think he loves developing these players into NFL quarterbacks. I think that's part of it. I think he likes the process of taking these young players and making them an NFL prospect, taking Quinn Ewers, turning him into a guy that'll probably be a top 10 pick, taking Arch Manning, turning him into could be the number 1 pick. You never know. The thing that impressed me about Arch is his movability in the pocket, right? He's so shifty and he's so slippery in the pocket. He's very creative with the ball. We saw a lot of, young player mistakes out of him this weekend. Like, he's not there yet. He's just not. And like I said a couple weeks ago, this team needs Quinn Ewers to win a national title. But you saw the talent level with Arch Manning in that game. You've seen the talent level that he has. You've seen the ability, the instincts, as cliche as that sounds. It is true with Arch Manning. The instincts are there. Plus, he's a really good athlete. He's a really good athlete, Joe.
I completely agree. Obviously, Peyton and Eli and Archie, his grandfather, accomplished so many amazing things in the NFL. I'm not saying he's going to overtake those accomplishments because there's so many things that go into it. I'm just saying his running ability absolutely surpasses Peyton or Eli's right now. Right. I think the overall athletic ability in that department so far is better than theirs. We'll see how well he, continues to develop in terms of being, the incredible passer that obviously Peyton was and Eli was to a slightly lesser extent. But just to close the loop on kind of what you said about Sarkisian being such a good developer of talent and not wanting necessarily to go to the NFL, it's just two different kinds of coach, right? If you're a college coach, especially at this high level, it's more of a boss employee relationship in terms of how you relate to the players and getting them to do what needs to be done and growing their skill set, right? And based on my conversation, obviously I've never played in the NFL, but after talking to players and listening to guys like Jason Kelsey, for example, talk about it on their show, the player-coach relationship is much more akin to like coworkers, right? You're both adults. You're both trying to actually kind of, accomplish a mutual goal. So it's just a different dynamic. And some coaches thrive better in that NFL dynamic. Some coaches are better at the college dynamic. And clearly Sark has found his niche, coaching college over the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's just, he just seems like he's going to stick around at Texas for a long time after what he's accomplished. It seems like a truly, and they seem on the track to win a national title. It could be this year, could be next year. You never know, but things have to break away. But a lot of times you're creating your own luck. But real quick, we're gonna play an ad read from our friends at Audio Visual Consultation. So I'm gonna play that right now.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tom McKay. That's our boy. Love that guy. There was another pretty big game this weekend involving one of Texas' most hated rivals and an emerging rival as well, in the Tennessee Volunteers taking on the Oklahoma Sooners in Norman. This was not a close game in the first half, right? This was a beat down in the first half. It was something like, I think it was 19-3 at the half of this game. Oklahoma benched Jackson Arnold in this game. Their 5-star freshman or sophomore, I guess, redshirt sophomore, or redshirt freshman, whatever he is. First-year starter, who's been their guy seemingly all offseason and coming into this year. They benched him because the offense was not moving. He was making mistakes. He was getting sacked. He was holding on to the ball for too long. You have to credit the Tennessee defense for forcing him into mistakes. You have to credit their defense for attacking this offensive line, making him run around, make throws, and it was just a very difficult situation for him on the offensive end. That offensive line for Oklahoma, it's not very good, man. It's not very good. We'll get to the opposite side of the ball in the second half in a second. But what were your thoughts on the first half of that game?
I think you said it best, Keenan. This Tennessee defensive line is one of the best in the country for sure. Every game that they've played so far, they've just created just absolute chaos in opponents' backfields. And if you're not ready to deal with that as an offensive line or as a quarterback, you're going to have a bad time. So after seeing the first, couple of quarters, it wasn't super surprised that Oklahoma tried to go in a different direction, try to salvage it. Obviously, it didn't work. But, I think you have to credit Josh Heupel and, the growth of this Tennessee team the last couple of years. For a while, it was just, they kind of have these big play quarterbacks. They take these big shots and maybe they work out, maybe they don't. But this season, it seems like a completely different story entirely, especially in that front seven on defense. They are such a stronger team, and I think such a stronger threat to the rest of the SEC. And by the way, they do have a really good quarterback again. So we'll see how far that can take them since they have all these tools at their disposal. And yeah, for Oklahoma, I don't know what else there really is to say right now. They have some guys who don't have a ton of experience and are not really ready to play some of the SEC talent that they have on their schedule right now. We'll see how well they continue to kind of develop, but Brent Venables' club has a long way to go.
Tennessee's defensive line had 11 tackles for loss in this game. That's all you really need to hear, man. They only had 3 sacks, but and Oklahoma's defensive line got to Nico too, and they pushed him into some bad throws. But the difference was those throws didn't end up being turnovers. Right? He didn't have any interceptions in that game. Jackson Arnold started off the game 7 for 16 for 54 yards and a pick. That's just not going to get it done against the SEC. It's not going to get it done against SEC defenses. It's especially not going to get it done against a team like Tennessee or honestly a team like Texas. Now, I know we say every year, it doesn't matter who the better team is in the Red River Shootout. Either team can win. Last year, Texas was clearly a better team. But last year's Oklahoma team was a much better team than this year's Oklahoma team. Would you agree with that?
100%.
At least on the offensive end. At least on the offensive end, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, completely agree. You know, I know I've talked about Oregon not being as good as the hype would lead you to believe, but losing Dylan Gabriel was huge, right? I mean, he was such a big part of what they did, and not having him this season, obviously there's a massive drop off in everything with him not being there.
Yeah, and you do have to include the fact that Oklahoma is dealing with a ton of injuries, right? They are dealing with a bunch of injuries, wideouts, to offensive linemen. Like, I'm not here. I know it's Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I'm not here to just trash OU. That's not what I'm here to do. But this team is just not ready for this schedule that they have this year. They're just not. They'll probably lose 4 games this year, to be honest. Let's pull up their schedule really quick because I'm curious. In the fact that they play Auburn this week. That'll be a win. They play at Auburn. That should be a win. Auburn is pretty bad, I think. Then they play Texas, man. And I think that's going to be a really tough game for OU. He's got a good to great defense, probably great, to be honest. I was impressed with their defense against Nico. They contained Sampson. I mean, he had 94 yards, but he had it on like 23 carries or something. So their run contain was pretty good, but I just don't think they have the dogs to hang with Texas this year. They get South Carolina at home. Then they go to Ole Miss. So that's a tough game. You go up against Jackson Dart and those guys. It's a good offense. Then you get Maine, which, like, I don't know why you're playing Maine. I don't know why the SEC does that crap. It's very annoying. But whatever. They play Maine. Then they play at Missouri. How good Missouri is. Then they get Alabama. That is at home, but they do have to play Alabama. Then they go to LSU, and we were talking about how LSU hasn't been as good as we might thought they would be, but going to Death Valley is no joke. Now, of these games, at Oklahoma, against South Carolina, at Ole Miss, at Missouri, home against Bama, at LSU, I'd say they probably split those games. I think they probably lose. Maybe split. Maybe they win. Well, I don't know. Maybe they win 4 of them and lose 2 of them. And I say they lose to Texas. I think they're going to probably lose to Texas. And I think they'll probably lose to Alabama. They might lose to Ole Miss. So I guess that's 3. They'll probably beat South Carolina at home, I would imagine. Although South Carolina's looking better these days. What do you think about the rest of their schedule? How do you think Oklahoma's going to finish?
Yeah, I do think they lose to Ole Miss, although I think that game is intriguing to me because I'm not super impressed. Ole Miss's offense, great. Ole Miss's defense, I don't know. Not as good as their offense, I'll say.
Yeah.
So that one, I think Ole Miss will win, but that one I think is interesting because of that mismatch, for lack of a better term. I think the LSU one, LSU, in my opinion, is not that they don't have the talent, they just don't execute. So we'll see if a couple weeks gives them the chance to kind of understand, their wrongdoings and correct it. I think Oklahoma absolutely can beat South Carolina, but South Carolina for a long time has just been one of those clubs where just when you least expect them to, do something impressive, they will come into your house and mess up your season. I mean, they did that to Kentucky, 2 weeks ago, the week before, something like that. So you can never take those teams lightly, because every once in a while they'll pull out something that is, they are the SEC's forever spoiler team, right? I highly doubt they'll win the league anytime soon, but every once in a while they come into a team that has really high aspirations and just messes it all up. So we'll see.
Yeah. And then they got at Missouri, home against Bama, at LSU. Those are their next 3 games, or the last 3 games of conference play.
Yeah, I think the LSU one, like I said, I think LSU will win that one. Missouri, I think beats Oklahoma. If they don't, that's bad for Drinkwitz. And then what was the last one?
That's a rivalry. That's a rivalry now. They host Alabama on November 23rd.
Yeah, they're mincemeat in that one, unfortunately. Alabama's
I think
still Alabama in a lot of ways, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. If you were to rank the top 3 SEC teams right now, you got Texas 1 probably. Who do you got 2 and 3? You got Georgia, and then you got probably Georgia at 2, and then who do you have at 3?
I think it's still Alabama. Well,
you think it's Alabama over Tennessee?
That's a tough one. Tennessee's been really good these last couple of weeks, but just Alabama's just a fever you can't shake. You know what I mean? They've been really good. I like Milroe a lot.
I do too.
I
like him as a guy too.
Totally. Oh yeah, great guy from everything I've seen and heard. But yeah, I mean Tennessee, they're very quickly convincing me that they are one of the top 3 to 4 teams in this league based on how they've played. So,
yeah. I'm going to throw up UT Parking's comment. Oklahoma's defense makes them a tough opponent. Texas needs to be ready for a street fight. I agree, but I think Texas' offense is better than Tennessee's offense, and it's a neutral site game. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be a walk in the park. It's not. And Oklahoma, it might be one of those things where Oklahoma jumps out to an early lead. I can see that happening. That happens like every single year in that game. Oklahoma gets the first touchdown. Like when I was playing on sports before I quit, Oklahoma first touchdown was like a classic bet. Like I'd bet Texas to win, but bet Oklahoma scores the first touchdown, and they almost always do. But this is a different Texas team, man. And I think OU is about to struggle in the SEC. I think they'll probably lose 5 games this year, 4 or 5. And Venables is officially on the hot seat if they lose 5 games, right? OU's not used to losing 5 games a season. That's not typical for them at all. And they probably wish they had Heupel right now. Like if we're being honest, if they're being honest, they would probably admit that, yes, Heupel is probably the guy that we would rather have. But the axe he has to grind with OU, I don't know that that'll ever happen. Also, he's like the highest paid coach in college football, or one of them. He's up there. Heupel is. He's getting paid crazy money out there, and he's got his system in place. I don't see why he would leave. It's like, why would Sark leave Texas for Alabama? Why would Heupel leave Tennessee for Oklahoma, even though he played there? It just seems like I stick it out of Tennessee. A few more games to get to. Big 12 banger, Utah, Oklahoma State. That was an interesting game because it wasn't what I was expecting. I thought Oklahoma State was going to win that game. Cam Rising didn't play. I mean, I think he suited up, but he didn't play. And Isaac Wilson, which is funny enough, is Wilson's brother, former BYU quarterback who went number 2 overall, I believe. Did he go number 2 after Trevor Lawrence? Was that the same draft? I think that was the same draft as Trevor Lawrence.
I'll take your word
either
for it.
way,
I can't remember.
Somebody in the comments dropped that. I'm sure somebody in the comments knows. But he threw 2 picks, but they still managed to come out on top. Very interesting game. It was kind of a beatdown until the fourth quarter, and then Oklahoma State scored 16 points in the fourth after scoring 3 for the first 3 quarters. Kind of made it a game at the end, but it was pretty clear that Utah was I think the better team. And I think Utah is now they have to be in the driver's seat now to win the Big 12 at this point, because especially after BYU blew out Kansas State. What do you think? What do you think about Utah winning the Big 12?
Yeah, Keenan, I'll leave you on this because I got to go. But the Utah Utes, based on what I've seen so far from them, I said at the beginning of the season that I think they were in the top 1 to 2 contenders to win the Big 12. I think they're the top contender right now. They're way more complete than any other team in the Big 12, in my opinion. Kansas State, lots to like about them, but I think based on especially with what we saw in this most recent win against Oklahoma State, Utah has the better defense, right? I think they're going to show that the rest of their schedule. I think they can obviously cause a lot of problems for a lot of these offenses in the Big 12 that like to go, up tempo and try to get people off balance that way. They really didn't look that phased by that for most of this game until the very end when Oklahoma State kind of made a little bit of a comeback. But despite that, they were able to, kind of hold strong and make sure that they didn't, complete that comeback. I like the comment, holy war for the Big 12 championship. If it comes down to Utah and BYU for the Big 12 championship,
oh my God, dude.
Pop some ice cold Coca-Colas in Utah, baby. That's going to be a fun one.
No, there's caffeine in Coca-Cola, Joe. You can't have caffeine.
You can now. I've asked about this because I was confused too.
Really?
Like caffeinated energy drinks and all that are good. It's coffee, the beans specifically, that are a no-no. I don't know why, but that's the issue now.
Very interesting. All right, Joe, I'll let you go, man. I'll hang solo for about 12 minutes. I can do that. I've done it before.
All right.
Won't be a problem.
Appreciate
you, brother. All right, guys. It's the Solo Keenan Show. We're going to rock it. Commenters, feel free to comment. I'll respond to whatever you got. But we're going to talk a little bit about BYU blowing out Kansas State because that was not what I was expecting at all. I don't know if you guys saw the guy who tweeted he would do something with a 5-layer burrito that I can't talk about on the air, but he said he would do it if Kansas State lost to BYU. And not only did Kansas State lose to BYU, they got their ASF beat bad. It was 38-9. Avery Johnson was 15 for 28 for 130 yards and 2 picks, 54% completion rate, rating of 78.3. Not really getting it done. BYU's quarterback was a lot better. Jay Retzlaff. Yeah. That's disgusting. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that comment, but it is disgusting, but it is true. That's insane. People are insane. Retzlaff for BYU went 15 for 21 for 2 touchdowns, no picks, 71% completion rate, rating of 162.5. BYU just completely dominated this game. It wasn't close at any point. It was a complete beatdown from the jump, which was surprising because Kansas State was one of those teams everybody picked in the driver's seat to win the Big 12 this year, right? People were expecting Kansas State to play Oklahoma State in a lot of ways. So Oklahoma State, Vegas was by far the odds-on favorite. They had all the money on them to win the conference. And it's looking like Utah and BYU are the 2 teams right now that are in the driver's seat. If you look at some of these defensive stats now, BYU only sacked Avery Johnson once, but that's because Avery Johnson is super slippery, really fast, fun young quarterback to watch if you guys aren't familiar with him already. He's like a running quarterback. He's like a real freak athlete. He's got long-ass hair, long flowing locks. Real fun player. No relation to Avery Johnson of the Dallas Mavericks and Alabama Crimson Tide fame. No relation. But, they picked him off twice. They were just Kansas State could not run the ball at all. They had I guess that's not true. They just didn't have a great average with running the ball. It's about 5 yards per carry. But the turnovers are what really killed them. They couldn't throw the ball at all. It was a complete shutdown of their passing game. Avery Johnson was really struggling. He was getting pressure on him every snap. And, BYU just came out and just kicked their ass. And BYU now is undefeated and will probably be ranked this week. Let me make sure that's true. But they'll be ranked this week for sure. After that win, is very impressive. I really am impressed with how these teams have come in. I know BYU's their second year in the Big 12. Somebody check me on that. Utah's first year. UCF is also undefeated, fighting Eric Henry's times. I'm sure he's enjoying that wherever he is at the press conference where he usually is on Mondays. Anyway, let's get to our good friends in East Texas, the Texas A&M Aggies, who had a struggle against Bowling Green State University. Not great, Bob, for those who are fans of the hit show Mad Men. Not great, Bob. Marcel Reed didn't look like the guy that everybody. He had a couple touchdowns, but he wasn't as impressive as they probably would have liked to have seen. He was 16 for 29, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now that's not bad, but you're playing Bowling Green State University, and Bowling Green had a better second half than they had a first half, right? And that was the old joke with Texas A&M is they'd come in, they'd have a strong first half and a weak second half. That's kind of what happened in this game. They're up 13-3 in the first half after a touchdown in the first quarter, a couple field goals in the second. Then Bowling Green comes in and scores a couple touchdowns in the third, makes it interesting, right? And then they kick a field goal in the fourth. A&M sneaks out a 26-20 victory over Bowling Green State. The quarterback for Bowling Green had 200 passing yards. So he kind of outdueled Marcel Reed a little bit. It was an interesting game. I didn't catch the whole thing. He got sacked a couple of times, but I didn't catch the whole thing because I was actually at the Texas game, which again was amazing. The production value was top notch over there. But yeah, it's just A&M has just not been super impressive this year. They ran the ball okay. They had no rushing touchdowns in this game, though. All the touchdowns, the touchdowns came from Marcel Reed through the air. But, they only had 2 touchdowns in this game. They kicked 4 field goals. So when you talk about this matchup later in the season against Texas, when Texas goes to A&M to end the season, you have to think about, is A&M going to be able to run the ball against this Texas defense? Because Michigan couldn't. And Michigan ran all over Southern Cal this week. So if they run all over Southern Cal and they can't run all over Texas, that means that Texas has something on the front seven. This Texas front seven is one of the best in the SEC, which means it's one of the best in the country. I think Tennessee probably has the best offensive line right now, but I like what I've seen from the edges. Sack numbers haven't been there, but opponents against Texas have been doing this thing where they just get the ball out very quickly. Kind of their MO. Like, let's get the ball out. Let's not take sacks. And it works to avoid sacks, but it often ends up with incomplete passes, passes that are thrown, passes that are short. It's one of those situations where, Texas defense is, like I said earlier, it's super fast. One of the fastest defenses in college football. Multiple players who are, maybe not track athletes, but up there with, especially guys like Anthony Hill, right? He's your middle backer, and look at his closing speed. For those of you who are unfortunately Cowboys fans out there, and you watched Week 1, which was the only game that was fun to watch so far, if you're a Cowboys fan, you saw some of that closing speed from DeMarvion Overshown when he sacked Deshaun Watson, right? So Anthony Hill is faster than DeMarvion Overshown is. And the way that he hits the hole on blitzes when they blitz the A-gap, the way that he can close in on off-tackle runs, he should have had a pick 6 in that game. It got called back for a hold or a block in the back. I can't remember which. Very impressive. Very impressed with this defense. I might be as impressed, maybe more impressed with the defense than even the offense. Now, when Ewers is in the game, it's a different story. I think the Texas defense might be the best in the country when Ewers is playing. But when it's just Arch out there, nothing against Arch. He's a young player. He makes mistakes. He makes bad throws. He holds onto the ball too long. I think that's Arch's biggest problem at this point, is that he holds onto the ball too long. And if he were better at when he gets to the point where he's more comfortable back there and he doesn't feel the need to run around and scramble as much, he'll be better at that. But the reason Ewers is the starter for this team is his efficiency as a quarterback. He makes the right reads every single time. He understands this offense to a T. He's been in it for 2 years and some change now. This is his third year as a starter at Texas. Now, you look at this schedule for Texas, it's not that tough. It's not that tough. Georgia is your best team you're going to play all year. And the thing with the Georgia game is, first of all, I will not be in the stadium because I don't have, $900 to spend on one game. But I will be off work because I have to watch the game with my buddies. Exactly. Sam Vincent has it right. Sounds familiar. Statement with a freshman quarterback. Exactly. That's totally true. And that's what Arch is. He's a redshirt freshman. He played very limited snaps last year. And it's going to take a little bit of time to develop him. It just will. It takes every quarterback some time to develop. And hopefully Texas fans get 2 years of Arch, which is what they're saying they want to do. They're saying they want him to start for 2 years at Texas. That would be awesome to get 2 years of that guy. But it is one of those things where it's going to take time for him to figure out the offense. It's a complex offense. And if you watch the game, I think Jeff or Jordan made this point last week. When Arch is playing, the offense is a little more simplified, right? They're not running as many pre-snap motions. They're not running as many sets where the quarterback is making multiple reads. It's a more simplified version of the offense. They took a lot of deep shots in that game. They were just trying to get their burners downfield, and it worked sometimes. But Arch had not a great completion percentage, and he had a couple of picks. I would argue that the completion percentage was more due to the fact that he's taking these downfield shots, right? He's throwing the ball deep. He's trying to make plays downfield that are not necessarily there every time. That freaking catch from Silas that should have counted. That was super close. I don't know if it should have counted. I was at the game, so I couldn't see it as well. But he was throwing some bombs that were really accurate. Isaiah Bond had a touchdown. Ryan Wingo had a touchdown. You sort of saw a sneak preview of the offense for next year. Now, the offensive line is going to look a lot different, and that's a big deal because this offensive line is, as I've said before, maybe the best in the country at what they do. You saw it against Michigan. You've seen it against every other team they played, and you're going to see it this week against Mississippi State because Mississippi State is hurting right now. If you don't know, Mississippi State got blown out by Toledo last week. Not last week. It would be 2 weeks ago now, or two college football weeks ago. They got blown out by Toledo. I didn't see – they lost to Florida this week, which is not great. Florida's very good, guys. I don't know if you knew that. But they beat Mississippi State too. So Mississippi State's really struggling. They're coming in wounded to DK, and it's going to be a very, very tough game for Mississippi State to try to compete with the number one team in the country. I think deservedly. Now, I'm not saying they'll win the national championship. I'm just saying right now they've probably looked the best. And I think in college football you can use the eye test. I don't think you can use the eye test in the NFL. The margins are so small. But in college football, Texas looks like a number one team. Georgia's down Tate Ratledge. They struggled with Kentucky. They still might beat Texas in Austin. I'm not saying Texas is going to win that game for sure, but it is an interesting thing to talk about. I'm going to bring in my man Chris Phillips if he's ready. You ready, brother? All right.
Let's go. What's up?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro? I've been hosting solo for 15 minutes.
Beauty. Dude, I think my guy Cole is – which this is breaking news. I think my voice is finally starting to come back from the weekend. I've been kind of powering through it. These tour stops, man, it's, you're at the games and we obviously hit the town and go out. Voice gets a little raspy. But Cole, I think, is finishing up. Actually, if I'm checking StreamYard and StreamYard is accurate, I think Cole is finishing up. I think he just finished up previewing the Texas-Mississippi State game with our guy Dave. So, yeah, It's Cole. Cole should be on here within the next minute or so, but
yeah, no worries, dude. I can hang for a minute, no problem.
Well, I was gonna say, man, it's crazy. I'm sure. I know I'm not the only one, but dude, I looked up at my calendar, and there he is. There's Cole. I knew he'd jump on in a second. So Cole,
finishing previews. So
I saw y'all Texas Mississippi State. I saw that.
Yeah, just finished the preview. It's not. Shield your eyes, Mississippi State fans. Just
not pretty for Hail State. Not pretty.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
I already know that I'm the most hated man in Starkville right now. It's only going to continue to.
I don't even know if they like hate anymore though. Like I don't know if they even have that energy anymore. So
is basketball season around the corner? Like how quickly does basketball season start?
About a month.
November 1st, typically. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. So pull a Rip Van Winkle and sleep for like 40 years, but actually just like 40 days. So it'll be fun when basketball season.
Yeah.
I like Chris Jans though. I think Jans is a really good coach. Actually.
Listen, I'm excited to see what they do this year because if I kind of have to, after literally there's no hope left in Starkville for football. Like they're
going to pile up losses on the gridiron before basketball kicks in. So,
yeah. Anyway, gentlemen, I've been talking for 15 minutes straight with no co-host, so I'm going to leave it to y'all. Y'all have a great show. God bless you guys.
Keenan, you're the man. We'll talk soon, brother. Appreciate you.
Hell yeah, dude. Sounds good. Peace, guys.
Appreciate it. Cole, what's up, man? Good to see you again. Did y'all knock out both games for the preview?
Yeah, we still got to do the other one.
All right, you're good. I figured y'all got one in. Dude, it's crazy, man. I know you're the same way. Everybody tuned in's the same way, so I'm not complaining about it. It's just kind of funny because I looked up at my calendar just before, like just a second ago, and I've got this whiteboard calendar up here to my right. And that's kind of where I write everything down, every, convo we do, everything. Like, that's like my scheduler, essentially. And, bro, my Mondays and Tuesdays are just a mess. I mean, it's a mess, bro. Like, I'm sure you feel the same way, Cole. Mondays are a mess. I'm like, I don't feel like I have time to breathe, like, on Mondays. It's just, like, back to back to back to back to back. I'm like, Cole, I'm getting to a point. Again, I sound very champagne problem, but I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I think I'm going to have to start telling some people no. Because, like, I have people ask me to come on their shows and shit, and I'm like, dude, like, I don't want to say no, but, like, holy shit, man. Like,
I'll do it. I'll do it. Send them my number. I'll do it. I already don't sleep.
Don't want to start just passing this stuff off. Like, hey, I'm busy, but my guy Cole will jump on.
I'm already fueled by this shit every single day. So, I mean, might as well just let that run out to where I'm going to pass out.
I've got a bad but very good habit of just, like, taking every opportunity because it's, man, it's like it's a blessing to be asked to come on somebody's show in the first place. And it's always good to get reps in. And it's just always good to continue to push your personal and the brand as a whole. So, anyways, I don't know.
No, I just did a video talking about why Arkansas football is Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean,
I was going to ask what the Arkansas video was.
It's me saying how much like I thought that Guardians of the Galaxy was going to be a terrible movie this season. Might be better than expected. Carry that weight. I got to gain some Arkansas fans back. I'm tired of them coming to my comment section and treat me like shit.
And Arkansas fans are great, bro. They consume a lot of,
and they don't like me. And I'm like, I know I'm the villain, but I'm at least saying I am admitting where I'm wrong. You found a way to win against Auburn, but then again, so would probably a blind squirrel find a way to win against Auburn.
Well, I'm just happy, Cole, that all of the comments on the Bama Georgia preview thus far are not about. I don't think anybody gives a damn about my microphone or sound. It's more so about my pick of the Georgia Bulldogs. So, which is good. That's where I want the attention to be. So,
exactly.
Anyways, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Of course, as you know, the SEC Unfiltered Hour is here every single day on Mondays, in case you have not realized yet. And if you haven't, I don't know where you've been. We are live earlier on Mondays, so our friends Chip and Zay can take in all things that Steve Sarkisian says at his weekly press conference. So you get us today 1 to 2, rest of the week 3 to 4. And Cole, I know you're proud of me for just referencing everything in Central Time and not even wasting my time to and mention the Eastern Standard Time Zone. What's interesting though, Cole, it's like I told you I was in Auburn over the weekend, of course. I stayed in an Airbnb that literally I was 10 minutes from the line where East. I was like, this would be the most confusing place in the world to live.
Oh yeah.
It would be the worst to live on, like, right on the line. Like, you'd have to be very, very specific with people when you were going to do things and scheduling and so. But I will say, Cole, if I lived in the Central Time Zone, I would just say 3 to 4. I wouldn't say I wouldn't specify. Like I would operate from a brain of Central Time Zone brain. So,
I mean, I operate from a Central Time Zone brain. I'm always going to operate. I could move to the East Coast tomorrow, and I would. I just would.
Right or wrong, Cole, that I feel like the further west you live, I almost feel like the more of a morning person you have to be. Is there any truth to that?
West Coast?
I feel like the further, because if you wake up at 9 a.m. out in Cali, bro, it's already noon on the East Coast.
Oh, dude, when we were in Vegas, when we went for that trip, I was up every day at 5 a.m. It did not matter what time I went to sleep because my body is collaterally set to wake up no later than 7. But yeah, no. I mean, West Coast, you're up early. And the problem is that if you're like me that can't sleep with lights on, like I don't nap. I think napping is overrated as all hell. And it's
I don't nap either.
It's not, but it's like I literally can't do it. My body physically won't allow me to. I'm always tired when I'm on the West Coast because I got to be up early. Like that's just kind of the case. You're usually a morning person, but they also have the night owls, and it's like you get kind of the perfect blend of both, which is really weird because I don't feel that way at all.
Well, it's also nice too because all of your sports don't run into the wee hours of the night. Yeah.
No, I mean, but also okay. But this is where, like, when I talk about Central Time Zone, it's actually a pretty good deal because I'm waking up, I get time to be able to have my breakfast, go work out if I want to. I get to go take my dogs out for a nice long walk. I get to come home, do a little bit of research, 11 a.m. kick, last kick of the night by 10:30. I'm in bed. I'm good. Not wasting my time. It's not like I got to be up at 8 a.m. on the West Coast to watch all the games and then at 7:30 be done. And friends are like, hey, we're going out to the bars. No, bro, I'm tired. I want to be done. I'm 29 plus 1. I'm going to be, God bless, I'm going to be 29 plus 2 in like 3 weeks. I'm not excited for that one.
It's okay, Cole. It's not bad on this side. Not bad.
I'm not saying that number for the rest of my life. It's for the rest of my life.
29 plus whatever forever.
Yeah, that is the standard.
29 plus 20 today.
Are you really?
No, I'm saying you're gonna say that when it's
there will be a time where
I was 49 years old. Come on, man.
No, that's where I was like, there's no way that you're 49. There's no way.
No.
If you do, I need your skin routine because that's definitely
hell of a skincare. Again, guys, we'll take your questions, your comments, everything, your feedback here on this Monday, Reaction Monday.
Talk about why Oklahoma sucks. I know that's like your favorite subject.
Yes, talk about why Oklahoma sucks, indeed. Texas rolls, obviously, ULM did not present a challenge. We didn't expect it would. If you guys want to talk about that, we can. Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot to take from it, I feel like. But, yeah, Oklahoma, man. Sheesh. Like I said, I had a lot on my bingo card in that game. I did not have Jackson Arnold getting benched. But that game, Cole, like, it went as I expected. Like, we talked about it yesterday, obviously, in Sunday Fun Day. But I said this last week, Cole, and I was like, I'm going to be really careful how I say this. I'm not happy about the fact that Oklahoma got humbled. But it's kind of like we spent the whole offseason saying that was possible, and we got looked at and approached like we were crazy. I'm not being the I told you so guy. Because again, I like Oklahoma and its people. I like, dude, I went on the ref Saturday. I went on the Oklahoma pregame show on Saturday. They asked me, why are you not in Norman? I didn't have the heart to tell them, Cole, because I didn't think it would be a competitive game.
It was a competitive game. I will give it that.
It was competitive. It was competitive. I give them that. But Tennessee was in control the whole time.
For sure.
They were in control of the ball game. I'll ask you this, Cole, on that note. I've seen a lot of people say that Tennessee could have won this game by 20 or 30 points, but kind of just put it in cruise control in the second half. Do you buy that?
Don't really care. I want to see what their defense looked like. That was my main concern. Can you win without just your explosive offense? Right. It did. Like, to me, I think the part that people aren't paying attention to is that even though you had an overall solid ground game, but nothing to write home about, even though you had a couple of big-time throws from Nico Iamaleava, even though you had a couple of turnovers, even though you had an offensive line lose a key player, you still found a way to win, and you found a way to win by double digits on the road in an environment that is known for sometimes humbling people. And it was Josh Heupel's first time back. And the narrative the entire week, according to him, was we were not planning to build around it being my return. But players understood the assignment and they said, no, we're going to do this for our coach. And they did. And so when you add all that together, I don't really care if they took their foot off the gas. I think that they wanted to keep the confidence of Nico at an all-time high. I think that they want to make sure that they could show that they were more than just a team that's going to be this explosive offense. And I'd come away more convinced that Tennessee feels like a playoff team at this point. Like the way that these two rosters have looked, the UTs, both of you, depending on where you live, we know one's fake. We know which one is fake. But depending on where you live, they have been the two most impressive teams by the consistency of how they play.
Mm-hmm. I would say, too, to your point, that's a really interesting conversation, Cole, that who have been the most impressive teams in the SEC this season to this point. I think it's got to be Texas and Tennessee. I mean, really, Ole Miss just hasn't played. Like, they'll get their opportunity, I guess, beginning this weekend. But, yeah, they've been impressive against Georgia Southern and Middle Tennessee State, but, yeah, when you factor in who Tennessee and Texas have played and the way they've looked, yeah, I think they've definitely been the most impressive for sure.
I will say, though, with Ole Miss, they haven't, quote-unquote, played anybody, but they haven't taken their foot off the gas, and they haven't looked like they're beatable. The way that they've looked in those games is what you want to see from national championship contending rosters. And so for that much, I'm going to give them credit where credit's due. Now, have they played against a competition such as South Carolina's defense, such as Texas's offense? No. But also, if you're trying to prove that you can be a national championship contending team, you do what you do against Wake Forest, Georgia Southern, FCS Furman, and then that momentum carries on into SEC play. So I will give them credit, but it is still Tennessee and Texas for my money.
It's interesting, Cole. For right, wrong, or indifferent, indifferent, I kind of feel like Texas and Tennessee maybe, and even Ole Miss, those are the teams that, from the gambling perspective, they're wagons, man. Yeah, I kind of feel like at this point you have to bet Ole Miss until they lose. You know what I mean? They are. Last I checked,
they're entering this game against
17
Kentucky.
Points, right?
I think they're entering this game against Kentucky as a 28-point favorite.
17.5.
Really? That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm still easy money.
Over under 52.5. Ole Miss is a 17.5 point favorite.
Sorry, it's easy money. It is. You may think I'm not trying to be.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Honestly, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Mark Stoops' defense because the way that they played humbled Georgia a little bit. But Georgia also was missing a couple of players due to injury, and Ole Miss isn't. Like, Ole Miss is going back home to Vaught in this game at full capacity. And that's horrifying if you're a Kentucky. Mm-hmm. That is absolutely like the last thing you want to see if you're Kentucky.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably like Ole Miss in the 17.5 as well. By the way, Texas is up to a 38.5 point favorite.
What did you think I did?
You probably hammered the Longhorns.
Oh God.
Is it going to be that bad? Like, is this? I mean, are we ready to say that this is essentially like Texas is essentially just playing ULM again? Like, is it just the same thing? Like,
I said that. No, I said that Texas was going to give up 14 points. I'll be real. I'll save you the preview, Texas fans. You're going to win, and you're giving up 14 points after you hang 63. It's bad. It's so bad down in Starkville. Like, I don't like being that group known as we're picky or that we're pandering to one side. So I try to at least say one thing positive about every team. I don't know what I can say positive right now about Mississippi State. Like, no. Your running game against a Florida Gators defense that allowed a first-year head coach to have over 300 rushing yards in the first half in their own backyard and basically turned Kyle Field into the Swamp 2.0, or turned the Swamp into Kyle Field 2.0 with the way how comfortable they were down there. They just kind of put up shop, bought a lease, and said, no, we're going to move in here. You got 4.5 yards per run. That's Mississippi State. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, it was in your own backyard. So you had a little bit of a gusto with that.
Namon Roberts says, Chris, don't you think the Arch had a little timing issue? Because if he connects on 3 to 4 of those routes, we score 65 plus. Cole, you got any? I mean, I feel like we're really, really nitpicking here, but I mean, Arch is a young player. He's going to get better. I know he had the 2 interceptions, but I mean,
one was a tip ball, so I'm not going to give him all on that. It's like the Peyton Thorne one.
Yeah, that's fair.
How does he keep coming back into my mind? You need him to go away. Stop. No, but you're nitpicking. I mean, yes. Did you want to see? I will say there were a few passes where if he is a little bit quicker with his decision making, we're talking about 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns on the day. The Silas Bolden one, which really pisses me off because I still believe that Silas Bolden is wide receiver 1 in the making down on the 40 acres. He's not. I know it. You can leave me alone. But still, I'm going to pretend like he is in my heart of hearts. That one pass, the 53-yarder that was called back because they said that it hit the ground and it bobbled a second. If you read it maybe 0.3 seconds faster, that's an 85-yard touchdown. And so those are some things that, again, they're correctable. When you talk about Nico Iamaleava and what he goes through, they're correctable mistakes. The things that he is working on are certainly going to be fixable. The same thing for Arch. Arch showed you against a UTSA squad that, albeit is not at the same level it was underneath Jeff Traylor when you had a guy like Frank Harrisley in the charge, he still showed you that everything that he is not a Nepo baby. It is just natural given ability to be able to win. You're allowed to have a couple of bad throws as a freshman. As a first-year starter, you're 100%. And the good news is that because if you have such a good understanding of the offensive personnel, the way that Sark wants to run things, you'll quickly make up for it. And so we're not really talking about 3 to 4 bad throws. We're talking about the 3 to 4 must-see moments. I think that's kind of the difference, where we're not hindering on what went wrong. Why couldn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Where most times, I think when you are a quarterback of this high magnitude, we are kind of nitpicking on what you did wrong. And for me, it's more so cool. He's getting reps in. He's going to play against an SEC opponent next week. Everything is going to be fine and dandy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's no way you play Quinn, right? I mean, you unless he's 110%.
I wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk it either. I just you don't need to. Like you said, you're going to beat Mississippi State like a you're going to beat Mississippi State like a drum, man. You're going to beat them like a drum. So
my big thing is what's the value of returning Quinn this week? Because if you lose Arch for say 2 games, but you get Quinn back after the bye week, fully healthy, and the aura and the energy is still there that you saw when he was playing against Michigan, when he was playing against UTSA before going out, you're going to win against Oklahoma. And then at that point, you're setting up for what is going to be arguably one of the best games of the year between Texas and Georgia. But let's just say you rush him back. And did you see what happened yesterday with Justin Herbert in the NFL? Not to go cutting us off. So they're playing Pittsburgh. They're trying to get off to their best start since 2011, if I'm not mistaken. And Herbert's dealing with an ankle injury, high ankle sprain. And he goes out and he plays, and he re-aggravates it. And now, instead of maybe missing a week, he could be missing several. You don't want to do that when you have to go play against Oklahoma, and you know that in the game of all games, things just get weird. Things somehow just get weird for 30 minutes in Austin. So if he tries to, I mean, I could see it, but I wouldn't do it. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm also putting the program ahead of everyone else. And I'm saying that the best thing for the program is having you for 2 stretch of games against Oklahoma and Georgia, and then having you ready if we go to Atlanta. That's what's the most important part. We can win with Arch in every other facet. I don't know if we can in those 3 games.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Cole. You got a guy in Arch you can win with. I mean, why not? Just keep him out there. Then you got the bye week, and then you can kind of figure it out after that. But not to look too far ahead, Cole, but you mentioned Red River so briefly. I mean, Oklahoma and Texas are in two different places, but that game is far from a given, I would assume. Now, that's a series that just, for the most part, is always close no matter what, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy into what anyone says. They're gonna win by this. They're gonna stop. Just from both sides.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the negative Nancy's that are sitting in Norman right now, wondering what do we do at quarterback. Just stop. Like both of you need to chill the hell out. Like, we know what this game is. We know what it is every year. We watched this last year. Texas lost one game. One game that probably, if Georgia finds a way to beat Alabama, that one loss keeps them out of the college football playoff because you're not keeping out of Florida State with 3 other undefeateds. It's not happening. But that one game, they went 10-2. They lost to Kansas. Oklahoma lost to Oklahoma State and Kansas, and you lost to Oklahoma. You don't kid yourself when it comes to that game.
Yeah, that game, rivalries, which, by the way, I didn't say anything today, Cole, because I was like, we're in the midst of the preview. Let's knock this out. But you did. I did hear you say today, talking about A&M and Arkansas, that rivalries are better not at neutral sites. And I was thinking in my mind about the Cotton Bowl. So
that is a caveat. We're not going to do this. I am going to stand on business. I believe that rivalries are best played at home and home atmospheres. E. Henry and I have gotten in an argument about the status of where we are when it comes to Florida, Georgia. I hate it in Jacksonville. I absolutely hate it. He loves it. I mean, he and I have gone back and forth about why it works and why it doesn't. It's the Cotton Bowl. One game. One game is built around that stadium for 365 days. Yes, I know there's a bowl game there. Not the point. The point is that this is the one game during the Texas State Fair, during usually the first or second weekend of October, where everything is out of time. Sorry, to me, that is made for that moment. I'm okay with that. I'm sorry. That is my one caveat. We're all allowed one mulligan. That's the mulligan for me when it comes to rivalries at home.
I'm excited to one day finally experience that, Cole, because I need to see it with my own 2 eyes. Because I do and I know this is I promise I'm not trying to insult you or the Red River rivalry, but going to Bank of America Stadium in week 2, a neutral site is such a different vibe than a college game. It's than an on campus game. It's just a night and day different vibe. I don't know. I don't. It's hard for me to fathom that a neutral site vibe could be as good as a college game day atmosphere.
The problem is that this isn't a neutral site game. It's not. It feels that way, but what it really is it is the perfect blend of loud and proud, crimson and cream, and burnt orange and white, showing why they love the Longhorns and the Sooners, to where for 30 minutes, it feels like that you are in enemy territory, however you put it. And then for another 30 minutes, you're at home. It is truly that way. It is something that is so unique to the world of college football, something so unique to the brand of the business, something so different that you can't describe it. I truly, if I'm somebody that has been begging for people to go to a college football game, if you want to introduce your friends to what is this sport and you want to be completely fair and let them see the entire experience, it's Red River. I can't do it because I know what the SEC is, but I have said since they have joined, the second best rivalry in the SEC is Red River, and it's not particularly close to me. There is a giant separation. There is a small gap between 1 and 2. There is a giant gap between 2 and 3.
Yeah. What would be number 3? You got Iron Bowl, Red River, and then what? I mean, what would it be? It's got to be Texas A&M, right? I mean, maybe
I don't know. Because here's the thing. Well, here's the problem. All these old rivalries that we talk about, sometimes they're out of sight, out of mind because there was just so much dominance per one side. So think about it. Third Saturday in October, for years underneath Nick Saban, that game only leaned in favor of Nick Saban, and it only leaned in favor of Alabama. So when it's humming, that might be the third best game because
Bama LSU, I think you could make a very good argument.
And the problem is that that's not a true stable rivalry, like oldest rivalry in the South, like world's largest outdoor cocktail party. But again, You talk about it. Georgia for years has owned the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. And then before that, Florida did. And then afterwards, you got to throw in Georgia versus Auburn. Auburn has won several, but it's mostly been Georgia. Florida, Tennessee, like as good as that game is supposed to be year in and year out, Tennessee's owned the rivalry. They're 8-2 in the last 10 years. And both wins were by fewer than 10 points.
Yeah, they just can't win in the swamps, what I was going to say. That's the only thing that I think keeps that rivalry interesting is that, like, when they go to the swamp, it's all bets are off. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question because, like you said, there's probably rivalries to those individual fan bases that are still really, really awesome. But to your point, like, I mean, bro, George, like we're we were talking about in the group chat. I mean, the October 5th weekend, which that slate, the official schedule came out today. That slate is awesome. That slate is awesome. That slate, Cole. That slate is why I've said, I don't know if it was you I was talking to or Dave last week. And I'm not saying this as someone who, like, I've loved all the football. Obviously, it's been great. But, like, September, October, November, if I'm comparing the months in regards to schedule, the September schedule kind of sucks. Like, Loki, there's just so many non-conference, cupcake, bullshit games. I love them. I'm saying if we had to power rank the months on quality of matchups, September would be dead last.
I will be that person that will defend this sport into its insanity. There is no bad week in college football.
I'm not attacking the sport. It's just the reality. I'm saying not all slates are built equally. That's all I'm saying. Not
all conferences are built equally. Yet here we are having discussions on will 2 Big 12 teams get in minus 4 SEC squads? Let's just call it like it is.
I understand.
I'm going to enjoy every single game. Every time it's on television.
And I do the same. But like the October 5th slate is kind of it's.
You're not excited for South Carolina versus Ole Miss? I think that's going to be a game.
No, I'm saying I am excited for that. Yeah, I'm saying that October 5th slate is like even further proof to what I was saying. Like the schedule's only going to get better. That's the exciting thing. It's been really fun to this point. The schedule's only going to get better. We're not going to have teams playing freaking Alabama A&M and I don't know, man, like Southeastern or whoever the hell they are. We're not going to have as many of those games. That October 5th slate, to your point, though, the point I was going to make was we were originally going to go to Athens for the Bama-Georgia game. But to your point, I'm like, dude, that game's probably going to suck. Like, they're so bad. So bad on offense.
Wait, you were going to go to Athens for the Bama-Georgia game or the Auburn-Georgia game?
Excuse me. Strike that. I'm going to Tuscaloosa for Bama, Georgia. We're going to go to the Georgia-Auburn game, October 5th. My brain is turning to mush. Georgia-Auburn game, October the 5th. But that rivalry, like you said, man, it's the Deep South's oldest rivalry, but Georgia's just dominated it. I mean, Auburn stinks. So I don't know. That rivalry's lost some juice. So is Florida-Georgia, too. I mean, that rivalry's lost a bunch of juice.
That's the problem, is that, like, when you're talking about, like, these old school rivalries, the ones that we bring up, the way that we bring up Oak and Bucket in the Big Ten, or the way that we bring up Pigs over Floydsdale, like, they've lost the momentum. Like, like Tennessee right now is the better team than Florida. But Florida's dominated that rivalry. Even when Tennessee has been the better team, Florida still has dominated. Arkansas doesn't really have a rival outside of maybe LSU for the boot. And that's been sometimes interesting, but it hasn't been really that good. Southwest Classic is really good because it's a bunch of who the hell knows what's going to happen over a 60-minute span. But at the same time, you're 11-1 if you're Texas A&M. You feel really confident in that game. Alabama LSU, which isn't a rivalry, but should be considered a rivalry because of how these games have gone to decide the SEC West for years, is probably the third best rivalry right now in the sport. And it's not even a legit rivalry. Like, it's just a game between two programs that we view to be powerhouses in the SEC. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah. It's a good point. But anyways, I've loved the September slate, Cole. I want to make it very clear. But I'm excited to get in the meat of the conference schedule. That's all I'm saying.
Of course you are.
I'm excited for that. Cole, just looking at a projected playoff if the playoff started today. I know we're talking playoff. I don't want to be one of those people that we build the whole season around the playoff, but there'd be some interesting matchups, man. Top 4 seeds: Texas, Ohio State, Miami, Utah.
Do you have a problem with that order, by the way?
No,
I don't either. Honestly, if there was one thing I would change, I think you got to give Miami maybe a little bit of a boost to number 2.
Ohio State's looked kind of just whatever. I mean,
Here's the thing with Ohio State. They find a way by the second half to turn it on. But you remember how Georgia kind of looked against Clemson and then how they looked against Kentucky? That's been Ohio State every single game in the first half. By the time they get to the second, it's simply, we have better athletes than you, so we're going to outwork the hell out of you, and we're going to bully into oblivion. Like that's the way it feels. But they have just not been able to come out of the breaks swinging the way Texas does, swinging the way that Miami does. There's an argument for Miami. I don't think that I'm okay with it. I'm not going to sit here and complain, but there is an argument. And then, of course, we got to throw in the Big 12 winner.
Indeed. Yeah. Utah. And again, this is all just going off the AP polls. This is all going to change. They've got, let's see, dude, Bama hosting Mizzou in the first round. Bama, Mizzou, 6 versus 11. Again, this is all going to change, bro, because they play in the regular season.
Yeah.
Bama, Mizzou in the first round. They've got Georgia and Boise State in Athens. Yeah, Tennessee and Oregon and Knoxville, and Ole Miss and Penn State, a rematch of last year's. What was that? That was the Peach Bowl, right?
Peach Bowl.
Yeah, rematch of the Peach Bowl in Oxford. So,
what's funny about that? What's funny about those 4 meetings?
Hold on. Oh, the 4 games. What's funny is probably the home team's going to win all 4 of those games.
Every team is in the SEC.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Every single game is in the SEC.
Yeah, it's SEC venue for every. That's true. Good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Do you want to can we stop with this whole nonsense shenanigans about how the SEC is biased? There's bias towards the conference. It's not. There's just domination. And by the way, you know what's really crazy, Chris, is that could still end up being true. Like every single one of those matchups, even when they play each other, Alabama versus Missouri, Tennessee versus Alabama, Georgia versus Tennessee, that could still end up being the pecking order of where those teams are when it comes to the rankings because they're just so good. And it's not me trying to downplay other conferences. It's me trying to upplay what is the SEC. What I watched in that, you were there, but what I took away from that Auburn-Arkansas game is that there is a fine, clear separation between contenders and pretenders in the SEC and the tier level. And there are 5 teams in the national championship in tier level. There are 6 in the playoff tier level. And then everyone else is just along for the ride.
And that playoff, I guess based off the rankings right now, that would put 6 SEC teams in the playoff. I still just find it hard to believe 6 will get in.
They will screw Missouri out if they're at 10-2 to allow a 10-2 Clemson team in. And again, that's why the ratings are really important. I'm not going to lie to you, Christopher. As God is my witness, and this hurts me because if I grew up a fan of this team, I've never wanted to see Louisville beat Notre Dame more simply because of I cannot fathom them getting in at 11-1. I can't, because Northern Illinois just lost to Buffalo with a first-year coach with Lembo leading the charge. It's not Mo Linguist. It's Lembo doing it. I can't as an individual, as a fine fan of college football, award that. I can't. I'm pulling every single game against Notre Dame until they lose. I have to. Because if you can't reward a team losing to NIU who loses to Buffalo and then say you're going to get in the playoff, you don't. Because the other part is that Notre Dame never looked competitive in that game against NIU. And they've looked competitive the last 2 weeks. They've come out swinging against Miami of Ohio. They dominated against Purdue. That's the version that you say, yeah, you're a playoff team. Yeah, you're a top 10 roster. But I can't do it. I can't.
Well, you know what they're going to do. If they go 11-1, they finish strong. They're going to write that off as it was BS. It was Notre Dame just didn't show up that day.
Yeah, I know, but you want to know what? Then they're not going to show up in the playoff, and you took away a spot from an ACC team that probably deserved it, or a Big 12 team that probably deserved it, that played a tougher schedule, or a Big 10 team. I'll be nice and say that the Big 10 can have a fourth of individual in there. What about Illinois? Like, can we talk about, like, and again, I know we're an SEC program, but Illinois right now, Indiana right now, they're 4-0. They have a shot to be 5-0 and have nearly double the amount of wins, meet their win total for the last 2 years before they go into their bye week. Is that not one of the biggest surprises that they're not even ranked in the AP poll and Illinois is just sneaking on in to some polls? Like, again, and they get to play against Penn State. What if they get that win?
Yeah.
But no, Notre Dame, the big brand, and they didn't show up on a Saturday at home. Well, okay, good for you.
Yeah, I was watching that Illinois-Nebraska game. We were out in Auburn watching that. Man, and Nebraska. I think at some point you have to stop and say we're cursed.
What, Nebraska?
Yeah, Nebraska.
They're just not there yet. And okay, here's my thing.
Another one-score loss. Another one.
But here's my thing. I was so tired of hearing people talk about the game against Ohio State. Like that was going to be the one where, well, now we'll come back and we understand where we rank, but we're only right behind Ohio State. No, you're not. You're nowhere near it. By the way, do you guys know the Matt Rule plan? Let me lead you through the words, the sweet wisdom, sweet people. Year one, you suck. Now, you were decent compared to years in the past underneath Matt Rule at Temple and Baylor, but you suck. The next year, you find a foundation. The year after that, then you strike. So you're not a year ahead of schedule. You still got one more season to get this thing back on the ropes. So 2025 is where you build to it. Jake Bayless in the comments section. Jake Bayless is onto something. How dare we not bring up Wazoo? That has been an impressive team. That has been an awesome team. You lose Cam Ward. You lose your you lose multiple players to the portal because of it's the Pac-2. And they're sitting at 4-0. And I get it. Yeah, it was against San Jose State in overtime. But I mean, look, I'd take them over Notre Dame right now. They haven't lost a game and they've had more convincing wins.
Yep. It's going to be interesting. It'll work itself out, but it's going to be very, very interesting. A lot of teams fighting for those limited number of spots. Hey, we got a comment I want to go back to, Cole. I somehow glossed over. Mon Roberts says, Cole, I watched Texas running game. Believe it's going to get a lot better. When you play those smaller schools, they run all types of defenses, but the SEC schools will line straight up. Texas running game against SEC competition. How do you think it fares, Cole? I think they're going to fare pretty well based off what I saw from the Michigan game and the physicality.
Texas has the best offensive line in the country for my money right now. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
You're going to have a slip up here and there. I don't doubt that. I think that there will be a game where, yes, you are going to turn to the passing attack. But what if it comes in the playoff? Like, what if that's the first time? And you know what? I never like to get too far ahead of the curve. But bearing a season-ending injury to Arch and to Quinn, Texas is in the playoff.
Yeah.
Like, I can confidently start talking about them as a playoff team because they're going to go. But as long as, but what if that game happens in the playoff? And that's what you got to trust it. Well, at that point, you have the relationships found with the receivers. So you kind of trust it. But I just feel like right now, when you take the fight to the Big Ten, and you're kind of seeing people go, if you just kind of told them the rushing totals and they said, oh, well, Michigan must have ran that much. Then you go, oh, it was Texas. That's good enough in the SEC. And it's certainly good enough against the teams that you will play in the SEC, which, mind you, that's the key important word here, who you play in the SEC. Because you're not going up against an Alabama defensive line, which, by the way, has been inconsistent at most. You're not going up against a South Carolina defensive line. You're going up against Vanderbilt's defensive line, Kentucky's defensive line, Arkansas's defensive line. You will be fine. You will be more than fine, I think.
Yeah. Listen, the schedule plays well into Texas' hands. I mean, you're going to blast Mississippi State bye week. Red River in Georgia, that's the biggest back-to-back 2-week stretch by far. I mean, I think I heard somebody say that's the biggest back-to-back 2-week stretch for Texas football in over a decade, maybe.
What, Oklahoma, Georgia?
Oklahoma and then Georgia. What our friend Ghost said last night when I was on with him. I mean, take it for what it's worth, but I mean,
it's not. Is it the biggest stretch? Maybe. I don't know. What I will say is it is the most important stretch to their tenure because of if you in year one are acting like you belong as an SEC opponent. Yeah, I would say so. And the reason why Red River is that way is because think about in years past when you see the turn. I always love to bring this up because of people seem to forget that there was a moment in the SEC where Arkansas was viewed as a legit contender, right alongside LSU, right alongside Alabama, right alongside Georgia. And then came 2012, where you added in Texas A&M and Mizzou, and narratives changed. Narratives drastically changed. So the whole Oklahoma has owned Texas in terms of conference titles in the Big 12, how many top 10 matchups, how many times they've had 10-win seasons, college football playoff appearances. You left that behind in the Big 12. So now it's a new era in the SEC and one that you get to now confidently stick out your chest and go, no. We bring the fight to you. No. We set the standard. And so I think that that's why it's such a big opponent. Because if you're able to now dismantle Oklahoma and hold your own against Georgia, nobody's down you in the SEC. Nobody is down you moving forward. And it's year one. And it's only going to get better because the NIL collective is playing well in your favor. You also have the recruiting. The development of talent, for my money, has been the biggest separation between Texas and other schools when they make the jump. It just, to me, is such a unique blend of having the right personnel with the right teachers to bolster this roster to where there is no doubt. It's very iridescently similar to Alabama, where you just turned to the next guy and you said, you're up, and they were already prepared to go ahead and handle business.
Cole, I want to switch gears to the other team in the state of Texas, the other SEC team in the state of Texas, A&M. Were you alarmed by their 6-point win over Bowling Green, or do you not put a lot of stock in, because, I mean, these non-conference games, like, I mean, what do they really mean? Can you draw conclusions from them, positive or negative? What'd you take away from that, the 6-point victory over Bowling Green?
Thank God it's a first-year staff, so you kind of get away with it. That's it. You kind of get away with it because if you're a first-year staff trying to implement your culture. The thing with Texas A&M is that they basically had to hit the entire reset button on the Jimbo Fisher era. And I'm not saying that Mike Elko having a relationship with Jimbo isn't going to lead to some mannerisms sticking around. But what I will say is that you realize this was not working and we're paying $7.5 million to be mediocre and then another $9 million to really be mediocre. So it's going to take some time to get to what you want. It's year one of Elko. He gets to buy himself 12 games of whatever it looks like. That can't be erased moving into next year. That can be erased moving into the future of college football. That can be erased for you and the program status moving forward. If it was a second-year coach, I'd be a little alarmed. What I will say is that also the mistakes that you saw in that game are so fixable to where it didn't have to end up being a 6-point game. You could have easily won by double digits. But maybe we give also a little bit of credit to Bowling Green. I mean, they did go down to the wire with Penn State just 2 weeks before. So maybe that does carry a little bit of weight. There's two truths to it. A&M is a new staff with new players that are trying to learn the ins and outs of what Colin Klein wants on offense and what Mike Elko wants on defense. And Bowling Green is also a team that's given its best punch to really quality opponents in major conferences. Two things can be true.
Yeah, it was interesting. Our buddy Billy Lucci, who I'm sure everybody's fond of, tuned into this show. I saw Billy on social media kind of going back and forth with a Texas fan saying that Billy's saying he believes that Bowling Green is better than more than a handful of teams in the SEC. So you buy that? Are we pumping up Bowling Green now as they would be like, would they be 9th or 10th in the SEC power rankings? Is that what we're
breaking news? No, breaking news, Chris. I'm actually leaving this broadcast. This is my last show with you because apparently I'm better than Pat McAfee. I'm better than Josh Payne. I'm better than anyone that works in this industry. I'm just amazing. I mean, do you know how stupid that sounds? Like, we get that there's goals and aspirations that you want to reach, but come on. No, there are not 10 teams worse than Bowling Green in the SEC. There are not teams in the SEC worse than Bowling Green. There are teams that play up. There are teams that Bowling Green can play up to their level of competition, and there are teams that can play down to the level of competition of Bowling Green. They're a very well-coached team. That does not mean that they're up to the same par as SEC teams. Send them down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana this weekend as you have a heartbroken Tiger squad looking to take a little bit of anger out. Send them to Cola against your favorite team in the country, South Carolina, and see what happens if they had to play without Lenore Sellers and with that defensive front. Send them to Nashville to play against my Vanderbilt Commodores and Diego Pavia Power, and let's see how they perform. Because I know those are the teams that he's talking about. Stop it, Billy. I know that you want to go ahead and boost up your roster. I know you want to go ahead and say it's good that we're 3-1. There is a fine difference. Arkansas fans realize that how they played against Auburn was beyond sloppy, and I still think Auburn would beat Bowling Green by at least 10 points if they were playing their best version.
Yeah, I saw that from Billy. I was like, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Billy. I don't know. I like Billy though, but that was funny.
I love Billy. No, and you know what I appreciate about Billy? Billy is as true to the chest as it comes for Aggies. Every person that is an Aggie knows that Billy is as loyal to a T. But there's also sometimes that you're just pandering and you're pandering to the wrong people. And then when you say things, we're going to put you on blast. Welcome to the front and center stage, Billy boy.
Cole, should I know we talked about this. Should Oklahoma stick with Michael Hawkins Jr.?
Yeah, they should. Here's the reason why. He earned it. Like, for me, putting your body on the line, that shot that he took diving into the end zone and was flipped on over.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then they called it down at the 6-yard line just as an insult to injury. He's earned the right to go ahead and start next week against Auburn. Which, by the way, who the hell cares? It's Auburn. And I'm gonna start letting my Alabama's homerism come out just a little bit whenever I talk about Auburn, because it's pathetic right now. It is so bad down there. There is no direction. There is poorly coached team. They're in a really bad situation when it comes to quarterback, and there's no way of fixing it. So Hawkins can keep that confidence then going into the bye week. And if anything happens to him, maybe you go turn back to Jackson Arnold and you let both play to decide who is going to play in Red River. But Hawkins has earned the right to start on the plates 100%, because there was at least something there at times with Oklahoma's offense. I'm not saying it was a lot, but there was something.
Cole, you bring up Auburn. You're a Bama man, so I am curious to get your perspective here. I asked Dave this question over the weekend while we were at Auburn, and asked some other folks as well. So I'm very curious to get your take and perspective on this. So it's interesting, right? Like when I was in Auburn and you go out and about and you're just around the city and you're, out at the bars and restaurants and everywhere, like Auburn has a lot of tradition. By the way, on that note, I went to 1716, the bar that essentially commemorates the 17-16 win over Bama. And they've got the punt Bama punt in the back of the bar, which was very cool to see. Punt Bama punt. But they've got a lot of history and a lot of tradition. And the question I asked Dave, and I'm going to ask you, is I guess I'm like, what is Auburn? What is Auburn in the new college football? Because it's like they do have a lot of history and tradition. Like, would you label them a sleeping giant? Like, is that because I think what's fascinating, and you can tell, right? It's wild. Like just talking to Auburn people, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm headed to Tuscaloosa next weekend, and their reaction to that is just like hearing the word Tuscaloosa or thinking about the Crimson Tide is just, you can just see the blood boiling.
It's like saying Beetlejuice 3 times, then saying Saturn.
To me, it comes off as, and I could be wrong, but I imagine Auburn people look at Bama and feel like that should be us. Like we should be what Alabama is. There's no reason we shouldn't be that. And so it's like as much tradition and history as Auburn does have, I'm like, is that what Auburn supposed to be a powerhouse? Are they supposed to be a yearly college football playoff winning the SEC type of program, or do they have an inflated self-view of themselves? You know what I mean? Because it's kind of tough because, like, they've had a lot of success, a lot of tradition, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I think it's a fascinating convo. So, I'm curious your perspective as a Bama man. Oh, did I lose Cole or did he lose me? I may have lost Cole. Cole is very much so frozen in a very interesting. Cole Thompson. Paging Cole. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we lost Cole. Let me check in and see what Cole. I thought it was me as I refreshed my screen. Let's see. We'll shoot Cole a text here. Anyways, I don't know what happened to Cole. Typically, it's my service or my internet that's going out. I don't know where Cole ended up. But anyways, I'd love to get you guys' thoughts in the comments. What's your thoughts on Auburn football? Like, do you view Auburn as an elite program? Is it a program that should it be on the same level as Alabama? Should they year in, year out, be competing for championships? And yes, Stu, I should have screenshotted his face. I know it was very funny. The thing is, Stu, it lives on on YouTube, so we could just go back and do that. But no, I mean, it's being at Auburn. It's a place where you're there and you feel like it's a place where they should win at a high level. I mean, you got everything there. You have everything you need. You got a group of folks that will invest in the program. They'll give whatever coach, whatever they need. They've got the resources. They've got the investment from, the boosters, the fan base. They've got the buy-in. They've done it before. They've won a title, right? When Auburn is right, it's as good as any place in the country. And by the way, Cole let us know that his Wi-Fi went out. So he is going to be jumping back on. Give it just a moment. I was like, dang, I thought it was me there for a second. Let's see. Oh, we got Cole back. I thought it was me, Cole.
No, it's my freaking rolling blackouts. This is what happens when you live literally on the grid and there's always a heat wave at 104 degrees. You get the rolling blackouts. So, sorry about that.
Great place. Houston sounds awesome.
It's a beautiful location. Apparently, as our friend Blake Rafrino loves to say, if you haven't been there, don't. Anyways,
yeah,
I'm going to give Auburn a little bit of credit. And I hate saying this, but it's the fact. Auburn is the toughest job in America. Auburn in college football is the toughest job. And there is not a second one. There is nowhere near a close second. Because Auburn, the expectations are not changing. They won't. They never have. They never will. They expect you to be one of the complete rosters in the SEC and a top-tier program that can compete alongside the big boys. That has been the standard since the days of Pat Dye. That has been the standards of the days since Jordan. That has been the standards of everything that has walked through there. All Americans are supposed to want to play at Auburn. War Eagle is supposed to be chanted among the greats, just alongside with Roll Tide, just alongside with Go Blue, just like the Ohio State. It's supposed to be at that level, and 9 times out of 10, it's not. Auburn people and Auburn boosters expect you to recruit at the exact same level as Alabama, at the exact same level as Georgia, and at the exact same level as Tennessee. Here's the problem. Alabama has all of West Alabama. They also have all of Mississippi. They also have all of Louisiana. Auburn doesn't. Auburn shares borders with Alabama. Auburn shares borders with Georgia. Auburn shares borders with Tennessee. They're right in the heartland to where all these players will consider Auburn, but they will also consider the other programs that are more established. And so because of that, Auburn sometimes loses out. Auburn is not viewed in the same light as a program as Georgia or as Alabama when it comes to head coaches. If you are Lane Kiffin and you get an offer to coach down at the Crimson Tide, it does not matter where your program is at Ole Miss and what direction you're going. You take that job and you don't look back. If it is at Georgia, you take that job and you don't look back. At Tennessee, the way that Danny White has built this program up at this point, you take that job and you don't look back. Now, he'll get a few mustard bottles thrown in his head, but he immediately would take that job and it would be second to none. Where Auburn, it should be because the boosters are willing to put their money where their mouth is, but you can't buy your way to success. And so Auburn deals with having to play up to a standard alongside the greats in the SEC, recruit alongside the greats in the SEC, portal in the way along the greats of the SEC. And on top of that, for years, Alabama got kind of lucky because there were downtrodden seasons for Tennessee. There has never been a downtrodden season for Alabama and Georgia. And those are the two rivals that they have to play every single year. So it is the toughest job in all of America because expectations are never going to be what the actual record is. Like, I heard people today screaming, saying that Hugh Freeze needs to be fired. Who are you hiring that's better? Tomorrow, you go ahead and say immediately the dude that we fire, give his incredible large buyout. Come on in. We have to pay an exorbitant amount to get a coach to want to be a part of this program, and the results are going to be better than what we see right now. Who's doing that? Nobody. Auburn can be a program that is probably right alongside what Missouri is right now, what Ole Miss is right now, but with a ton more resources. A 10-win team that finds their way probably every 2 or 3 years into the playoff, top 10 recruiting classes, overall a very, very, very dominant transfer portal class. They could be that. But they're never going to be what is Alabama, LSU, Texas, Georgia. They're not going to be to Tennessee's level. They are a program that we have to talk about as a resource haven, rich-filled roster success. But they can't. They can't because of where they are located. They're always going to be down when it comes to recruiting. Even if they finish top 10, you know who's going to finish in the top 3? Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. Every single time. They're going to lose those 3. They're not going to get the same portal kids because every single time, if Alabama offers, they go to Alabama, not Georgia. They go to Tennessee, not Georgia. They go to, Auburn. They go to Georgia, not Auburn. It's basically what Texas A&M, we hear people talk about what Texas A&M can be. That's how I feel about Auburn. 10-win teams that probably find their way every few years into the college football playoff. If we don't see Eli Drinkowitz and we don't see Lane Kiffin stay around in Como and Oxford for a long time, that is what Auburn and Texas A&M's overall attributions could be. Double-digit wins, potential college football playoff teams. But they're nowhere ever going to be near the ranks of those who are higher involved. Ever.
Yeah, Dave said the same thing, Cole, you did, that Auburn's the toughest job in America.
It is the toughest job in America far and away. There is not even a close second. I don't want to hear from anybody, but Michigan State, but Penn State, stop it. It's nowhere near it. There is a huge drop. You are basically jumping off of the highest dive at the pool to the next level for a job that compares to Auburn in toughness.
So
you
maybe
have to be a bold individual to take that job.
Yeah, maybe this is a silly question then, Cole. Of the two programs you mentioned that maybe have the highest potential in the SEC, Auburn and Texas A&M, who's more likely to realize their potential, Auburn or A&M?
You mean like get to the 10-win marker?
Yeah, like to realize the potential of what they think their program could be. Who do you think would be more likely to realize that?
I think it's Auburn.
Yeah.
I think it's Auburn because of right now you don't have the Saban tax, and Texas is now the SEC logo. That's it. But that does not. But again, I'm not going to be shocked to watch Texas A&M do it. They have all the resources. People want to crap on and I'm going to defend him because if he's 100% right. Josh Pate, when he says that Texas A&M can be a dynasty program, they have the resources. But Texas has the SEC logo. That's going to hurt them because they were already recruiting at the same level as A&M in the Big 12. Auburn doesn't have to worry about the Saban tax anymore. So there will be kids that no longer consider the Crimson Tide because they don't still want to play for Saban.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's just interesting being there at Auburn, and you're like, this is a place that when it's right, it's really right, and it looks really, really good. It's just like, it's interesting, Cole, how you go to a place like Auburn and compare to some other schools. Like, listen, folks at South Carolina, they'd be thrilled to have the history that Auburn has. But the problem is Auburn folks, it's not fault of them, but they're comparing themselves to their buddies up in Tuscaloosa, right? Like, you just can't help your rivals. You can't help but do that. And it's like when you're comparing yourself against that tradition, and to your point, why the job is so hard, it feels like that's what they're being measured up against, is that level of expectation and success. And it's unachievable. It's just unachievable. So I will tell you this, though. From interacting with the folks in Auburn, we're going to get Zay and the guys on in just a second. I know we're going a little bit long, but Auburn folks love Auburn, Cole. Just from being there, like, they love Auburn, which is awesome. But they love Auburn. Yeah.
They hammer the wood. They do. Yellow wood, but they hammer the wood.
Yeah, they hammer the wood.
Yeah.
It was funny
Yellow wood.
Yeah, yellow wood.
Gotta keep all that in there.
Yeah, it was funny the amount of people that again, I mentioned, I was like, yeah, I think next weekend I'm staying in the state of Alabama, going to go to Tuscaloosa, and they're like, it's not Auburn. I'm like, all right.
Auburn's a great campus. I'm not going to sit here. Toomer's Lemonade is arguably the best drink in the Southeastern Conference. I love Toomer's Lemonade. I will defend that until I die, which is really painful. Maybe it's because I'm not from the state. I don't have the allegiance to hate on them.
Blasphemous by me. I did not even get lemonade while there. So I'll have to go back. I know. The lines were crazy, man. Lines were crazy. We had other stuff going on.
I don't want to hear it.
All right. That being said, I know we've run long. Let's go ahead and get Zay up in here. Sure, Chip is going to jump in just a moment. Steve Sarkisian doing his thing. What's up, Zay?
What's up, fellas? How y'all living?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. I feel for old Jackson Arnold, man. It's been a tough weekend for Jackson. And look, he's seen the success of good Texas high school quarterbacks go up north to that other state and have success. Kyler, Baker, Jalen, all those guys, Texas boys. They made some weird mistakes by going to the school, but they're still Texas boys. And Jackson Arnold, he's a Texas boy. So this is it for him. Old G.J. Kinney down at Texas State, going to need a quarterback next year. And Jackson, come on home. He's back to
go.
No. Yeah.
No.
It's Michael's team now.
No, Michael's team. That's not what I'm saying, Zay. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
G.J. Kinney's going to need a quarterback in Waco, not in San Marcos.
See? Even better.
That's what I'm saying. We're not gonna downplay G.J. Kinney staying in San Marcos that much longer.
You're right, Cole. My mistake. G.J. Kinney, he's moving on up, just like George Jefferson.
I can't defend Dave Aranda. I can't. You heard that, Chip? Let me ask you: how honest is too honest at a press conference? Is that the line?
I mean, I love it when they're too honest. You know what I'm saying?
I love it for stories.
Yes.
I love it.
By the way, as somebody who does not know what was said that was so
champagne victory on the Hail Mary throw. That's what we had. Cigar victory.
Yeah, the name of that defense.
Yeah, cigar victory.
Cigar victory.
Cigar victory was.
Why would he admit that's what it's called?
After you give up the play.
Yeah. Why would you? That's very interesting.
You take that to the grave, Dave.
He's a kind-hearted man.
I love Dave Aranda. He's one of
sweet man. He's a sweet man.
One of the most intellectual. I can listen to him talk college football for hours. If he had a podcast, I would fall asleep to his sweet lull voice as I drifted off listening to X and O's, because he is just a whiz at explaining things. But oh my God, I can't defend that dude. You can't say that if it doesn't work. You take that to the grave.
You can't admit that.
Victory cigar.
Yeah. Boys, Appreciate y'all. It's good to see you. Hope y'all had a good weekend, and we'll get out of y'all's way and let y'all chop it up, man. So
Appreciate you, fellas.
Appreciate y'all.
Great
Enjoy
show.
and welcome to the SEC, boys. Week 1.
Let's go.
All right, boys. Be good.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. And Zay, I'm gonna need you to carry me today.
What you mean? You good?
I'm struggling. I'm struggling. I'm on the I don't know what I've got, but it might just be the I don't know, allergies, something. My energy is in need of some Zay Collier, you know what I'm saying? But hey, I don't know. We could pick up where you left off. Obviously, just got done with Sarkisian and the players, and I got to tell you this. And Anthony Hill had not made it yet before I left, but the players were all saying that Anthony Hill told Trey Moore, "You owe me money."
Yo.
You owe me money. I said to David Benda, how much money did he say he owed? He's like, oh, we're not going into those details.
Yo. On my mama, on my wife, on everybody in my family, post-game show with Adam Wagner, I said, yo, Trey Moore, you gonna owe Ant Hill. I was saying the steak dinner. I was saying dinner all week, food all week. But yeah, bruh. What you getting in the way for? Get out the way, Trey Moore. Get out the way. You don't need to be there. Ant's got it. Hands up. You got to push somebody. Look like you're doing something. Yeah. Charge him. Run it up, Ant Hill. Run it up. You owe me money. All that paper that Trey Moore got coming from UTSA, player of the year in that conference. We know he got broke off a little something.
Right.
You know, Trey Moore, you haven't lived up to that thus far. You got a lot of season left. I believe in you. But in 4 games, Colin Simmons, Ethan Berg, Baron Sorrell, you know, some of these guys outplaying you. Then you do that.
Right.
That's tough.
You're not putting any plays in the book, and then you're taking points off the board. Come on, man. You can't be cutting me like that.
Yeah, right when it happened, I was like, "Oh, Chip go kill my guy on Monday." Chip go kill my guy. Yeah, yeah, Stu. That bag's heavy. If David Benda won't say the amount, and if you're Trey Moore, this should be very easy. There shouldn't be any back talk. It should be like, yo, guys, you're right. I owe you guys. I got to be better overall, taking points off the board. My man's out here making plays. He just had a sack where he did the grind. You see that? That's my yo. Ant Hill's my guy after that. I've already been sold on him, but you won't be able to say anything negative around me about Ant Hill ever again after that thrust on the sack. After the dance. I don't know what that was, but that's my type of move right there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
That's the stuff you right before you get down the bedroom. Ant Hill. He one of them
was more violent. Anthony Hill's play or those pelvic thrusts? What was more violent? I mean, I thought he was gonna shake the video board at DKR with those thrusts.
This team is nuts. Manny Muhammad, Gavin Holmes, they make good plays, you know, force incompletions for the quarterback. They get out the belt, Chip, and act like they whipping their son, act like they the father, disciplining their son. They get out the belt. I know you've seen that. Like these dudes, their swagger is on a million right now, and they deserve it. They deserve to be that arrogant. They deserve to have fun like they're doing. The way that they showed Javion Cole love after his interception, it's just like, yo, y'all are blasting these guys. Oh, Brian Vincent tried to run the flea flicker, tried to catch you off guard. They were still on that. The love that they showed for Ryan Niblett after his touchdown, and they made him run it back. He got another one. The love that they showed him, it's just like these guys, man. It's fun to watch. It's really fun to watch. Like, not only is it fun to cover, but it's fun to watch this 2024 team play and how enthusiastic they are, how they hyped they were after the safety. Like, Mo Blackwell, he had no business being a part of that safety, but he was like, yo, I got to get a piece of this. I got to get into action with Leoga LaFowl and Jordan Johnson-Rebel and Justice Finkley and Colin Simmons. He just jumped on the dog pile just because it's fun. Playing football at Texas is fun right now, and everybody wants to be a part of it. And that's what separates the good teams and the great teams. To be this talented, have this much fun, and play for one another. It's a joy to watch, man.
Oh, yeah. No, right now you're watching a team that is really competing against itself. Like, guys go on the field and they're trying to show that they are the kings of their respective position groups. And it's almost like they don't pay any attention to who they're playing against. I mean, obviously the coaches have put in the work for the game plan. Like Johnny Barron was just talking about how PK sent him on a corner blitz in the opener, and the play came right to him. Mm-hmm. And he was like, damn, how'd he know? Yeah. And there's just there's just so much good juju going on with this team. They're, the coaches, the players, everybody's having success. Everybody's growing in confidence. And this team's getting better. Like, people are like, oh man, they 51-3. They didn't. No, they're getting better. Leonga LaFowl is showing you that he's a better football player.
Polynesian Whisperer, Johnny Nansen. It's there. It's there. We were saying before the season, if Johnny Nansen could figure out Leonga LaFowl, man, look out.
Right.
Look the hell out.
And he's unlocking the secret, secret doors to these guys' playing abilities. And now you don't have to play Anthony Hill 81 snaps against OU in the sweltering heat. You can mix it up. You can play Leonga LaFowl, and it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
Texas fans, you better knock on wood. You better just enjoy every minute of this, because this has got the ingredients of a special season. And I know it's just getting into SEC play. And, I'm just saying, it's a hell of a lot of fun, right? I mean, Longhorn Nation, how much fun are you having right now?
Yo, a blast. Like, even Arch throwing the interception to start the game, you're not worried at all, because this defense, like Mookie Taft, even though it was on the worst drive of the game for the defense, that what was it? That 13-play, 6-minute, 29-second drive where they put 3 on the board, and my man Andrew Makuba got ran over, something nasty. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, Makuba. That was tough. My man Big out here. But Mookie Taft's hit, Leonga LaFowl sack, bend but don't break. Like, they just –
Mookie Taft had the hit of the game. Mookie Taft had the hit of the game. They thought it was targeting.
Yo, you owe him an apology, man.
Yeah.
You owe him an apology.
That was
you were talking about my guy.
Oh, you're talking about me owing him an apology. Yeah.
Okay.
I've already said Taft's playing at a high level, but that hit, I will apologize, because I used to say that Taft would get there, he'd hang on like a little, like a medium-sized dog, not a big dog, a medium-sized dog. He'd grab the pant leg and hold on until his, teammates could get there. Oh no, he turned that dude's lights out. Taft turned that dude's lights out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe he held on to that thing.
Yeah.
They're just
Mookie Taft, I mean, he's a different guy. He's a different player. And I know I sound like a broken record, but the communication, the trust factor between him, Johnny Barron, Andrew Makuba, that stuff matters. It's like they're back training with Bam Blake again, pushing each other. And it's happening. Oh, we got to get to this because my man Quad Standard Labs, who was all Arch all the time, says, I saw what I needed to see to now say you guys were right. Arch is not quite ready yet. But then, of course, Quad's got a little something to say. That being said, anyone noticed Quinn was not at all happy until Arch came out of the game. He was hidden on the side. Come on, Quad.
What's up, Quad? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Be messy. Humble us. Things going too good right now. Humble us. You know what I'm saying? Life's too good. Stir that pot, baby.
I mean,
yo, Quinn Ewers gonna have the highlight of the game with his hype speech.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Johnny was just talking about that. He said that him and Taft were looking at Quinn because he's talking to the defense, and he's like, "Hey, Quinn, get over here." And Quinn was like all in it. So, yeah, Quinn was giving that hype for the fourth quarter. I guess that's what Quad was talking about. He came out of his hiding place and got the defense all hyped up for the fourth quarter.
Oh, Quinn.
No, man, let's talk about Arch for a second because Arch looked like a redshirt freshman. He looked like a redshirt freshman. He had to prepare all week. He had to be the guy. He had to carry the game plan. He had to, have that weight on his shoulders. He comes into the game. And what impressed me most about Arch Manning is that he throws the deep ball pick on the first series of the game. And then he goes right back to it. And he hit. He hit for 25 to Ryan Wingo. He hit for 46 to Matthew Golden. And at that point, he was 3 of 5 on passes 20-plus yards. And then he missed the next 5. But and the one that really hurt was that wheel route. Jaden Blue was wide open. Like that was a 69.
He had one in the end zone. Yeah, he had one in the end zone, the Jaden Blue. That should have been on the money touchdown. And then that one in the open field. Yeah, you got to hit those. But, yeah. He
admitted after the game, Arch said, can't get greedy, got to take the check downs. But even when he would check it down, he was almost like frustrated and it wasn't accurate. It wasn't smooth. Yeah. He missed a couple. He missed a couple of
swing passes to where he went to Shard Choice and was like, yo, like you see it on film. He goes, my bad to Shard Choice because to Shard Choice, he's always going to tell his running backs, hey, if it hits your hands, you still got to catch that thing. So as a leader should, I think he was led to Shard Choice know, like, yo, Jaden Blue, that one wasn't him. Now the one in the middle of the field, Jaden Blue, you got to catch that. That ain't Arch's fault.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. The ball that Arch threw, middle of the field, it hits, it was hot. It had some Tabasco on it. Jaden Blue can't hold on to it. It turns into an interception. Who do you put that on?
Jaden Blue.
Okay.
Jaden Blue.
No matter how fast that fastball is,
bro, you got to catch that thing. There was some traffic. I don't know if Jaden Blue was thinking he was going to get blown up or something like that, but Jaden Blue, you got to catch that, bro. You got to catch. Great game though. 4 touchdowns.
Oh yeah.
25 yards, 25 touches,
25 carries.
He needed that.
Carries.
Yeah.
First 100-yard rusher of the season. 25 carries, 124 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground, 1 touchdown in the air. And yeah, Jaden Blue, he said the most carries he ever had in a high school game was 23. Wow. So that's a career high for him from high school and college.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Quintravion Wisner, he didn't play because of his injury, correct?
That's right.
Do you think Jared Gibson has solidified himself as a number 2, or do you think Trey Wisner or Quintravion Wisner, like Mama said, Quintravion, him and Jared Gibson are kind of battling that number 2 spot out at this point?
Yeah, and I think it might even be a little situational now too. It seems like Jared Gibson gets in the red zone. Now, obviously, Jaden Blue got all those, short yardage carries against ULM because his touchdown runs were like 1, 2, and 3 yards. And by the way, can we talk about the Texas red zone scoring? Texas is now 22 of 23 scoring in the red zone with 21 touchdowns. That's how you get your points per game average up to where Zay Collier likes it. You know what I'm saying? To where it's up there around 47 points per game. 47. Come on.
Yeah, I'll take it. Those offensive linemen, they're moving folks. And, Arch Manning, he's going to get better. But, again, when he takes hits, I'm not worried like when Quinn takes hits. Every time Quinn takes a hit, I'm scared. I'm like, all right, show Quinn, please, so I can see him getting up just fine. Arch took some shots, and he just bounces back up. I know he's got Quinn probably about 20 pounds or so, but he's not afraid to stand in that pocket, sometimes too long, and try to make a play. That first interception, he completely dodged the tackle and then got hit and threw it to who knows who. Just a bad play, looking like a redshirt freshman, as you said. But overall, his confidence to stay in that pocket and know that he might take a shot, even on that unsportsmanlike one, the late hit, he just bounces right back up. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that because, again, those Mannings, Eli didn't get hurt very much. He was pretty durable throughout that Giants career. And besides the neck problem with Peyton at the very end, he didn't deal with those injuries either. So moving forward, that UTSD won't be there with Arch once he gets his job. But with Quinn, especially now, that's always going to be, should probably be in every Longhorns fan's mind, but damn sure in my mind. Like, yo, Quinn, we can't be taking hits, bruh, at all, because you're out here getting hurt without taking hits. So we really can't, like, when we try to run and stuff, get out of bounds, slide. Just got to be smart. Again, Quinn Ewers, especially Blake Shapen being out for the rest of the season, they're coming in with Van Braun, whatever the hell his name is, Jeff Levy's team. We'll figure that out as the week goes on. But if Quinn needs to sit out another game, cool. Let's not rush anything. Arch could take care of business for another week. Mississippi State is horrible. I don't care if it's SEC or not. They're horrible. And the way this Texas team is playing, they've shown us in 4 games, they're not going to fall down the competition. They are hungry, rabid animals that can't wait to get back on that field and put up numbers and show that they're one of the best teams in the nation and that they should be number 1. So that it's not we got to bring Quinn back right away for me at all. Arch has proven enough. Get more guys healthy like Quintravion Wisner. I thought Jaden Blue wasn't even 100% on Saturday, even though he got his 25 carries. I think he could be a little bit more explosive, and he was kind of easing back into this thing. So, yeah, the Horns, man, I like where they are. And those wide receivers, we saw adversity hit them. DeAndre Moore went out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Hey, Silas Bolden, here's that bump that you need that you haven't gotten. Dive and catch. I don't know about that one. That deep one, I felt like that shouldn't have been overturned. But
yeah, what did they see? Like it arms under it.
It did. It hit like it. There's one big boom. that you see in slow, like real big boom where it hits the ground. It looks like it hits it hard, but his arms are under it. But again, the call's made as a catch. So I don't know if there was enough. I felt like they felt bad for ULM. So, whatever. But yeah, Silas Bolden, he looked good. Got himself a little up, slant pass. Almost broke that. I know he was pissed about that. I like
Yes, this is fuchsia. Was that all right?
Is that the color?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thanks.
Well, Under Armour.
Okay, let's get this out of the way because Michael wants to know, what did Sark say about Sadir Mitchell? No, Sark didn't say anything about Sadir Mitchell. So
what happened?
So Sadir, this is what I'm told from a source I trust. They went to Sadir late in the game to go in. He was pissed. He didn't get in earlier. And it got a little heated on the sideline. And Sadir had to be talked into common sense. But he did not go into the game. And that could have some residue if it's not handled correctly. Trying to find out. I asked Alfred Collins how Sadir Mitchell's doing today, and he's like, doing good. So, yeah. And I was told by another source that Sadir's had a tough time here. And I said, is it because of his weight, or is it just because of other things, like he just can't get right? And I was told he just can't get right.
With whom? With whom exactly?
I mean, I guess he just doesn't feel at home. I don't know.
Where's he from?
New Jersey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Doesn't feel at home. He's a Jersey kid? Yeah, come on, man. You can't get no good gabagoo. You can't find no good pizza here. Yeah, I don't know how many Jersey, New York, East Coast guys are on this team, but you got to have somebody you can relate to. I'm having a really hard time being sympathetic here. A really hard time. You're number one in the nation. You're number one in the nation. There's guys right now that are better than you. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You can't feel entitled to anything. If Jermaine Loway deserves more reps because he's putting in work in practice, hey, that's what's going to happen. Sark ain't losing his job for you. If Bill Norton's out here putting in work and clogging stuff up so guys like Leoga Lafau and David Benda could get busy, sorry, there's no room for you right here. And we know Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, they're bringing it too. So, yeah, the whole entitlement thing, I ain't going there. No. This is what you should be doing, bruh. You should be showing Sark and Kenny Baker and Pete Witkowski that they're making a mistake. And when you get out there, cause havoc. Instead of bitching about not being out there when you want to be, cause havoc when you're out there. So they won't be, so you can make them look stupid. And we'll be up here watching, talking about, man, so there are Mitchell's out here going crazy. Look at him getting sacked. Look at him in the backfield. Look at these vicious hits. But we ain't seeing that, though. So if we're not seeing that and you're not doing it in practice, what playing time do you deserve, young man? You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be given to you. Again, you're number one in the nation. It'd be different if you were out here rump roast 2-2, struggling, and you're not getting the opportunity because guys out there aren't producing. Then you might have a case. But you don't, because this defense has only allowed 22 points. 22 points.
Number one in FBS, giving up 5.5 points per game. Texas has the number one scoring defense in college football through 4 games.
Nope.
Ahead of Georgia. Georgia's number 2.
Nope.
They're giving up 6 points per game. Ohio State's number 3. Okay, Ole Miss. Sorry, Texas and Ole Miss are tied at 5.5 points per game. Ole Miss hadn't played anybody
Yeah.
I still think they're pretty good, but they haven't played. And you talk about a preseason, like a preseason schedule.
Yeah.
Exhibition season schedule. Ole Miss. When is Ole Miss going to play somebody?
Seriously, come on. Everybody in the SEC is getting tested except them.
Did you see Lane Kiffin's dog was tweeting at Haktua Girl? Lane Kiffin's dog, Juice, was tweeting at Haktua Girl. So I guess we're supposed to believe that was Lane Kiffin tweeting at Haktua Girl. I don't know who's running Lane Kiffin's dog, Juice. That's something I should leave to my man Perse Hilton.
I always see Lane wilding out on Twitter with the sorority girls and stuff. He's always retweeting them and putting his dog in there. Like, Lane's so messy, man. He is so messy. And yeah, they haven't played anyone either. But yeah, that's the Mitchell stuff. That really grinds my gears, man. Because again, this is something that you should be proud to be a part of. Even if you're riding Pine right now, you know what I'm saying? Like DeAndre Moore last season, he talked about, it is hard not playing as a freshman, but when I see Jordan Whittington and I see Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy putting in work, I get why they're playing over me. And again, Sadir Mitchell always talk about that crazy ass uncle or relative that thinks they know better. That say, oh, young fella, you should be getting this playing time. I've seen 15 out there. He ain't nothing. I've seen 95. All these, they ain't nothing. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. Prove it. Prove it, Sadir Mitchell. Prove it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and I know people are like, well, bye, he's gone. Listen, I wasn't standing on the sideline. This is from a source I trust who told me, because it was an awkward, uncomfortable moment. And so I don't know if this is a teachable moment or if we're past that or what, but he's a redshirt freshman. And it's hard for the big guys to go out there and grind for 2 hours at practice in the 100-degree heat, knowing they're not getting any reps. But you know what? You got to know next year's your year. Like Jermaine Lole, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Bill Norton, and Tia Savea are all gone after this season. So who's next? Aaron Bryant, Jeray Bledsoe, Sadir Mitchell, and probably some more transfers if this kind of behavior is,
But are you doing everything these coaches are asking of you in practice? Like those 2 hours that you're mentioning. Yeah, it's hard, especially if they're asking something of you that you're not doing and you're frustrated and you think you know better. Not every coach has players' best interests. We've seen it down the line. Talk about Bryce Young and the situation that he's in. You just never know. We talked to Colt last week. He didn't say anything bad about Aaron Mangini. Colt's just such a good guy. If I was him, I would have bagged Eric Mangini on our show. But we know coaches could be in the wrong. But when you're number one in the nation and you see how much fun everybody else is having, like, why is everybody else having so much fun?
Right.
Jermaine, Javion Cole, that pick he had, like Ryan Niblett, those guys, I'm sure they want to play more. Javion Cole probably thought, yo, man, they're bringing me over. Hey, I'm going to get these reps. And they're like, oh, yeah, Jahdae Barron, we're going to move him. And he's like, oh, I thought this guy was a star nickel guy. Like, no, he's this versatile. Jalen Gilbo could be that nickel guy. So, Javion, you're on the third string now. Javion Cole.
Yeah, he was the highest rated returning corner in the SEC, according to Pro Football Focus, coming from San Jose State.
Yeah. Is he bitching about minutes? No. He's out here getting picks and the limited minutes that he has, bruh. The limited minutes that he's getting picks. Now Sark and, Terry Joseph probably looking at each other like, okay. All right.
And don't forget about my man Wardell Mack and Warren Roberson. Yeah, they're so loaded at corner. It's
Kobe Black. Kobe Black on the first play that we thought it was a safety before the actual safety. Kobe Black was mixing it up in there.
Yep.
With Leoga Lafau, how he shot the gap on that play too.
That was impressive.
This
That was so
dude,
impressive.
where did he come from? Because we were so concerned about this linebacker room in the preseason. We're just like, it's Ant Hill, David Benda, then who?
Right.
And it was just like, is Leoga Lafau going to be able to take that next step? And in 4 games, it's like, yo, he'd be starting at 80% of the schools in the nation with the way that he's playing. He just happens to be at Texas.
All the guys talk about how disciplined he is, how he studies harder than anyone and asks questions. And over the summer, he had a football camp in Hawaii, in Honolulu, and he invited a bunch of guys from the Texas team. He said, if you can fly yourself there, I'll put you up in a house and take care of all your food, and we'll go cruise around Hawaii, but we'll do this football camp. And so David Benda was one of the guys who went. So was Anthony Hill. And Anthony Hill's parents, they were like, hey, we want to go to Hawaii too. And so they went. And so Mason Graham was there too from Michigan. I wasn't quite sure how that connection was made, but so there they were, taking in the culture, getting to know Leoga Lafau, getting to know his culture. And that endeared him to those teammates. Vernon Broughton went. It was a good, interesting cross section of players here. Let me see here. Yeah. Vernon Broughton. It was Mo Blackwell, Colton Vasek. Yeah, so interesting little group there. And then they work the camp, they're over there. But yeah, this kid is growing in confidence by the day. We talk about it all the time. You got to make a play to prove to yourself, oh yeah, I got this. I can play at this level. Lafau's making them every game now. He's got, what's he got? 1 sack, 2 sacks. He's got Leoga Lafau has 2 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, and a safety, for crying out loud, as the backup. That's so many more plays than Trey Moore has made.
Oh, that's unnecessary.
Like, I almost asked Sark today. Hey, we're 4 games in. My man Trey Moore, what? He must be cooking dinner for the coaches or something, because he must make some seriously good etouffee or enchiladas or something.
Yeah, he must have like a San Antonio Connect that makes good al pastor or carne asada or something.
Points off the board, and he's still playing. I'm kidding, not really.
After the push, because I still think Trey Moore is going to be big for this D, because he allows other guys to get rest too. You just want to see those numbers go up. But yeah, you can't be taking points off the board, bruh, especially with the lack of production that you've had. And again, it's the hype with Trey Moore. That's the biggest thing. The hype has just been so out of this world coming in from UTSA. But the stats did tell us the weaker teams thrived. The better teams struggled. And we just thought, now he's going to be playing with more parity and stuff with his peers, so he'll be able to do more. And that just hasn't been the case. I'm still waiting. I still believe, just because this team's having so much success, he's bound to do something, right? He's bound, besides pushing guys over at the very end not even at the beginning of the play, like right in front of the ref's face, just right there. And it was out here dodging folks, weaving guys, which what a pick. What a pick. What a pick by Ant Hill, because we know the coverage part, we knew that would take some time with him. And he's showing us, all right, this linebacker position, I might be a really good football player, but who said it? Pete Kwiatkowski, you're a good football player, you're not a good linebacker yet.
Yeah, now he's a good linebacker.
Now he's a good linebacker.
Now he's a good football player and a good linebacker. All right, so yeah, this is the question everyone wants to know, Joe K. Is Arch going to start again? Quinn Ewers practiced today. Jonte Cook said Quinn looked good. But Sark said, I got to see how he recovers from practice today, because I'm telling you, if Sark thinks there's any chance that injury could be aggravated, he will not start him against Mississippi State. So we get that injury report on Wednesday. I'm sure Sark will use tomorrow's practice to also gauge how he recovers from the two. Well, Tuesday and Wednesday are the hardest days of practice. So, it's up in the air. My gut is, and I know Quinn wants to be back for Mississippi State. He wants to get the season. He wants to be back and have this as full of a season as he can have, and I get it. He has big dreams, big hopes for this team this year. He wants to be a big part of it, and I get it. But Sark will make this a cold-blooded decision. It will be him talking to the medical people and watching how Quinn is physically in practice and can he deliver all the throws and so. I said 50-50. I think it's 50-50 right now. Yeah. Maybe even a little, I don't know. Some people are fast healers. We'll see. But I say 50-50 right now. But that's Monday.
How long it take him to come back from the collarbone?
I mean, he came back from the AC joint sprain in 2 games. He came back from that sternoclavicular, where the sternum connects to the collarbone he missed 3 games. So he missed 3 games with the sternoclavicular sprain. He missed 2 games with the AC joint sprain. He wants to just miss 1 game with the abdominal strain. Yeah. So, but I just remember the look on his face when he went into the medical tent with his jersey over his face. Like, that oblique can feel like a knife going in your side. That pain is so sharp. And, we'll see. We'll see how, because you can take a shot for that. If you don't have torn cartilage in your rib cage, you can take a shot for that and play. But they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
They won't. I don't think. I mean, they might do it. Huh?
Y'all seen Varsity Blues? They shot up my man Paul Walker. Paul Walker blew his knee out. Bye-bye, Florida State.
Hey. If it happened in Varsity Blues or the program, then damn it, that's how we got to do it. You know what I mean?
Paul Walker supposed to go to Florida State. Florida State.
Oh,
back,
he
baby.
had Florida
He was
State.
the man. He was the man.
Damn good.
Yeah, out. Now we got to go with Vanderbeek. Vanderbeek, who's trying to get our coach booted. Yeah, our coach is a little racist and a little hard on us, but he's a winner. He's a winner. What really matters? You're only going to be here for 4 years. You can take a little racism and a little disrespect.
Yeah, sure, he's a little racist.
For a state championship, Johnny Moxon. Come on, man.
Oh my God.
You knew something was wrong with Moxon when he didn't make a move on the girl with the whipped cream and stuff. That ain't my quarterback, bro. That ain't my quarterback. You're saying no to that?
No, I'm saying that was a problem.
That was a problem.
You better be licking that whipped cream off. Like, immediately.
Like, I don't care if you're lactose.
Right. No. I don't care if you're lactose. I don't care if you're lactose.
You're making something happen.
You're making a Sunday out of that.
You're making something happen.
Oh my
goodness. Yeah, man.
That could be the best thing you've ever said.
Yo.
When he didn't make no move on the whipped cream, that's not my
problem. That's a problem. He's not my We're not winning. We're clearly not winning state.
We are not on the same page.
Not on the same page, man.
We're not. What do you want? What do you want Sark to do?
I want to play him, man. I want to play Quinn, man. I want to play him. Like, I want to get Quinn as high as we can in the draft. Going to New York because Cam Ward ain't playing around. Cam Ward's looking around at all these other quarterbacks and stuff. Carson Beck out here struggling, having buys. If Carson Beck goes crazy this weekend in Tuscaloosa, whichever quarterback goes crazy in Tuscaloosa, whether it's Jalen Milroe or Carson Beck, that person's going to be a Heisman front runner for sure. But Cam Ward, he ain't playing around right now. So let's get Quinn back in the mode, back in the mix. Again, that fiery speech that he had, we will play a little bit of that because we don't want too much dead air, but the people need to see just the reaction his teammates get from a guy that we thought didn't have this in him a few years ago and how he's changed as a leader. Quinn Ewers hyping up his team in the ULM game.
Oh, yeah. Quinn's getting them all fired up. Jade Barron's right there like, preach.
Yo, when he said, F these mother effers, Quinn?
Look at this.
I'm telling you, that's a Dallas boy. People on South Lake Carroll. That's a Quinn right there.
And feel free to chime in on the CODA, Circa the Americas text line, 512-222-9328. What should Steve Sarkisian do about Quinn Ewers Saturday night against Mississippi State? Or not Saturday night, sorry, 3:30 on SEC Network. Doe says Mississippi State might have a couple sore losers who are ready to injure Quinn. I say he sits until OU. Sore losers. They'd have to get close to him to be able to do something to him.
Another thing that this Texas team does, they don't put up with the BS. When teams start getting dirty, they're ready to fight. When Silas Bolden got tangled up on the punt return at the end, and he kind of got his foot caught, and the dude from ULM does this, so Silas Bolden kind of lands weird. Few players on that bench stood up and was ready to fight. My man, Anthony Smith had to be held back because Anthony Smith was like, nah.
Yeah, a coach grabbed Anthony Smith.
Coach grabbed the hell out of Anthony
and pulled him back. Hey, young buck, we don't need you getting kicked out.
This team, man, they ain't scared.
Quad City Lab says that fourth quarter hype he had was non-existent for Arch. Why is there no video of him telling Arch, don't worry about that pick, and showing all that energy earlier? My man Quad City has had it.
I like Quad City. No, Quad City, we need him. We need my man Quad because he's right. What? We gotta it can't all be good, right? It can't all be, there has to be some bad.
That's the Persay Hilton coming out in your
there has to be some bad.
That's my man, the pot stirrer right
there. there has to be some bad. You know what I'm saying? It can't all be. No, for real though, he doesn't have to go. He's not his dad. Arch knows he mucked up when he threw that pick. He knows Sark and AJ Millie, they gonna be all over him. So Quinn probably lets him have his moment, just like when it's vice versa. Whenever Quinn makes a mistake, Arch ain't hovering over him. It's just you just gotta let him roll. You gotta let him take them bumps. That's a part of it.
Plus, Quad can't see under those hooded benches what's going on because they'll be sitting there talking sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
it's not always when they're standing on the sideline. Sometimes they're over there sitting there on those hooded benches.
Oh, you know who I know wasn't doing that for sure? Oh, Jackson Arnold wasn't doing that to Michael Hawkins Jr. That's for damn sure.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about that.
We got to talk about that.
Because you said, holla to Dylan Gabriel for Jackson Arnold, and now 4 games in, he's benched. Jackson Arnold is a turnover machine. And he's got no confidence. I don't know what's going on.
Zero.
Seth Luttrell. I like Seth Luttrell, but this offense for OU looks like hot garbage.
Now with Michael, they look pretty good with Michael.
Yeah, Michael Hawkins. What I say last week, I said they like Michael Hawkins. Watch out. And my man Casey Thompson is rotting on the bench, but that's okay. Because I think even Casey knows they love Michael Hawkins.
The worst thing for Jackson Arnold was how Michael Hawkins was succeeding. Like he was getting success off of moxie tough stuff, like doing flips in the end zone and getting lit up and like diving for extra yardage and stuff like that, to where your teammates are like, yeah, this is my guy. This is a football guy.
I'm playing for him.
I'm playing for him.
I'm not playing for Jackson.
Yo, Jackson Arnold, come back to Texas, bro. Like my man Cole Thompson was saying, when G.J. Keenan gets that Baylor job, that's it's gonna be right there for you. Because Oklahoma, that's it. You will not be at Oklahoma.
G.J. Keenan's gonna get the Baylor job and not Traylor.
According to Cole, hey, the way G.J. Keenan's having success, your Traylor, his time will come. But yeah. Jackson Arnold, I don't think Norman is going to be your.
Hey, Cole also said Mississippi State was going to beat Florida.
Yeah, he's been wrong before.
Hey, we win some, we lose some.
We win some, we lose some. But we live to fight another day, as the great John Witherspoon said on Friday.
Okay. What did I say? Because we need to plug busr.ag. I said go to busr.ag, plug in the promo code TSU Welcome. They're going to give you $2,500. I told you put it all on Tennessee because they were going to win by double digits. Zay, what happened?
They won by double digits.
So I hope y'all got rich on your bet till your hands bleed at busr.ag. All you should have $5,000 now. And you didn't have to put in any of it yourself. Because if you go to busr.ag and use the promo code TSU Welcome, they're going to spot you $2,500. That's the best startup I've ever heard of for a site where you like to wager on all your wagers. And that was, I thought that was easy money. Now, you got to see it. I have not rewatched the replay yet. I've been.
Of OU Tennessee?
Right, because that game was on during the Texas game.
Yeah, so that Tennessee defense, they are
legit.
They're legit. But again, Jackson Arnold, did he deserve to be benched? Yes. Is it all his fault? Absolutely not. That pressure was coming in on him tight. His first interception was awful. He kept turning the ball over. Like Nico didn't have the best game either. He fumbled twice. On each fumble, they fumbled on their own 5-yard line. So you only got 5 yards to put it in the end zone if you're Oklahoma. This dude, Jackson Arnold, fumbles the very next play.
Twice.
The very next play. Yeah, then it happened later on where Nico fumbled, and then Jackson Arnold did the weird throwback pass, but it was behind him, so it ended up being a fumble, and that was it. That was all she wrote. And he was in the game when they got the safety too. So that's all Brent Venables had to see. He looked like a sad puppy. And yeah, the Tennessee offense, they didn't look too good. A lot of that was due to Oklahoma's defense. They're solid. You know, it's not their fault that they lost that game. They did everything they could do. They just needed some points on the board. And Jackson Arnold wasn't helping no damn body. So Michael Hawkins it is. If I'm Brent Venables, I'm going with Michael Hawkins Jr. until he messes up. But yeah, to see a quarterback battle in Norman, I didn't see that coming. I thought Jackson Arnold, they would have let him take those bumps and bruises and preventables. He wasn't having that. So clearly Michael Lewis has been doing really well in practice, and Seth Luttrell, the offense just flowed better with Michael Lewis being in the game, him utilizing his leg, Michael Hawkins, excuse me, him utilizing his legs and doing this thing. So,
yeah. Well, Tennessee is number 5 in scoring defense, giving up 7 points per game, and number 2 in scoring offense, averaging 54 points per game. Now they had a ridiculous 71-0 win over Lap Belt State, but Tennessee looks good. And you saying that they look good on defense, Nico Iamaleava. He was the number 2 overall recruit behind Arch Manning in the 2023 recruiting cycle. So compare the two.
Mm-hmm.
How would you compare Nico Iamaleava to Arch Manning?
Pretty similar, to be honest. They're both really big guys. Nico being 6'6", Arch being 6'4". They're both really athletic. I think Arch would like to run more. I'm glad that Sark didn't do it, knowing his quarterback situation, and you can't have Arch getting hurt at all. But I think in the future, Arch's legs are definitely going to be, kind of more of a focal point than Nico is. But yeah, I think they're similar. And I think Nico holds the ball too long, just like Arch does, because there are a couple of times, especially on those sacks, that he could have gotten rid of it, but he was trying to see if the play would develop. So, yeah, like I could see them in the 2027 draft being 1 and 2, and picks. Like they both have it. Like you could tell the touchdown that Nico had where he threw it across the middle, that had some serious zip on it. And he had a couple of passes to Brew McCoy that, you're like, damn, his arm looks good. But just Nico's composure, like he doesn't look phased even after those turnovers. He looked calm, and he just kind of has an aura about him that, like, okay, this team, this is his squad, even though he's so young. I don't know if Arch has that yet due to it being Quinn Ewers' team, but I'm sure once Quinn Ewers is gone, it's going to be Arch's team easy. Like that locker room, all that stuff. Like you're going to see that. They're already playing for him. But yeah, both of those guys, very similar to one another.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Jackson Arnold number 3 and some in the 2023.
Let me look.
Yeah, I think those guys were 1, 2, and 3.
Oh wow!
A lot of people, some in different orders. Some had Arch behind Nico. Some had Jackson in front of Nico.
Yeah, let me check that. Let me check that right quick, because Nico, there were a lot of people who thought that that Nico was better than Arch, that Arch was getting by on his last name, but I don't know. Arch looks pretty good.
It looks pretty good to me.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, that deep ball, man.
Oh yeah,
the easy throw. It doesn't look like he's putting much effort into it.
Sark even said that that Arch throws a really good deep ball. Jackson Arnold, I'm not seeing him as number 3.
Damn.
Let me see here. Position. Quarterback. He was the number 10 overall prospect and the number 4 quarterback behind Arch, Nico, Maliava, and Dante Moore, who went to UCLA, was number 3.
Where is he
So,
at?
huh?
Where is he at?
Dante Moore, is he the one who went from UCLA to Oregon?
Oh.
Let me see.
I
Let me
think
see
you're
what
right.
Dante is. Dante Moore, yes, he's at Oregon. He went to UCLA and then he transferred to Oregon. So he's allegedly the heir apparent to Dylan Gabriel next year.
Okay.
Dan Lanning.
Man,
Okay, so we got some people weighing in on
yeah, answer Jose's question. Shout out to my man Jose.
worst offense, OU or Michigan. Eek. That Michigan defense was good against USC. Hey, how about this? I know I wanted to mention this. So remember how I was talking about Josiah Stewart, number 0 for Michigan, the whole week going up to the Texas game? I'm like, this dude is a force. He had like 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks against Fresno. You never heard his name against Texas.
Nope.
You never heard his name against Texas. You sure as hell heard his name all game against USC. That's Kelvin Banks. That's Cam Williams. As rough as a game as Cam Williams had with those 4 penalties, Josiah Stewart didn't do nothing against Texas.
Yeah, Mason Graham had his best game of the year.
Against USC.
Against USC. Like Hayden Connor, DJ Campbell, Cole Hudson. The offensive line played their ass off 2 weeks ago in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
And that showed, like what we saw with Miller Moss to what Quinn Ewers did. And, my man Will Johnson, another pick 6. That was the game right there. They needed a turnover touchdown to win that game. And Will Johnson, all-world cornerback, came up big. You didn't hear about Will Johnson at all when the Horns went up to Ann Arbor. The only time you heard about him was when Travion Wisner trucked his ass, and then when he had to make that touchdown-saving tackle on Ryan Wego on the reverse. That's it.
Okay, my answer to this Jose Rodriguez question is OU has the worst offense because, well, here's the deal. With Alex Orji, yeah, he only completed 7 of 12 passes or whatever, but he ran 13 times for 43 yards, and that dual threat kind of opened things up for Kalel Mullings a little bit. Mullings had a good game for Michigan running the football. And that USC defense, which I have said Danton Lynn is doing a good job as that defensive coordinator. And they got Bear Alexander at the defensive tackle spot. They got some dudes. But OU's offense, they don't have a running back who scares me. I'm not scared of Michael Hawkins. They did get, didn't they get, they got Nick Anderson back.
Got hurt. He got hurt again.
Did Andrell Anthony play?
Nope.
And Jaleel Farouk is still out. So, yeah, they're limited, man. OU's offense is worse.
Yeah. Yeah, my guy Brandon Thompson, bless his heart, but if he's one of your main guys, slim pickings up there, Brent. Real slim pickings, because he left knowing that there was no spot in this wide receiver room for him. I think Chris Jackson got here and let Brandon Thompson know straight up, like, yo, dog, you could wait this thing out and all, but you right now, compared to what we got coming in and what we're trying to do, it's just not going to work for us. And that's okay. Not everybody could play at Texas. It's okay. Not everybody could play at Texas, man. You know, that's just what it is. So, yeah, And I gave Chris Jackson love because I don't think he gets enough credit. We talk about all these other position coaches and stuff, and I think we tie Sark into the wide receiver room, which we should with the quarterback play and whatnot. But Chris Jackson, what he's done in the last 2 years and getting guys like Khalil Lockett and Jamie French coming in and just keeping it rolling. And once the transfer portal opens for the 2025 season, I'm sure they're going to be able to get the guys that they want in that too and make them big-time players like what we're seeing with Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond. But, yeah, Chris Jackson, to have Ryan Wingo playing the type of ball he's playing, I get it. Big-time 5-star freshman coming out of St. Louis, but I'm seeing Michael Hudson at Lubbock get no reps. So whether – and he's getting broken off some serious paper too. So what Chris Jackson's doing with all these guys, shout out to Chris Jackson, man. He deserves some credit and some serious love out here.
Yeah, we got Jonte Cook today, and – Jonte said, hey, man, we got a talented room, because he was asked about, looked like you were going to be the next. And then all of a sudden, here comes Isaiah Bond and Matt Golden and Silas Bolden. And he's like, we got a talented room. And, this offense, everybody eats. So that's amazing. Sark can keep 6 dudes of that caliber happy, and Chris Jackson deserves credit because he's the one creating the mindset for that room, and that's a big part of the position coach's job, is keeping everybody, we, not me. You're on the number 1 team in the country. You should feel good about that and make the most. What did Sark say today? I thought it was brilliant. It's not how many reps, it's what you do with them.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe a certain defensive tackle needs to hear something like that. I don't know.
Hello.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, and that's for Jonte Cook, for them, the coaches, to allow Jonte to speak to y'all, even though he's not a part of that first group like Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond is, says something. Says that he's bought in, that he's good with where he's at, that he knows that, okay, I need to put in more work. I need to do more. These guys, they got the trust. These coaches trust me, but clearly not as much as these guys. So what do I have to do? And he's slowly starting to get more and more reps. Having 2 touchdowns 2 games ago, like Jonte Cook, he's going to be utilized in this offense. Again, you never know what something like DeAndre Moore situation could happen. Just be ready. Just be ready. Like Silas Bolden, talk about being ready. Salute to him. That diving catch that he had on that first drive out of bounds, that was nasty.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
That sustained a drive.
That's like, it's not what you do for all the reps. It's what you do when you do them.
Here's the quote. It's even better than I thought. Sark's quote: guys aren't counting reps. They're making their reps count. Come on, man. Now he's an orator.
That's fire.
Now he's a poet.
I can't even front. That's fire.
Guys aren't counting reps. They're making their reps count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Then he got to hang out, watch Sunday Night Football, and see 2 of his former players do a dope jersey swap, and Xavier Worthy and Bijan Robinson. Like, that's the dream, man. That's the dream. I hope Sark got to really enjoy that, and the rest of the coaching staff, because that was a beautiful moment. Hard-fought game last night between the Atlanta Falcons and Kansas City Chiefs. The culture that they've built, seeing those 2 guys do a jersey swap like they did and represent Texas. I know some folks were getting on Bijan for not shouting out Texas when they introduced their players on NBC. I think he shouted out his high school, but they do that sometimes. I think it's dope, but whatever. But yeah, like, That's what it's all about. So you just wait your turn and buy in and stick to the grind and do what you're asked of. Watch your weight, watch what you put into your body, get enough sleep, take care of all your responsibilities, and come to work. You'll be rewarded. You'll be rewarded. My man Mookie Taft went from a walk-on to John Lynch in 3 years. 3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Girl didn't leave him, got a new haircut. Girl still with him. Girl looks happy. We showed that picture last week.
Oh, yeah.
Life's good in Mookie's world.
Oh, my man Persay Hilton found some photos of Mookie Taft and his girlfriend. She looked happy. He like zoomed in on her face to show that she was happy with that haircut. Zoomed in on her face so she's happy with that fade.
Tight fade.
Hey, how good is the Kansas City Chiefs run defense? Bijan ran it 16 times for 32 yards.
What's my man's name? Gustavus? Who they on that edge rusher?
Oh, yeah.
I always muck his name.
Karlaftis.
God, that dude.
That dude is, and he was a nobody. Like, they got him for nothing.
Yo.
That dude is a baller.
Yeah, it was tough. Those Falcons, though, are scrappy. They might be 1-2 right now. Lots because of Kirk Cousins just needs to get acclimated to the team. But their defense, it was hard for Patrick Mahomes last night. Besides your SMU crazy driver, Rashee Rice, going crazy. Other than that, it was tough.
That dude makes contested catches, man.
He's good. He's crazy as hell, but he can play. He can play.
Were the 3 catches? No, he had 3 runs for 13 yards. He had 2 catches for 17 yards.
Wow.
Juju's getting some love. That's going to be interesting to watch because Worthy, he's going to have to get a little tougher.
Yeah, but
hey,
he quit at times, man.
Yeah,
because they know how fast he is. So him just running just to a spot, he has eyes on him, and that allows guys like Rashee Rice to get the intermediate underneath stuff, and he's tough. He's tough. He don't stick around when the car's smoking, but he's tough.
They were walking down Central Expressway. Hey, that's your car. Hey, yeah, we got to go.
What kind of ignorance is that, man? What's wrong with these guys?
And it was like one of those Lamborghini SUVs.
Just leave. Just flee the scene. Nothing happened either. He just out here killing. About to be a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Like what?
What?
Y'all just out here above the law, huh? Y'all just out here above the law. Just because Patrick Mahomes is a good quarterback. Kansas City Chiefs, man, pull that they got. That's impressive. What Rashee Rice is doing right now, no remorse. Just out here, like it don't even faze him. Like for me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't go out there and perform like that.
Yeah, he could be going to therapy.
See, I don't know. He need more than that. I think he need Jesus. He need more than therapy. He might need Jesus.
Well, maybe he's going to church and therapy.
Oh, he needs a lot. He needs that Wednesday church too, not just Sundays. Wednesday, and Sundays it's limited because he got to play. So he ain't getting the worship that he probably needs. But yeah, he going out here, just no remorse, no care in the world. No care in the world. Just playing his ass off. Same with Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart, same way. Kirby just.
Hey, did you see that? Did you see that 4th down play to Bijan and how Tyler Algier totally missed his block? And that's why it got blown up.
Yeah.
Tyler Algier ran right into the backside of his offensive lineman, and there was that Holden guy came through and just wiped out Bijan. I'm like, Algier, why'd you run into the backside of your offensive lineman? Did you not look to your right and see the fastest Kansas City Chief defender you've ever seen come flying at you?
I feel like Kurt audible to that. And
Yeah.
I don't think Algier picked up on his assignment on the audible.
Yeah, that was
I think that was one of those 10
Like, that
guys
was
are on the
the
same page and one guy isn't. Like, it was just one of those
game.
things. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all knew the ball was going to. I feel like you could be a little bit more creative than that. But hey, you are playing the defending champs. Like, those guys have been here and done that before. Spagnolia, that dude's one of the best defensive coordinators in the last 10 years or so. So, yeah. Shout out to your Cowboys, too, man. Shout out to your Cowboys, too, man. Yo, your boy Dak was being the leader after the loss. They got him going to the locker room, and he's like, y'all jump off if you want. Leadership. You've been talking about that leadership. Y'all jump off if you want. That's a leader. That's a leader.
You don't believe a word you're saying right now.
Y'all jump off if you want.
Not a word.
Yo, CD. Yeah, CB, you're right. CD was going back to that Norman BS again, complaining.
On the sideline, right?
Yes, man. You know the camera's on you. Brady's doing this game. The camera's going to be on you. They want the petty. They want to see y'all getting into it. Like, damn, do you need to come off your mama's CD? Because that's his mama's work. After what his mama said.
Is that going to be the right call today?
No, we got other things for the right call today.
You got some other things?
Yeah, but come on, man. Stop embarrassing.
I'm worried.
Oh, yeah, it should be.
Dude, that was not a contest. It was not even close. Like the Cowboys scored 19 in the fourth quarter to make it look close. They were never in that game.
No.
Like, you just got humiliated by the Saints a week earlier, and you come out and for 3 quarters, you're down 28-6. And you're getting manhandled on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Like, they may not make the playoffs. Because there's a problem. Two times it can be a coincidence. 3 times is a trend. They've lost 4 in a row at home going back to the playoffs, or 3? I know it's 3 because Packers, Saints, and Ravens,
right? But I don't know for sure.
And the scores have been, I mean, obviously the Cowboys scored 19 in the fourth quarter to make it 28-25, but
yeah,
it's not been close. Like those, 11 quarters before the fourth quarter? It's embarrassing at home against the Packers, Saints, Ravens.
I mean,
I was shocked at what happened to the Texans.
Ooh,
Vikings. Sam Darnold looked good.
That was ugly.
Vikings defense looked good. Texans looked way off. Wasn't ready for that. Didn't think that would happen. 34-7.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron Jones, who the Cowboys should have signed, El Paso kid, looking good.
What did we say all off season? Aaron Jones. That's a natural. That was such a gimme. How could you not sign Aaron Jones for $7 million?
I ain't paying you $7 million after you just whooped our ass and got me out the playoffs, Jerry said. That pride. That'll wait, Jerry. Hold on to that pride, dog. Take it to the grave. Take that pride to the grave. Ain't no way this dude with the dreads but bald on top looking ass dude's gonna come in here, whoop our ass, and expect me to give him $7 million? Nah, let's go get Zeke again. Let's go get Zeke. Let's go get Ezekiel Elliott again. You know what I'm saying?
Who had 3 carries for 13 yards? Cowboys have no running game.
Oh, man.
Cowboys have no running game.
I hate that they're this bad, man.
I do too.
It's tough. It's a tough watch. Because the NFC, man, it's wide open. I really do. If the Vikings are your best team right now, it's wide open. Because we ain't scared of Sam Darnold overall. He's having a good 3-game stretch. He's getting the ball to Justin Jefferson. He's doing it without Jordan Addison. Sam Darnold, shout out to him for resurrecting his career. Salute to him. He is an inspiration. But ain't nobody scared of that. Nobody. So 49ers, they at the bottom of the division. Seahawks 3-0. We scared of Geno? Come on, man.
Geno.
We ain't scared of you, Geno. Come on, man. I got to go Terrence Howard on that. Come on, man. We ain't scared of you, Geno. So, yeah.
Pittsburgh Steelers 3-0 with Justin Fields at quarterback.
Yo, I love that for him. Sorry, Russell, your job's gone. If you're Mike Tomlin, I'm going to talk to Russell. Get Russell his favorite Subway sandwich because we know he likes to eat those with his weird self. Tell him to bring in Sierra and let him know, like, hey, bro, we're going to go with Justin for the rest of the season until something dramatic happens. If you ain't cool with that, oh, well, sorry, but something's clicking right now. Oh, Arthur Smith and Justin Fields, they found something. They found a little bit because it's not like Justin Fields has buku weapons. Besides my man from Georgia, what's his name? Pickens?
Yeah, George Pickens.
George Pickens. Najee Harris, all right. But there's no like real dude that Justin Fields is dealing with right now. That defense is scrappy, though. Your boy TJ Fitzpatrick at safety. They got my man Joey Porter's son. They got some guys. They got some guys defensively. But, yeah, shout out to Justin Fields, man, especially with how they did him in Chicago. He deserves this success. He deserves it. Now, I got to put you on blast a little bit because all I heard was this and that. The Panthers a bad organization.
I knew you were going to come at me with that.
I'm sorry for Bryce Young. Oh, poor Bryce Young.
I was talking up Max Crosby.
Max Crosby's the truth, which he is. The Raiders are that team that's going to surprise a lot of people. Here come Red Rifle. KD Texas, baby.
I can't
Texas
believe it.
Christian Red Rifle light they ass up. They out here playing for Red Rifle. They don't like Bryce Young. They don't like him. That's what I saw. Like, damn, they really don't like old Bryce, man. Wow. Is it because he's small? Is it hard to listen to a smaller guy? I'm trying to be 100. Is it just hard to listen? Is he just not like, I don't know. He has that little boy aura to him. Why you got Dalton coming out here? The hair looks great. He's got miles. He got miles under them tires. Andy Dalton's seen some stuff.
Oh my God, he's played for every team in the league.
Oh,
He's played for every team in the league.
He has seen it all, man.
Oh, twice.
Played for that winning state championships in high school. KD Texas legend. KD Texas legend. Oh, you a real Texas, Cali boy, Texas boy. Texas boy, been through some stuff. Cali boy, you're going to have to prove it to me a little bit. Nick Saban covered up a lot. Nick Saban covered up a lot. You don't have to be a leader as much with Nick Saban in the room. You know what I'm saying?
14th year in the league. He's played for Cincinnati, Dallas, Chicago, Nolans, and Carolina.
Made me proud yesterday. Made me proud being a Texan. Andy Dalton yesterday.
Yeah.
but on some real stuff, they played way too hard for him. They played like it just looked like a completely different team those Carolina Panthers, man, which is so cold-blooded to Bryce Young. Because I joke, it's not all Bryce Young's fault. I know the front office is out here just BSing around and stuff. But, man, I looked like a completely different team yesterday in Vegas.
In Vegas.
In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Like, damn.
Like,
whole world.
I mean, my man Minshew, he was meh. He had a touchdown and an interception. Their offense, man, they couldn't run it on that Panthers defense. 16 carries, 55 yards. Man, I did not see that coming.
Yo, Coach Pierce said that there's some players on the team that weren't putting in that effort that they gonna have. He said, this is what he said. He goes, yeah, I saw some guys make some business decisions on the field, so we're gonna make some business decisions as a staff. I was like, damn, Antonio. Whoa. Hey, your job shouldn't be on the line for these fools. I get it. These guys ain't buying in. Time to mix it up. Time to make some changes. Sorry. Oh, what? Your family just bought a new house here? What? You ain't performing? You're traded, cut, released, just like that. Oh, I just moved here. We just put our kid in preschool. I don't give a damn.
Preschool.
Yeah, who care about? So what? Get a sitter. Get a nanny to travel with y'all because y'all will not be in Vegas anymore. I like coaches like that, man. Keep it real. That's why Sark might have to say that to that defensive lineman. I ain't even gonna say his name no more, Chip. I'm just gonna call him that defensive lineman. You're number one in the nation. You're gonna have me going all week because I gotta hear something positive about this situation. You're number one in the nation. You know how long it's been since Texas has been number one, and you got guys out here disgruntled in the locker room. Yo, if I was a player in that locker room, we might have to jump, homie. We might have to jump them. Those are jumping words. That's because that's cancerous. You're causing tension in the locker room. That's so beautiful right now. The love in that locker room, how much fun these guys are having, how hard they're playing. They know how good they can be. And they weren't even great overall with Arch Manning and his interceptions and stuff. It wasn't even a perfect, clean game. And we got somebody disgruntled when you get out here you could be a legend for life. If this thing goes the way that it could, you could be a legend for life for riding the pine. For riding the pine, you could be a legend. But no, I got to get my reps, Chip. I ain't getting in. I'm mad because coach ain't putting me in. I haven't done a damn thing in practice. I haven't done a damn thing all season. I might be showing up late. I might be eating Oreos and cookies at 2 a.m. when coach told me to watch my body and eat healthy, just going completely against the grain of what they need from me. Yet I'm mad of the playing time that I'm getting.
What playing time he got was not good. Like I'm looking at the PFF, Pro Football Focus grades. Not good.
Nope.
Not good.
Yep.
Second. Okay. Fifth lowest grades on the team in terms of fifth lowest grades on the defense. Not good.
See, it's not like you can't be mad, man. It'd be different if he was dominating. If he was dominating, I get it. You got a point.
Right. Like imagine how Ethan Burke and Colton Vasek feel.
They say
Burke. They're sitting there behind my man Trey, pushing the back, pick 6 off the board more.
Yo, if I'm Ant Hill, I'm getting greedy this week. I'm getting greedy this week. Steak
in someone's pockets.
Yeah, I'm steaks, lobsters, a new pair of J's. Mine just came out that I want. I've been eyeing that. Just been in my, in my cart section on Amazon or Foot Locker. Just been sitting in my cart, and oh, now I could get these. Yo, Trey, what's up, baby? All that money that you got in NIL, yeah. Come bring it this way. You give me about a smooth $1,000. We covered even. That's it. Just $1,000. That ain't nothing. For Trey Moore and what we heard he got, that ain't nothing. So yeah, break that $1,000 off real quick. And we cool. We go about our business, strive for what we need to strive for, and that's a national championship, and we all gravy. But until then, you got to pay what you owe, Trey. You got to pay what you owe, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you what. You should take them to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking tonight because it's all night happy hour, baby. Anthill could take Trey Moore could take Anthill to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. They could get all those oyster specials. They could get the incredible scallops, the crunchy salmon. Oh, my goodness. It's all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. If you're ready for the seafood of your dreams, then head on over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen right there at Zilker, Mopac, and Rollingwood, and up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. And get to passes.com. Get to passes.com, your chance to interact with your favorite celebrities in a way that you never have, including 40 UT student athletes like Anthony Hill. Come on. Q&As, you can get them to call your friends to wish them a happy birthday. All kinds of cool ways to interact on passes.com. And Texas One Fund has an account on passes.com. Your chance to give to Texas's NIL and get a little something in return. You know what I'm saying? And don't forget about the Texas Sports Unfiltered account on passes.com. BK and I did a little post-game wrap on Texas ULM. Check that out. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. I mean, my man, Tom McKay and AV Consultations, baby. He's got you taken care of.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hey, and get out to Vegas. Get out to Vegas. Go to Circa Resorts and go to the Circa Casino right there on Fremont. If for no other reason than to get in on Circa Millions and to enjoy the stadium swim.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circusports.com for details.
All right. And cover three. Come on now. You got Monday Night Football. Got 2 games. So you need to be someplace where you can see both games at the same time, like cover 3. Go get you a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, maybe some buffalo chicken sliders. I love those. The Parmesan fries. How about the social hour? $7 social hour menu. Those bacon deviled eggs, the firecracker shrimp. Yeah, man. Cover 3 at Anderson Lane and up in Round Rock at Old Settlers, and of course covered 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All night happy hour on Monday night. Perfect place to go check out both Monday night football games tonight. Zay, I do not. Oh, I think I texted you our picks, didn't I? I did.
Yeah.
All right. So recapping the picks. I said Tennessee -7. That was a hit. I said Arkansas +3. That was a hit. I said Illinois +9. That was a hit. And I said Texas 52-6. Come on, man.
Well done.
Come on. Zay said USC -4.5. Oklahoma State -2.5. Illinois +9. You got right. And you said Texas 45-10. You did not have them covering. I had them covering. My NFL picks, I went 1 for 2. I had the Raiders, Texans, Giants. I was right. You had the Saints. Saints lost, right?
Yeah, they lost.
Texans, but you had the Ravens, baby. You had the Ravens. So we both went 1 and 2 in the NFL picks.
Yeah, it was a struggle.
It was a struggle.
It's all right. Win some, you lose some, live the fight.
Win some, lose some.
Yeah.
That's why. Or if you're me, you win them all out of college. So, just saying. Okay, let's get to the commentary. Let's get to the commentary.
Yeah, let's get it.
I laughed so damn hard. I'm sorry I have to talk about this again. I laughed so damn hard when I asked them about what did Ant Hill do to Trey Moore for taking his pick 6 off the board, that push in the back. And David Bender was like, oh, Ant was like, you owe me money. And I was cracking up because they're having a good time. Obviously, Ant Hill's sack celebration, like literally sack celebration. He was throwing that sack everywhere. Those pelvic thrusts. I was
getting it.
I was like, oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, that was big time. Ant Hill, they're having so much fun out there. That's what's cool, man, because you're watching a team just get better. And what's the Mississippi State line? 38.5. They're going to beat the crap out of the Bulldogs, too. Damn. Bulldogs, who's going to play quarterback for them?
Michael Van Buren.
That sounds like you needed some topical medicine for that. I mean, Mississippi State didn't want to tackle anybody. I'm watching that Florida game before I go to the Texas game. Florida's just chopping through that defense in the red zone. Nobody's trying to tackle anybody. Like, hey, man, I don't want to get these icy whites all dirty. I was like, wow, you got boat raced at home by Toledo and Florida.
Yep. Fun times in the SEC for Mississippi State, which I think has Texas and Georgia back to back. So,
who does?
Mississippi State. I think after they played Texas, they got Georgia back to back. Yeah.
Like you look at Texas's schedule, and yeah, they got this Oklahoma, Georgia back to back, but Georgia's playing Alabama, right?
Yep.
I mean, Georgia's got a tough couple weeks here leading up to the Texas game. You got, oh, by the way, how about SMU? Come on, man.
They got Sonny kicked out.
Sonny lost his mind.
What happened?
I don't know. He was going at the refs hard, and they said that's enough. Georgia at Alabama, 6:30 ABC this week. That will tell you a lot. Mississippi. Let's see. Oklahoma is at Auburn. I'm taking Auburn.
Yo, that's tough.
Well, Auburn has no quarterback.
Yeah.
They brought in that Hank Brown. He turned it over so many times. They went back to Peyton Thorne, and he turned it over again.
Yeah, you need to call your nephew, man. Tell him to clean that up.
What I say? What I told Lance, you thought I went at him too hard because Peyton Thorne's on their radio show, and I was like, that dude sucks.
Not only on their radio show, they gave him money in NIL.
Right. We're paying him to come on their radio show.
Yeah, I'm sure Lance loves hearing that. A guy that we're paying.
I was like, can you get your money back?
Pockets is trash. I'm sure Lance loves that.
I said, can you get your money back? And Lance was like, no, there are no refunds I'm like, okay, sorry. But man, my point is this. You look at the schedule and you're kind of like, man, I hope these Texas players can keep their focus. Hope they can keep their eye of the tiger, because this schedule is shaping up for Texas. OU's defense is good. Their offense is miserable. Georgia defense is good. Offense, it's a little sus. I mean, they got the, I don't know that they got the skill talent out on the edges. They don't have it at tight end like they had it with Brock Bowers. So that's, that's looking like a game that could go Texas's way. And then,
Vanderbilt was fighting Missouri this weekend.
Don't sleep on Vanderbilt, because
don't sleep on Vanderbilt.
Diego Pavea, man, that dude is nasty. That quarterback is nasty.
Yeah.
I mean, I give Clark Lee credit. He went and robbed New Mexico State of their coach, their offensive coordinator, and their quarterback, and said, "Yeah, y'all are coming with me." New Mexico State's like, "What? What just happened?" And they should have beaten Missouri. If that kicker had any stones at all, they would have beaten Missouri in Columbia.
Missouri's such a fraud. They're gonna make it to the SEC championship somehow on some fraud stuff.
Missouri?
Probably not if they keep playing like this, but that schedule's so weak.
When does Tennessee play Missouri?
That's on their schedule?
No. Oh, you're right. Missouri has an easier schedule than. Let me see here. Let me look real quick. Indulge me. Just give me a second. Just checking.
Yeah,
checking
Eli.
The drink.
They go to College Station this week or a couple of weeks. They get a bye. Okay, they got Bama at Bama.
Okay.
They're going to get exposed eventually.
Yeah, they're going to get exposed. They're going to get exposed. But I'm just saying, enjoy this, Texas fans. Enjoy this. Enjoy that you have the best quarterback room in college football. Enjoy that your players are competing with themselves and are not dropping to the standard of their opponent. They're hammering people. Good teams win, great teams cover. Don't ever forget that. And Texas is 4-0 in covers so far. They are putting it down on people. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. My wife and I are Covert Bee Cave customers. She's driving her lovely Buick Encore around the city. Can't get enough of it. Showing it off to the folks, her folks. Everybody loves it. Everybody wants to hop in. Oh, that's so nice. 2024, so spacious. And they got more of that at Covert Bee Cave. Whether it's a GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Buick, Covert Bee Cave will hold you down. Go to covertbeecave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Okay, Chip, the right call's gonna get a little weird. Maybe not as weird as when we played the Shannon Sharp audio that week, but it's somewhere around that vibe. So I don't know when this was, but it was clearly training camp. I don't know if this was years ago. I don't know if this was last year, but a weird video has gone around of Jamie Foxx, and he's sitting by Jerry Jones. I feel like he's in, is it Oxford, Oxnard? Where do they do training camp?
Oxnard.
Oxnard. I think they're in Oxnard. That's
Oxnard, California.
Yeah, and Jerry is just talking. And he says some interesting things. Take a listen.
Stay up. Stay up. Show a little balance right there. Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210. 5'9", 210. 4'1". Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
Who's he talking about?
Did you hear the last part?
Yeah, who's he talking about?
I don't know. 9 3-inch hands, 8 3-inch.
Johnson. Wow.
It cuts off then. I don't know if Jamie Foxx is on the live again. There was training camp, so I don't know when this was, but this video is going viral again. Jake says Brandon Aubrey. Yo, he's the only one playing well, so maybe it is him. Maybe he's out here packing, but I don't know if that's AI. I want to give Jerry the benefit of the doubt. I know he's freaky, but I want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I know he's freaky.
I know he's freaky. We know Jerry. We know he's freaky. Let's not even try to beat around the bush. We know he's freaky. But I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say somehow this is AI. I haven't seen that. Usually when you see like an AI video on Twitter or something, like the Twitter feds will be like, yo, this is fake. This isn't real. This was done by so-and-so and so. Don't believe it. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. So again, now this is Jamie Foxx. Let's try to be as objective as possible. This is Jamie Foxx, comedian, entertainer. Maybe Jerry was trying to get on Jamie's level on trying to be funny and said that. I don't know. But it doesn't look good with the Cowboys losing their last 2 games.
Here's my issue. Jamie Foxx is a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, Terrell, Texas.
Like, is he trying to get Jerry fired? Maybe. Canceled? I don't know. Not fired. He's not going to fire himself.
He's not going to fire himself. I mean, Jerry's done some stuff to almost get him canceled already. So this is kind of mild to me. This is kind of mild. It's a weird thing to say. To go from the hands, 9-some-inch hands to 8-some-inch
pickle.
You said, who is he talking about?
Well, like, is he talking about one of his players?
Yeah.
What is he, in the shower? Is Jerry in the shower, like measuring meat?
I've never heard that combine story of guys getting their meat weighed. measured. I don't know what that has to do. You would think that a smaller fella would be faster, right? Just, less to deal with down there. So maybe, but also, wow. Now, again, sounds like Jerry. Doesn't sound like no way. It really sounds like Jerry. But again, I don't want to put that on him. This is the right call. We get petty. Jerry, I love you, baby. I love you, dog. We're going to turn it around. You got that new daughter and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I hope she gets to come to the games. I hope, right?
The new daughter who's 28.
Yeah, bring her to the game. She needs a job. She needs to be picking out the cheerleaders. She needs to help with the front office, just like the rest of the kids. She needs a role. You know what I'm saying? I know what's his wife's name. I know she don't like it.
Gene.
Yeah.
Poor Gene.
I know Gene probably, it's not the most comfortable situation, but it happened. So we ain't gonna neglect the girl. Bring her in, give her a role that's important as everybody else, and let her be a part of the family. Because if you're putting her to the side and she's just getting money, you got that bad juju hovering around. That's why a lot of bad stuff's happening for the Cowboys. You got to be good to people. That's your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, bring her in, give her a role that she deserves like the rest of the kids, and be a beautiful, happy, loving family.
Well, here's something petty to get into. My man, Eric Henry, Eric Henry, tweeted from the interview with Anthony Hill that concluded 19 minutes ago. That was late. That Anthony Hill revealed his interception celebration was inspired by SpongeBob. The episode when SpongeBob is blowing the bubble and he's like around town. It was that.
He lying.
You lying?
You're lying. I know that episode. I know exactly what he's talking about. SpongeBob came out when your boy was around 4th, 5th grade. I bring it around town. I remember SpongeBob doing it. Ain't look like that. But hey, to not get in trouble by maybe your mama, if you're Aunt Hill, because I'm sure grandma probably didn't like that very much. Boy, what is you doing? What is that? What is that nonsense? That's the devil's work. What you doing? Be careful, boy. Nah, grandma, it's just SpongeBob. I was just doing SpongeBob, grandma. I wasn't doing nothing, Smart, hell. Smart, but I don't think SpongeBob put his hands on his head. I don't think SpongeBob did all that. But again, if you playing the way Anthony Hill playing, you can do whatever you want. As long as you don't get flagged, let it happen. Which I know I keep saying this every week, but shout out to these refs, man, for letting these guys have fun, because that would have been a big flag 20 years ago. Sack doing all that, college football, they didn't let you do nothing.
I feel like Ant Hill's gotten away twice. Because when he went to Alabama and he got that sack and he went all the way to the end zone to tell those fans what's up. Yeah. I was like, oh no, you're supposed to be celebrating with your teammates. If you turn your back on your teammates and start celebrating, it can get petty.
Yeah.
It can get flag worthy.
Yeah. I think what was good on that one at Bryant-Denny was the fact that he was away from everybody. So he wasn't taunting a player. He was just kind of doing his own thing. And yeah, those refs, what were those SEC refs that day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that SEC, let them play. Let's not get in the way of it, because, Joe, you're right. Them Big 12 refs with their petty asses, nah,
Oh my God. The worst ever was the Charlie Strong game against Oklahoma State.
Good grief.
When the ref like bumped into Charlie and then threw the flag. What? You shouldn't be standing here, fool. Oh, that was so bad.
Yeah, Charlie shouldn't be standing there.
That was the game where Puna Ford got called for defensive holding for just shedding a block. That was crazy.
Yo, Puna Ford, the fact that he's still playing in the league.
Oh, yeah.
So incredible.
So incredible.
So
Undrafted.
underrated.
Yeah. Undrafted free agent. But the guy's built like a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
That guy's got lower body mass.
Yo,
low center of gravity.
Yo, Longhorn fans, I know we on our football stuff and we gonna stay on our football stuff, but today was the first basketball practice.
See?
For both Vic Schaefer and Rodney Terry. So
tell them, Zay.
It's almost here. It's almost here. A lot of people are counting out Texas men's basketball already.
I'm counting them in.
I'm counting them in too. But I've seen a lot of, people that I consider have some credibility. Man, there was one poll that I saw. I'm not going to say who put it out, but it was the top 50 rosters. Texas wasn't on that list. Weird. Really weird. That's really weird.
That's weird.
It was about 2 weeks ago. I was like, And you know what else is funny? Jordan Pope retweeted that and was like, okay, bruh. All right. With like laughing emojis. Like, is this person for real? All right, cool. I like that stuff. And that team, they're getting closer and closer. Kendall Weaver, you be putting out TikToks and stuff. I'll be seeing Devin Pryor and Jordan Pope and those guys on this TikToks. Looks like they're having fun, building that camaraderie off the court. Let's just see if Rodney Terry could get them moving on the court because they got rid of your boy Jackson Prince. He was bringing that negative energy to the locker room. Bringing that negative energy to the locker room. You know what I'm saying?
Like Jackson has more time to get Instagram content.
Yo, he put out a video of him playing pickup like YMCA basketball. And it's gold, man. It's gold. I'm like, I like this dude. He's petty as hell, but he's out here killing these YMCA cats in these open runs, man. Somebody find him a job. Somebody find him or a team, not a job. He's got a job. Somebody find him a roster. Find him a roster. He deserves to keep playing basketball.
Ole Miss.
Yeah. But.
All right, kids. Our time is done today. Thanks for tuning in to Chip and Zay. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Everybody, again, please take note of these incredible sponsors around our faces. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Y'all be cool.
Appreciate it. Peace.